I call this meeting to order. Welcome to meeting number 17 of the House of Commons Standing Committee on Procedure and House Affairs. Today's Wednesday, May 13th at 3 p.m. I know that during this pandemic, some of us are losing track of our days and dates, so it's always good to have a reminder. So today we're going to continue going through the draft report and hopefully adopting the recommendations. This is our last meeting. And so by the end of today, we should have gone through all the recommendations at the end of today's meeting and have a final report, which then will have any dissenting or supplementary opinions submitted by tomorrow, Thursday at 5 p.m. with the translated version. I just want to remind members that to make sure to unmute your mics when you are about to speak. And obviously we are going to have an informal meeting in order to have some discussion around adopting the report. So basically I'm in your hands as to how you'd like for this to work. I would suggest that we look at each recommendation separately and adopt or reject it or rework it with the view of adopting it. And then move on to the next recommendation and so on until we've considered each recommendation in the report. I hope this will allow members to debate and decide on the recommendations in an orderly and systematic fashion. We obviously have no witnesses at today's meeting. However, we have received, I wanted to just let you know that we have received 2 letters from the speaker as of late. We received one on May 11th, which was brought up in yesterday's meeting, and we just received one as of this morning, May 13th. The letter was written to the minister, the House Leader, Mr. Rodriguez, and I was copied on the letter in the committee. There was an attachment to this letter for key procedural issues to consider and standing orders to consider. So I just wanted to make sure that everyone had a chance to maybe look at that letter. You may wish to reference it today in making any suggestions or amendments to the recommendations. So I wanted to alert you to that off the bat. Just make sure I've got everything I wanted to say. Yeah, so basically in the correspondence, there's a limited number of possible amendments to the current standing orders. And so they're trying to, I guess, the speaker is trying to provide a workable approach when addressing the issue of changing the standing orders, given the current circumstances, of course. All right, so we're going to start where we left off yesterday, and that was in the discussion portion of our draft report. I know that the clerk has also informed us all earlier today that the edits, the suggestions and comments that were provided yesterday have all been reworked by our analyst, Andre. They have been incorporated, but they're in translation currently, so we don't have that current copy, and we're going to be working off of the copy that we had yesterday. So the version 2 copy that we had yesterday is what we'll be working off of. It was recirculated today in case anybody needed to reprint it. It should be available at the top of or close to the top of your inbox. So we're going to start on page 26.
Madam Chair, can I do a quick question?
Yeah, absolutely. This is the best time for that.
Okay, so we did receive a copy of the speaker's virtual chamber report. I just want to be really clear, though. It says on there that it is confidential. So for myself, I've definitely reviewed the document, but I have not spoken about it because it is it's confidential. So I'm assuming it's not part of this report, and I just need clarity on that.
Yeah, I'm assuming that has been written on there just because it was also on our report, our draft report as well at first. I believe the speaker has submitted it to us so that we can incorporate the suggestions, but we can hear from the clerk on how to move forward. Well, what's the right thing to do in that circumstance? Justin, do you have, there was a question about the letter being confidential from the speaker?
Yes, hello, Ms. Blaney. My understanding, the speaker and the clerk's office wanted to share that material with the committee so that the committee would be aware of the contents of that letter as they begin to, as you all begin to look at the recommendations for our own PROC report, that some of the content of the information from the speaker's letter may be relevant to some of the recommendations that the various members of this committee here have put forward, and it might be something to keep in mind as you are considering the draft recommendations today.
Okay, sorry to be a stickler, but I'm going to be because I think what we're talking about really is important. So if I look at that report, one of the things that is said in it is that the administration consulted with more than 30 parliamentarians and collaborated closely with several who share similar requirements, co-testing solutions, and so on. I'm just wondering, are those parliamentarians Canadian parliamentarians? Are they international? Like, I wasn't clear on that. And if it is Canadian parliamentarians, what I understand is, at least from the NDP, none of our members were included in this process. So I'm just, one of the things I think is very important as we talk about virtual parliament is that working collaboratively together, respecting all the parties is even more important because we're actually not in the same area. Being able to see what everyone is up to. And I think it's important that we respect that our report reflects that, quite honestly. And so so I need clarity on this as well. And I think one of my challenges right now is we're getting information at the very last minute. And that makes it harder to get the report done. It puts a lot of stress on the analyst as well. And I really agree with Mr. Turnbull. He brought this up yesterday, and I know it was a little bit of a discussion. And I was on the other side of that. But it is a little bit hard to be discussing the future of our democracy in this sort of setup and not feel that I have all of the information to propose the best solutions.
Peut-être juste une question de clarification.
A question of clarification. In the French version, they talk about consultation with 30 parliaments and not parliamentarians. So what are we talking about here? Are we talking about parliaments or parliamentarians?
And I think you're right, actually, now that I read that, but still it just says 30, and I don't know, it just feels like, I guess what I'm trying to say at the core of this, and thank you so much, Ms. Normandin, for that clarification, is we don't know which 30 parliaments. I get this report, and what I really want to do is sit down with the clerks and with the speaker and ask more questions. So I think it's really important that we just have, I want to make sure that that's on the record.
Yeah, no, Ms. Blaney, I know that it's a lot coming at us every day. There are some great recommendations that all of the parties have made, and the NDP has made some great recommendations that I think that I was just suggesting to the clerk, actually is very much in line with letting the House of Commons and the Speaker and their staff decide as to what standing orders we need to take a look at. And I know that there's also many recommendations to continue the study after this report is submitted, so that into the future of our democracy, that we can take some real time to study that in depth and perhaps just give the recommendations that we're able to give, knowing the evidence that we have had before us so far, in order to make some temporary solutions for this pandemic. But yes, I'm going to also remind everybody, oh yes, I'm going to put my participant list up on the side so I can see everybody. Sorry if I may have overlooked anybody, but Mr. Alghabra.
Madam Chair, to Ms. Blaney's point, maybe may I propose that we accept the fact that given how late this report has arrived, that we do not take it into account as an evidence, at least for this report, because in reality is all of our work is done from examining evidence. And while I'm sure the speaker and the team has done tremendous work, and I think it would have been helpful had we received it earlier, but I think we should accept and come to terms with the fact that it arrived on our desks a bit too late, and maybe we should mention it in the report that we haven't had a chance to review the recommendation, and this report is in a parallel track, but accept the fact that we were not able to incorporate it into this report.
Okay, suggestion well taken. Next, we've got Mr. Richards, please.
Yeah, thank you. I think that Ms. Blaney actually raises a very good point, and notwithstanding, the fact that Mr. Alghabra just indicated we wouldn't include anything as far as quotes from it or things like that in the report. I think she raises a really good point, and I think she was far too polite about it, because without knowing who these members are how are we to know that it wasn't just entirely or mostly the cabinet, for example? Maybe this is something that's being sort of imposed upon the speaker, and therefore something that we as a committee are being asked essentially, and whether we include anything in the report, we could be being pushed to try to recommend what the government wants, and by the government I mean cabinet. And we're sort of as a committee being expected to rubber stamp that, which would be completely and utterly inappropriate. I certainly hope that as we go through the course of today, I'll be proven to be wrong about that, but I now have some suspicions about that. When we start to talk about these letters, and I can't even, this goes back to one of the problems we had previously. We also received another piece of correspondence from the speaker not that long ago, which was marked confidential. And I now therefore can't even talk about the contents of that letter, but it was, also of importance. And so here we are in public and we can't reveal anything about that letter. So we can't even discuss that. We're being asked to discuss selective portions. Why was this one not confidential? Why was that one confidential? It raises a lot of questions. And I hope the answers aren't what they maybe appear to be. So that's my thoughts on that. I would also make a suggestion, Madam Chair, that maybe a wise way, you talk about trying to go through these recommendations from the perspective of finding ways we can adopt them. The problem is that, they're kind of on various different places on the map. And maybe a good starting point might be for each of us to kind of give an indication, whether it be as individual members or one person from each of the parties, to kind of give some indication of where they're hoping to end up at the end of the day, because that might actually help us to get some sense as to how we deal with these various recommendations, rather than just kind of shooting all over the map on things. It might be better for each party or each individual to give some sense of where they're hoping to end up at the end of the day. That would probably be a very good starting point.
Okay, I hear you definitely. You and Ms. Blaney both raised good points about these suggestions that have come from the speaker, and I think Mr. Alghabra also raised a good point that the committee could decide not to look at that, since most of our recommendations are already written and have been submitted since the weekend. So we have a clear understanding, at least before any of these letters really got to us. We had already created our recommendations from what we had heard from the witnesses. So this is before the first letter that the speaker had sent and the second letter that we were asked to submit our recommendations to the clerk so that they could be incorporated into the draft report. So we could just work off of that, really. That is what I intend on doing today, is to work from that. I'm sure the committee members will probably start getting a better idea of where people want to be. I think the report, I mean, and I think I may be understanding incorrectly, but I do think the recommendations are slotted in a systematic way in the appropriate sections, and some we can debate on which section they should be in. And so I do think but from being able to read through myself, when I read through the Bloc, the NDP, the Liberal, the CPC recommendations, it kind of gave me a better idea of where the different parties were at just by doing that alone. And so I may not be understanding you, Mr. Richards, as to why there's no understanding of what the wishes of the different parties and different members are.
Well, you may view it somewhat differently than I do. I mean, I've looked through the recommendations. I'm not. I mean, I think I have a reasonable sense maybe of the other opposition parties and where they might be. I'm not as clear on where the government is per se. They sort of talk about a lot of the recommendations I'm seeing from the government side is more along the lines of what we would do going forward and these kinds of things. And we're not really here to talk about that. So I'm really quite unclear on where the government hopes to end up for certain. And it would be really good to get some clarity on that, because it would help us to determine how we might be able to work together on common ground. And when we don't know that, then
Okay.
It's hard to do that.
Okay, that's fair. I'm going to take just the hands that are raised at this point, and then we will start with the recommendations. And I think as we go through the recommendations, maybe that clarification can be provided by whoever is speaking to that recommendation, and they can let you know. And I'm sure there's going to be some amendments along the way too, in order to make sure that we are talking about what is at hand, and that it's clear in each recommendation what we want to look at in the future and what we want to adopt now. So Mr. Broussard, you're next, and then Ms. Petitpas-Taylor, and then Mr. Turnbull. And then after that, we'll begin on the recommendations.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And you know, I as I look at these recommendations, and I think I expressed this concern yesterday, you know, the generalized sense of what these recommendations look like, the fact that many of them are forward-looking, perhaps beyond what the mandate of the committee is with respect to this study. And I went through it again, and I want to make it clear. And I think it is important that we all get a sense of, you know, what we would like to see out of this. And those recommendations, they are disjointed in my view. But it does say, and I go back to the original motion that was put before the House Order on April 11th. It says that the Standing Committee on Procedure and House Affairs be instructed to study ways in which members can fulfill their parliamentary duties while the House stands adjourned on account of public health concerns caused by the COVID-19 pandemic, including the temporary modification of certain procedures, sittings in alternate locations, and technological solutions, including a virtual parliament, provided that, one, during the period that the House stands adjourned pursuant to this order, the provisions applying to committees enumerated in paragraph 1 shall also apply to the committee. However, the committee may consider motions related to the adoption of the draft report on this topic, and the committee be instructed to present a report no later than May 15th. Any report which is adopted pursuant to subparagraph 2 may be submitted electronically with the clerk of the House and be deemed to have been duly presented to the House at that date. And the rest of the motion talks about receiving evidence. And so I think, you know, from my standpoint right now, Madam Chair, that we need to look at this at a macro level. I think that many of these recommendations look beyond what our mandate is. And I think given the time to study this properly, that we can push this off to further study a little bit later on. But what we're dealing with right now is recommendations on the current crisis. And of course, we've seen evidence that, when we first started this study back on April 16th, that things are starting to change significantly right across the country. There are legislatures, as we know, that are opening up. Businesses have been open. There are several more businesses that are opening. People are working. And I think that at a minimum, what we need to do today, as we go forward with these recommendations, is to set and be the example of what is happening and what is reflective across this country. And it doesn't necessarily mean, the fact that all 338 of us are going to come back, but I think the basis of our recommendations need to reflect how Parliament is going to function, as we're used to, whether that's a hybrid model of Parliament, but we have to get back to some sense of normalcy, where there is a level of accountability that occurs, and the place to make that happen is in the House of Commons. But there are options available to us, and I think we need to, as we sort of narrow down these recommendations, we really need to focus on how we're going to function properly. As the House sits now, it's adjourned, but there is obviously May 25th is coming up when the House is expected to reconvene. And I think that should be our sole focus. Any talk about, the future of Parliament, changing of the standing orders and all of that stuff, Madam Chair, we can deal with that at a later date. But, the basis of this motion is in relation to the COVID-19 crisis. And I think all of us can agree that has evolved greatly over the course of the last couple of months. And we're in a position right now where we, as leaders in this country, should be making recommendations to Parliament that we get back to a sense of normalcy. I'm not talking about, a full normalcy in terms of Parliament, but some sense of normalcy, and show that leadership, to make sure that Parliament is functioning and that it's functioning well, and that there is a level of accountability that exists. And I think that is well within our mandate, beyond looking to the future, as many of these recommendations do. We can do that later, but right now let's stick to what we are mandated to do, and to make sure that we get this, we come out of this with recommendations to Parliament that will allow us to function. Thank you.
Thank you for that, Madam Petitpas-Taylor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'll be very brief as well. I simply wanted to a point of clarification for the record. Mr. Richards had indicated in his statement that in the letter that was provided by the Speaker, that the administration had consulted with 30 members of Parliament, or cabinet per se. I think for the record, it's very important, and I want to quote what the paragraph in that letter. It states, and I quote, "The administration consulted with more than 30 parliaments and collaborated closely with several who share similar requirements," and it goes on. So I think it's just very important for the record for Canadians to know that the consultation was done with international parliaments as opposed to parliamentarians here in Canada. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Turnbull?
Thanks, Madam Chair. Just a brief comment here. I appreciated Ms. Blaney's comments and stressing the importance of collaboration. I really think that if we have this broader discussion, as Mr. Brassard and Mr. Richards are suggesting that we have, I think we'll get hung up in a sort of broader debate, rather than focusing specifically on the task at hand, which is clearly to finish this report. I think all the parties have put together or put forward their best foot in terms of providing specific recommendations based on testimony. And I see a lot of alignment actually in most of those recommendations. I think they're specific. Most of them, I would say, are actually focused on what we were tasked to do from my perspective. Certainly they're forward-looking, of course, as I think it would be not as useful to be only looking backwards at this time. We're really talking about how Parliament can continue to function at a time like this, which is forward-looking. So I think we need to push forward and really focus on what we're here to do, which is find a way forward on finalizing these recommendations. Thank you.
Madame Normandin.
Madame Normandin, very quickly, I don't think that it is not useful to be forward-looking, because we had testimony about other parliaments that already had implemented rules that allowed for virtual votes or virtual parliaments. And this type of mention has been made. Perhaps keeping in mind that we have indirectly covered that there have been modifications and amendments to our standing orders to hold a virtual parliament, I don't think that it will not be worthwhile to create recommendations to deal with parallel rules later on. But I think indirectly it's part of our mandate, because we will be ready to do that if we were allowed to include the holding of virtual parliaments in our standing orders.
Thank you. Okay, no, I think this was good. It was a good discussion to get us started, and it probably gives us all a frame of thought in which to discuss these recommendations in. And so I'm hoping that the members, will be able to provide clarity when we go through the recommendations so that it satisfies some of these concerns that have been mentioned. So we're going to start with Liberal 1. Liberal 1. So I wanted to just get a little bit of feedback. I'm going to try to see if we have consensus on some of these, and then we may have to move to a vote if I can't get a clear picture of whether the committee would like to adopt this recommendation or not. Any discussion on Liberal 1? Yes, Ms. Blaney.
Thank you. So I will make sure that I use my microphone properly first. I personally think that Liberal 1 block recommendation 10 and our recommendation 2 should be somehow put together. I also want to say that I think the better spot for this would actually be in section B, which is on page 47 out of the document I'm working about the future work. And one of the things that I feel is very important from the NDP recommendation is the agreement of all recognized parties. That's an important part for me.
Yeah, absolutely. And in the last committee meeting, we had started on this. I had mentioned that Liberal 1, you're absolutely right, BQ 10 and NDP 2 do have a lot of similarities and could be grouped together. The analyst has also included all of these recommendations on page 48, where you have suggested that they might be better placed. So it's up to the committee to decide. They can, obviously they're already slotted in there. We could remove them from the front if first, I could get some discussion on perhaps combining these recommendations, and then we can decide on where the recommendations should go. Mr. Turnbull.
I completely agree with Ms. Blaney, and I really see the merits in the 3 recommendations that she mentioned. And I think that they could be combined. I have some suggested rewording for that, and I thought about this in advance and thought maybe the committee would be amenable to a combined recommendation. Can I put that forward now, or? Madam Chair? Oh.
Sorry, Mr. Turnbull. Yes, could you read the recommendation?
So I would suggest that the wording be that the House establish an alternative set of standing orders which enables the implementation of a virtual parliament so that the House can continue with its business in the event of a crisis or exceptional circumstance, such as those arising from the current pandemic. And then I would add a sentence, the committee further recommends these modified standing orders only come into force and be rescinded at the agreement of all recognized parties. So this includes the NDPs, the strength of, I think, of Ms. Blaney's comment and the agreement of all recognized parties being included. It includes, I think, the elements of wording from the Blocs recommendation, which I found very compelling. And it also stays true to, I think, the spirit of Liberal 1 recommendation, which I think there's a large degree of agreement on based on their wording. So that's what I would suggest. Thanks.
Okay. There is a order here, I guess, but I was wondering if Ms. Blaney, if you wanted to, oh, you've got your hand up as well. So I will call on you, Mr. Richards.
Sure. So my hand was originally up to comment on the, the main recommendation, but also I think on the related to that has already been identified are very similar. And I think I made some similar comments at last meeting, but just to refresh folks' memory, and I actually think that the new suggestion or amendment, however you want to term it, that Mr. Turnbull just made, actually runs even more contrary to the concerns I had previously. Again, I won't dig it out and read it myself, although I do have it here somewhere. Mr. Broussard did just moments ago or minutes ago read to the entire committee the terms of reference that we were given through the order of reference in the House, and they were quite clear that the idea that of what we were studying is to start to look at this current situation and how, while the House stands adjourned, we as a committee we as a Parliament, as a House of Commons, can function and continue to serve the people. And it does not in anywhere in that indicate that we are to look at the future and what might be done in future situations such as this one. And I think that there's probably a very good reason for that, and I can't speak to the thought process that was in mind, but I can imagine what it would be, and I would certainly share that thought process. And that's that you don't look at what you can learn from a situation while you're right in the middle of the situation. You deal with the situation that you have at hand, and you do your best to function through it and to continue on in the best way that you can. And then in hindsight, following the end of a crisis, is when you typically look back and say, what did we do right? What did we do wrong? What can we do different if we had another instance of something like this? And then you make those kinds of recommendations. We're still in the middle of this. We don't know how this is all going to play out. We're doing the best we can to try to function through it. And that is the focus that we have been given to do. And I think it is the wise focus for us right now, is to focus on the current situation at hand. And then following that, if we choose as a committee to study what we might do in the future, and I think it might be a good idea that we do that, it would be something that we can do fully informed, having seen how this all played out and what circumstances arose, what unintended consequences there might have been from the actions that we've taken. So I think it would be not only contrary to what we've been told to do by the House, but I think it would also be ill-advised and actually a mistake to make these kinds of recommendations at this point. And I therefore would be strongly opposed to the idea that we make these kinds of recommendations now. Not necessarily that they might not be good recommendations in the future, but we should not be, this is not our focus now, and it should not be our focus now.
Okay, your opposition is noted. I'm just a little bit confused because we were asked to study how virtual parliament, how to create a virtual parliament so that members could continue to do their work. And
Order, Madam Chair.
Yeah.
I was not going to raise this today, and I was going to maybe have a private conversation with you.
Okay.
Another date, but I think maybe it is necessary, and I think it's necessary because it might be helpful for us to be able to move forward today in a timely and an orderly fashion. But I really do think that in your role as chair, you are participating in engaging in debate far too much. And I really think that you should examine what your role should be as a chair, and consider whether that is helpful for debate. Your role is to facilitate the debate, not to participate in it. And I really think, and I say this in all, I say this in all, best intentions. I really do think you should consider that, Madam Chair.
Okay. No, I can see where you're coming from. Absolutely. I feel like I have felt a need to interject at some points, and I'll try to do that less so. At the beginning of each meeting, I generally used to go through the motion, the order and reference that we were given by the House of Commons. In today's meeting and in the last meeting, I chose not to do so because we didn't have any witnesses or necessarily any new members. But I'm just trying to point back to the statement that I would have made at the beginning of the meeting, reminding us that what we were tasked to do, and virtual parliament was one of the prongs that were listed. But there is a recommendation that going through the report later on that we might want to bring this up again on, which does talk about future studies and future visions. So I don't know, but virtual parliament is a part of the order and reference. But I agree with some of your other points for sure. And I guess let's hear from the other committee members as to where they stand on it. Mr. Brassard.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I have a question with regards to Mr. Turnbull's recommendation. I expressed this yesterday, and I think earlier, just about the concern about what defines extraordinary circumstances. We're in the height of a COVID-19 pandemic, and Parliament and the House leaders have deemed that to be an extraordinary circumstance, and that's why the House is adjourned. But the question, a couple of questions through you, Madam Chair, to Mr. Turnbull, because he did mention a fully functioning virtual Parliament. What would be Mr. Turnbull's idea of a fully functioning virtual Parliament? That would be my first question, Madam Chair, to Mr. Turnbull.
Mr. Turnbull, would you like to answer that before we move on to Mr. Duncan?
Yeah, I'd be happy to. I think what we've heard in testimony is that many of the deliberative functions of Parliament have been replicated in a virtual setting so far. And what we heard from the Speaker's testimony and others' testimony was that there were decision-making functions of Parliament that were not completely, happening at the moment. So I think the idea is in the recommendation, it implies that a virtual Parliament would, try to replicate as many of the functions of Parliament, which is what we've been asked to study, which is how Parliament can continue to function and parliamentarians can continue to fulfill their roles and duties. And I think what we've heard in testimony is that an alternative set of standing orders is actually something that's been recommended by several witnesses. So I don't think this is reaching in any way. The other thing about exceptional circumstances that I will say is I think there's extraordinary, exceptional, and emergency circumstances. There's a little difference in language, but I think the spirit is referring to the same thing, which is I think part of the job of amending or creating an alternative set of standing orders in the future would be also to create a criteria of those exceptional circumstances, define what that means, and define how this set of standing orders would be triggered by parties through some sort of majority vote. And I think that is largely what was recommended by at least one witness that I can remember, and it seems to me is a perfectly reasonable way to move forward. I don't think we have to have a be-all and end-all definition right now of extraordinary circumstances or even the criteria at the moment. We know a pandemic is included, but there may be quite a number of other emergencies, second waves of a pandemic, third waves, et cetera, that could be included as extraordinary circumstances. Thank you.
So I do appreciate that clarification, Mr. Turnbull. Through you, Madam Chair, again to Mr. Turnbull, we've seen currently, under the committee structure that we've been using, we've been seeing virtual settings on Tuesday and Thursday now, and we've also seen a in-person setting on Wednesday. Is that the idea of what would constitute a virtual parliament in this situation? Or, and again, the challenge that I have is that there's really not a clear definition of virtual parliament. Our paradigm of what it is what exists today, but we've also heard evidence and we've seen evidence around the world, particularly in the Westminster system, where a hybrid parliament can replicate more so the type of virtual parliament that perhaps, if it's good enough for Westminster, then it's good enough for us. So I'm just trying to try to find out what the paradigm of what a virtual parliament should look like in the context of this recommendation. And I say that through you, Madam Chair, to Mr. Turnbull.
Yeah, the way I would answer that is based on the witness testimony and the Samara report, which I think includes the acknowledgement that there's kind of a continuum that most parliaments seem to be on, nationally speaking, and they seem to be moving from very limited functions. The easiest to replicate virtually seems to be committee meetings, and because they're smaller and they're easier to essentially replicate in a virtual setting. And so I think that's been the natural place that most have started. It seems that they're moving along a continuum to more scrutiny, special scrutiny sessions, I think is what they've been called, which is similar to the special committee sessions that we've had on Tuesdays and Thursdays, which are 2-hour question period like sessions, but they're not formal proceedings of the House. I think moving along that continuum, we'd see more fulsome debates that, like what we would see in the House of Commons in the physical setting, being replicated virtually, with the opportunity for electronic and remote voting that could also be implemented and included in the along that continuum as we move along that continuum in an incremental way, which is what we've seen in the UK.
Okay. Thank you. And I do just one more question, Madam Chair, through you to Mr. Turnbull again. The recommendation that you're proposing requires that all parties would agree, and this is why I need clarification from you. If I'm wrong, correct me, please, that all parties would have to agree that a crisis is over. Now, there could be a scenario where the governing party doesn't agree that a crisis is over, and they may not want to return for whatever reason. I'm certainly not suggesting this in the current government, but this could be problematic in moving forward if, in fact, public health agencies determine that a crisis is over and the World Health Organization decides that, but we've got a political party that decides that the crisis is not over for parliamentary purposes. How do you suggest we resolve that potential conflict?
I think it's a good question.
Perhaps, Stephen, I'll let you finish, but I just wanted to point out, in case nobody's looking at the speakers list, Ms. Blaney is up next to speak as well. And I'm just trying to, I believe that portion was taken, I think it was, the wording was from the NDP recommendation too, so she may have some more insight too. Mr. Turnbull?
Yeah, Madam Chair, and this, I'm not trying to, these are legitimate questions that need to be asked that we would be asking in a normal committee setting. So I just want to make that clear. I'm not trying to, these are serious concerns that I have. Thank you.
No, I think these issues have been brought up even in our questioning. And so I think this is a good conversation. Mr. Turnbull, did you want to reply still to that?
Sure. I mean, I can think of a whole host of ways to solve that problem that you, being a solutions-oriented person, I think, well, how could we use more data in terms of those decision-making processes and have those required as part of the decisions that were made? I do think in terms of the wording that I suggested, I was repurposing and trying to come to a collaborative solution based on wording from the various parties, and to try to come to, and I think maybe the issue you raise is a good one. I think maybe there should be a majority vote instead of agreement of all recognized parties. That might help. But I think in lieu of that, maybe looking at how the definition of an extraordinary or exceptional circumstance could also include clauses or criteria for how those standing orders could be rescinded, or how that the opposite of triggering, was sort of going back to normal House proceedings, could integrate scientific evidence.
Thank you.
Ms. Blaney?
Well, I think this debate and discussion is very important, and we are talking about something very fundamental as we go through this process. First of all, I did my best to write down everything Mr. Turnbull said, but if you have any wording, I would love to see it. The only part that I want to make sure is very clear, and I agree that the extraordinary circumstances could be clarified in the modified standing orders. I'm sure there's ways that we can do that. And the reason that I think it's important that we have all parties participate in this is, if we look at what's happened in Canada and in other countries, COVID-19 came very quickly. We had to make decisions very rapidly. We've done that with the 4 recognized parties working through their House officers to have decisions made. It gives everybody a little bit of power to make those decisions. I think Canadians appreciate that level of collaboration and accountability. So I think that's an important one. And I certainly recognize that if there's concerns about the governing party perhaps extending that, we can have some discussions about how to address that. But I think every party understands that we are accountable to Canadians, and if we're doing something untoward, that's going to be something that's in the public record pretty quickly. I know as an opposition party, I'm certainly not shy to mention when I feel the governing party is stepping out of line. So, for me, one of the things that are important about this is, like I said earlier, we stepped out, we were doing the best that we could with the information that we had, but there was no structure. And I think moving forward, it would be good to have some sort of structure so that if anything like this happens again, parliamentarians have something to look at.
Okay, Madame Normandy.
Merci, Madame la Présidente.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Perhaps I'm the only member to find this debate a tad futile, i.e., in order to have a virtual parliament now, these standing orders have to be amended, and this requires unanimous consent. Under the standing orders, any amendment to the standing orders requires unanimous consent. So whether we like it or not, we need a alternate set of standing orders. Now, when it comes times to implement it, well, either we agree now that we require unanimous consent of all parties to implement it, or later in the game, we amend the standing orders so that that decision is made then. But I think that we'd be doing the work now for the future. I think that we are beating around the bush here, given that we're faced with this situation now.
Thank you. Mr. Alghabra?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I think the best way is for the House to adopt extraordinary measures, and for the House to adopt the decision to declare that the extraordinary circumstances have passed. There's nothing more transparent than a public vote. I think agreement, while I do understand where Ms. Blaney is coming from, and I really want to see us achieve all-party agreement, but I think all-party agreement could imply agreements behind the scenes. A public vote will hold every member of parliament accountable to their constituents, how they voted on whether to adopt those extraordinary measure and how they voted against adoption of extraordinary measure. So I think it empowers the House of Commons, it empowers all MPs to vote for it instead of the leadership of the parties.
Okay, so is that's a proposal for a further amendment to the amendment that was proposed? I guess that would be, would you, Ryan, be able to, and after this is Mr. Duncan, we're going to hear from him, but would you be able to read out your amended or amalgamated recommendation that comes from ideas of Liberal 1, BQ 10, NDP 2, and then I don't know if you consider this to be a friendly addition to that or modification to it, but how you
I do,
would.
and I would, and maybe after we hear from Mr. Duncan, because I'm interested to hear what he has to say, as always.
Mr. Duncan.
Thank you very much, Mr. Turnbull and Madam Chair. I hate to belabor the point, and this is me as a newbie rookie here, and I apologize just as an observation. I know Mr. Richards and Mr. Broussard were talking about the high level, and part of the reason where I'm kind of coming from in talking about this is we're talking about the standing orders right now, but for me, reading this over of wanting to get the collaboration and kind of get as much consensus as we can, I'm having some concerns or some questions about virtual parliament. What exactly is it? 100% virtual? Is there a hybrid? And having that discussion of how we can go back and forth on that a little bit. I think there is some merit in that discussion. I think it's a good compromise. And just as we're going through, we don't deal with the hybrid model until later in the end. So to me, I just go again. I know we're trying to get done by 6 o'clock. And I'll wrap this up. But I just think there's some things there where, to me, changing the standing orders, knowing that's the direction we're going in. There's some balance in that. There's some safety measures, of course, that are in that. I think it balances the members like Miss Blaney and Miss Petipat-Taylor that very appropriately talk about their struggles in the current context of being able to get back to Ottawa. But for those in a small number, whatever's deemed safe by an appropriate health and safety part of the House administration, I just think these high-level conversations might actually expedite a conclusion to a lot of these things. And if that's a no-go and that's an area that a majority don't want to go in, okay, but I really think that I could actually help make our report better, give some recommendations and build on. And I have several reasons as to why I think in the short term and in the long term, a hybrid option is good to getting us back to, at some point down the road, back to our regular times, whenever that may be safely. So I'll just leave it at that, and I'm just seeing as we go through that bit by bit, we're going to have this trouble, I think, or I'm struggling with it, frankly. Thank you.
Okay. Mr. Alghabra.
So I want to comment on Mr. Duncan's point, and I'm not going to quibble with the order of recommendations because that may make sense if we start. But I think the intent here is to recommend that the House of Commons prepares itself to be able to conduct its business under an emergency circumstances fully virtual. It doesn't necessarily mean, and then it recommends that in the meantime, it does the hybrid model. So it doesn't necessarily mean that maybe we will never use a fully virtual parliament. But what it means is that if we one day come to that point, we need the House of Commons to be prepared for that point. It doesn't recommend when we must use it fully virtual. It doesn't say today, tomorrow. It just recommends that today, in the meantime, we can do. Another recommendation says hybrid, but it says that we ask the administration to prepare itself for being fully virtual for one day when the House decides that we need to go fully virtual.
So I think you're referencing Lib 2 there. So the difference between the first section and yes, we can decide to put this at the end on page 48 or 49 where the analyst also has it and how Ms. Blaney has suggested. Can we, Mr. Turnbull, are you able to package this all up, everything that's been discussed in one recommendation?
Well, I think to Mr. Alghabra's point and to Mr. Duncan's, in response to Mr. Duncan, I really do feel that the hybrid model is a great interim solution, but developing capacity for a fully virtual parliament is I think what most of us want to recommend. I've reworded the initial suggestion that I put forward, and I think there is a friendly amendment here that's emerging, and I appreciate all the input and all the questions, really good questions. So do you want me to read that out now, and we can get that on the record? Yes?
Yes, could you read it very slowly?
Okay, well,
very slowly.
One thing I just wanted to also mention before I read it out is I think, you know, the standing orders don't necessarily require unanimous consent, I believe. I think it's a majority vote that can change the standing orders. So I think that I just want to put that in context. So here's what I would propose. So that the House establish an alternative set of standing orders which enables the implementation of a virtual parliament so that the House can continue with its business in the event of a crisis or exceptional circumstance, such as those arising from the current pandemic. Second sentence. The committee further recommends these modified standing orders only come into force and be rescinded by majority vote in the House of Commons.
Okay. Perhaps now I can try to get an idea of, oh, there's some hands that have gone up. I was going to say that we could maybe perhaps get a sense of who is in support of this recommendation. It would be one of the recommendations either in this section or at the end, and we have a couple more to go through, CPC 2 and NDP 1 as well, which wasn't amalgamated into this. So Mr. Duncan, and then, oh, is it Mr. Alghabra? Did you put your hand up again, or you? Okay, it was from before. Mr. Richards, and then, no, Mr. Duncan, and then Mr. Richards, sorry.
Madam Chair, I've been ahead of council and a mayor before, and I feel like I'm one of those really annoying councillors that goes off topic when there's an amendment. So in good faith, I will continue the conversation. The virtual parliament will deal with this amendment specifically, and then maybe have that conversation about the theme of the report that I have some comments on in terms of a constructive way forward. So I'll stop there. We'll deal with this, and I'll put my hand back up when this one's dealt with.
I think we'll all be interested to hear it, and any advice can be helpful. Mr. Richards.
So I've got, I would go so far as to call them grave concerns about this amendment. I'm, you know, as I already indicated, I'm not a fan of the recommendation to begin with, and mainly I'm not a fan of the recommendation because I do still strongly feel it's outside the scope of our report, and I think it's something that when you're looking at future situations, that should be done not in the context of dealing with the current situation. And so I won't belabor that. I won't reiterate all that anymore, just than to say that. But the amendment is one that I think is a very, very dangerous place to be going. And I guess I can understand and appreciate from Mr. Turnbull's perspective why he might not share those concerns, but I will just you know, lay out that you know, the way, of course, it works right now. We're currently in a minority parliament, and I guess I've had the benefit, if you want to call it that, of having served in what I would say all four different ways you can serve in parliament. I've served in a government minority. I've served in a government that was a majority. I've served in an opposition that was opposed to a majority. And I'm now serving in a minority parliament as an opposition member. So I've seen all the different ways that a parliament can function. And one can understand in a minority parliament, and that's the only experience obviously Mr. Turnbull's had, why potentially that there isn't as much concern about this kind of a motion that he's just made in terms of this amendment. But having served on both sides of a majority, you know, and a majority that was certainly accused by members of Mr. Turnbull's party and others, and I know that had he's spoken to some of his members that served under in that time period, would probably say they would have been horrified to imagine that government having the power to do this. I had the benefit, or whatever you want to call it, the experience of serving, obviously, in opposition to the current Prime Minister, and saw a number of things that I was quite concerned about in terms of the behaviors of that Prime Minister, looking to try to gain extra powers for himself to avoid accountability. For that reason, I would be horrified to imagine him having the powers to, with a majority vote, if he had a majority government once again, to invoke something like this, just with a majority vote of Parliament. And I think we should all consider that wherever we sit right now, and whether we're government, opposition, what kind of experience we've had as members of Parliament, that this kind of thing can be incredibly dangerous. And I don't want to put myself at risk of seeming like a conspiracy theorist in any way, but these are the kinds of things, these kinds of powers to declare these kinds of situations without having to have other parties in agreement is what leads us to democracies being eroded to the point where they are no longer democracies. And I won't get into great grand examples of that happening in the past, but there are certainly examples. And we should all be incredibly reluctant and incredibly cautious to go down this very dangerous road. You know, I expressed my opposition to the initial recommendation that was being made on the fly here. However, you know, should the majority of the committee want to go there, that's obviously what we'll do. This one is one that I think is so incredibly dangerous that I'm not certain that, well, let's put it this way. I would be prepared to speak in opposition to this for as long as I have to convince others that this is a very dangerous road, if that's what's required, because it is incredibly dangerous. The other, you know, the main recommendation itself without this amendment, I'm still opposed to it. I think it's a mistake, but I would not feel the need to go down that path in order to prevent it. This is something that I would be, I just think it's so important that we protect our democracy that I would be prepared to go to any length to prevent it from happening.
Well, you definitely do have a lot of experience, Mr. Richards, and even though we've had our tiffs, it has been an honor to serve alongside you, at least in 2 parliaments so far. But so at the end, you had said, I'm just trying to clarify before we move on to Ms. Blaney, who I think could help out here. You are still opposed to the original being Lib 1, I'm assuming is what you're saying, but you are not as opposed to this. This you think is a lot more problematic, the new version.
Well, to clarify that, what I was referring to is the motion that we're kind of debating, I guess, now, that was made on the floor by Mr. Turnbull. And then he, of course, has made a suggestion to amend his own motion.
Right.
The amendment is to allow something to be done by a majority vote rather than all parties being in agreement.
Okay.
On emergency measure. That is what I was referring to as being incredibly dangerous.
Okay.
I still disagree with his other, you know, his main motion, but I don't have his, you know, although my objections are there, they're not ones that I would go to any lengths to protect democracy from. I just, you know, it's if that's the will of the committee, and I just happen to be in opposition to the majority of the committee, well, that's where dissenting reports are an option. But on something as fundamental as something that could actually lead to the very erosion of our democracy that Mr. Turnbull has suggested now with this amendment, I will go to any lengths to prevent it from happening.
Sorry, I think I myself added more time on there. I'm trying to get through this. I think if we get through this section,
and I am too. I just want to point out that that's how strongly I feel about this one.
Yeah, and I wanted clarity as to what you had said so that we all understand. Ms. Blaney, you are next.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So just to be absolutely clear, I do not agree with the vote. I want to see all parties working together. I think that that's absolutely imperative to this, and we've demonstrated the capacity to do that over the last couple of months. And I agree with Mr. Richards. If you're in a majority government, it really gives away all the power to the governing party and does not acknowledge the members of our country that have voted for other parties. Also, just wanted to reiterate, I do still think this should be moved further along in the report under Section B under the future work heading, and I'm just offering that as another moment of consideration, as it could move it a little bit further down, allow us to take some time to contemplate and work on some of the other recommendations. Just a thought.
Oh, I was sorry. My understanding of that was that was probably not going to be as contentious of an issue, and that after having adopt, reject, or amending them, that we could have the analysts just move them further along. But I think we've made a lot of headway here, and so I just wanted to get. I'd hate to now pass by this without having either going to a vote or getting an understanding of where we are all on this. I think we're too far in now to really leave it. That's just my feeling right now. I'd hate to all this to go for, and then we forget later on what we discussed. But to clarify, the original amendment that Mr. Turnbull had made with all party agreement, would you be in support of that, Ms. Blaney? That amalgamated suggestion? Is it just the majority vote that you're in opposition to?
The majority vote I am very against. The rest of it, I think I would support it. I still don't have all of the language. I tried to write it down. I know that other people are faster writers than me, so I did my best. So I think that I support it. The intention of it, I support 100%, but I do want to see the exact wording.
That's excellent. That gives us a better understanding. Mr. Alghabra, can you help with that? I was going to go to Mr. Turnbull to see if I want to get a sense of now, I guess, whether there was a friendly amendment made to the new recommendation, whether you're willing to go back to the regular, the amalgamated recommendation that was made, or whether you want to keep it at a majority vote. And then also if we could get the clear language from Ms. Blaney again.
Yeah, I mean, I think there's a reasonable amount of confusion about what are we discussing now, given the various versions of the recommendations that we've discussed. Look, I just want to comment on the issue of threat to democracy and majority government. I mean, majority governments or any other parliament conduct their business always with a vote. The state of emergency in the province of Ontario, my province, was adopted by a vote. It did not require all recognized or unrecognized parties to talk behind the scene to agree about their opinion. So state of emergency is a much more, in my opinion, much more invasive and it suspends democracy a lot more than what the standing order does and doesn't. Yet we pass in various provinces and maybe perhaps the same way at the federal level, we can pass the declaration of a state of an emergency through a vote of the various legislation. So I'm kind of confused as how that is much less invasive or risk to democracy than adopting a set of standing order that enables Parliament to do their job in various approaches. So I do want to remind everybody that we're talking here about extraordinary circumstances. Again, just like a circumstance that provinces have decided to use the state of emergency. We don't see provinces day in and day out declare state of emergency and use their majority to abuse their power. That's not what happens. In fact, parliaments and MPs and MLAs and MNAs are held accountable to their constituents. They know that they couldn't do something unreasonable like that, and we all work in that context. So I'm just confused at all this hyperbole that I'm hearing.
Okay, maybe at this point, Mr. Broussard has a comment too. I was thinking, I'll see if Mr. Broussard gives me permission to move this in this direction, but I was hoping that maybe we could get the final wording one more time and then perhaps move to a vote on this recommendation and then move past what the first recommendation of the report would be.
Point of order, Madam Chair.
Yes?
There is a speaker's list on this item.
Yeah, so I'm going to move forward to the speakers list is what I was saying, but I just wanted to throw this thought out there that after dealing with the speakers, I would like to move in this direction if possible, if allowed by the members of the committee. That's the statement I'm making right now. If you allow me to, if Mr. Broussard, who is next on the speakers list, allows me to move in this direction, I will then ask Mr. Turnbull to read out the amended recommendation. This will be the first recommendation of the report, and then we'll move to that. So Mr. Broussard? Oh,
Madam Chair, just on that, I'll just make it really clear right now. Don't have any plans for a vote if Mr. Turnbull refuses to pull this amendment, the second amendment that he's made in terms of the majority vote. Don't make any plans for a vote. Buckle up, because we won't be having any vote today. I will not allow this to go forward if it looks in any way like it's going to pass.
Okay, Mr. Broussard.
Sorry, Matt. Can you hear me now? Can you hear me? Okay.
Yes, we can hear you.
Sorry, and I want you know, I'm really concerned about Mr. Turnbull's proposed amendment with respect to the majority vote, and I'll tell you why. Because effectively, what he is proposing, and I want all the members to consider this, that if in fact under these extraordinary circumstances, that a movement to a fully functioning virtual parliament occurs, the problem is that in the event of a majority government, whether it's Liberal, Conservative, NDP, or Bloc, Madame Normandin, the majority government could effectively, by vote, move Parliament into a chat room. And you think about that. You think about the impact that may have, and I know Mr. Alghabra is laughing right now, but that's effectively what Mr. Turnbull's motion is proposing, and that's not the way it should work. You know, there has to be some consensus. Well, there has to be consensus, and I think, you know, the reverse of that is the concern that I expressed before. And I think, listen, if there's any reason that needs to be determined as to why, you know, being under the gun like this, you know, with a deadline of 6 o'clock today to come through this, when we're talking about, you know, things that should be talked about in future studies, this is a perfect example of it. You know, amendments on the fly, you know, discussions, you know, the impact that some of what's being proposed has on Parliament, on our democracy going forward. This is a perfect example of why, you know, the May 15th deadline is, and certainly the 6 o'clock deadline by tonight is problematic. And so, you know, and I'll suggest as well, Madam Chair, that on the reverse of that, as I mentioned earlier, if one party agrees that we are not going to come out of this crisis and resume Parliament, then that puts us in almost an equal position as where we are right now, where a majority government can propose that we end up moving into, you know, a virtual chat room. And I don't know how we're going to resolve this. And certainly Mr. Turnbull's proposed amendment on this doesn't address the what I think is a very valid concern on the potential abuse of Parliament by a majority government to move us into a virtual setting. And so, I quite frankly, I don't even understand why we would even, with respect to even this recommendation, be discussing this in the context of the current crisis. This is something that needs to be addressed and discussed later on in further studies. And I like Mr. Richards, and I know that he's got a lot more experience around here than I do in terms of the way Parliament functions, but I am frankly concerned about this amendment and the impact, as I said, for a majority government to simply put us into a chat room. I think that should be concerning to all members of Parliament, especially those on the committee here, on a going forward basis.
Okay, so would you rather the recommendation not refer to how to rescind at all, or rescinding should be done by a majority, but implementing the virtual parliament should be done by all parties? Is that I'm just trying to understand if we can approve things to try to get more consensus than, or at least not as much opposition to it, then is that what I'm hearing? That it's the rescind part that is, is also problematic. So maybe it could be removed, the rescinding.
Yeah, I don't know how, frankly, we're going to land on an agreement, given the fact that we're under the gun here on what constitutes an agreement, whether it's an all-party agreement, whether it's a majority vote. I don't know how we're going to land there in the context of what we're studying today, and maybe what we need to do is move this particular part of the recommendation forward, and then for a future study, and then deal with it in the context of the COVID-19 crisis that we're dealing with today, Madam Chair. That's I think we're almost like we're putting the cart before the horse with respect to any future, what a future parliament may look like. We've talked about this before. Virtual parliament. What does a virtual parliament look like? Well, we've got a virtual parliament as it exists today, but perhaps maybe a hybrid model or something to that effect is something that we should be talking about, as opposed to change it. Maybe that should be our recommendation. Like, we're going to recommend to Parliament that we move to a hybrid model, as opposed to dealing with a fully functioning virtual parliament with extraordinary circumstances and trying to define that with our backs up against the wall with a six o'clock deadline of 1 hour and 40 minutes from now, with many relevant questions that need to be answered on this. And my concern is that we put forward a set of recommendations that really are not reflective of what we should be doing as this committee, Madam Chair. So that's where I'm at. I have a problem with many of these recommendations, that they're almost too forward-looking, given the context of what we were mandated to study right now.
This is causing me to want to be even more forward-looking and maybe take Ms. Blaney's suggestion and just move past this. But then I don't know where we would be, because I feel like if I turn the page, we're probably going to get stuck again on the first recommendation in the next section. So we will hear from Mr. Richards and then Madame Normandy.
Okay, Madam Chair, I'll start by saying that I think what we're experiencing right now is further proof that going down this path of trying to recommend things for future crises in the middle of a crisis, when our direction has simply been to figure out how to get through this current situation, and with the short window of time that we've been given to do it, and as Mr. Broussard calls it, we're under the gun essentially at this point, is a great mistake. And I think that's why these recommendations are a great mistake. Because here we are, we've got, 1 hour and 40 minutes or whatever it is to try to finish recommendations about how to deal with the current situation. And we're fighting over what we're going to do in some future situation that might arise, instead of dealing with what we're supposed to be dealing with. And I'm going to tell you that we could be here a long time, because I will never allow our democracy to be given away this way. And that's what we're talking about here. With this amendment that's being proposed to Mr. Turnbull's own amendment to his own recommendation. But the bottom line here is that, like, if all the other committee members, or at least all the other parties, feel that that's where we're going to go, I guess that's where we're going to go. But I'll never allow our democracy to be taken away in such a fashion. And so that amendment is something I cannot accept. I may have a suggestion on that. And I don't want to cede the floor because we maybe need to be here a while if there isn't going to be any resolution possible here. But can I start with two things? Is it possible to ask a question of a couple of other members? I would just like to, if I can, through you, Madam Chair, just to allow some time to, but while holding the floor, to Miss Normandin.
The SIMS protocol that we used to use.
Yes, yes, you were following that too.
I think it can.
SIMS protocol?
Yeah, I think I would allow it in this circumstance because we seem to be stuck and it might move us forward.
And I'm doing it in a way that tries to get us through this. I again think it's ill-advised to be going down this path, but I sense that I'm in the minority on that. And so therefore I want to try to arrive at a way that we can move to some of the things we need to be doing. And the things we should be talking about. So can I start by asking Madame Normandin if what her feelings are on the proposal that a majority vote of Parliament would be enough to invoke emergency measures. Can I get her sense on whether she agrees or disagrees with that, first of all?
Madame Normandin?
C'est exactement le but de...
That was what I wanted to discuss in the first place. So I want to say that we're losing sight of the fact that we're looking at a series of standing orders that will allow MPs to continue to work during a crisis period. I like the parallel that Mr. Alghabra made in terms of the emergency measures because I was going to refer to it. It can be passed by a majority government, and there is a political price to pay to do so in a way that's not useful. And in Quebec, we remember how it was invoked 50 years past. So there is a political price to pay if you prevent a parliament from working in a virtual fashion during a crisis period. So whether it be done through a majority basis or a unanimous basis, I'm at ease with the two propositions as long as we're working in order to try and draft a standing order for the future, because we'll be doing it indirectly for the present context as well.
Okay, so given that, I don't sense that there is enough opposition to defeat this necessarily. There may or may not be, but there doesn't appear to be evidently that. And I feel strongly enough about this that, and I know there's others that feel this way as well. I just can't allow this to happen. I couldn't in good conscience go home and sleep tonight knowing that it may have given away our very democracy. So we'll be here a while until the end of the meeting. I'll probably hold the floor, barring a successful conclusion to this. So let me maybe turn to Mr. Turnbull with a question. First of all, could I just get him to read the last part of the second sort of clause of his motion as he would have it be, both initially and his amended version? So the part that the committee further recommends, can he read the original version of that and the amendment he's proposing? And I ask him that because I may have a suggestion.
Okay, that's what I was going to ask, because
if he could read that first, then I would then make a suggestion to him, and we'll see if I can get some agreement that he would be willing to consider that a friendly amendment, and then we can figure out where we're at.
Absolutely, I think that could help, but I'm not going to allow the SIMS protocol, I don't think, throughout the whole session, because we are limited on time. But if this can help and this can maybe perhaps move us forward, then go ahead, Mr. Turnbull. Would you like to answer that?
Sure. Yeah, more than happy to. So the last sentence, as it originally was proposed, and then I'll read the friendly amendment. So it said, the committee further recommends these modified standing orders only come into force and be rescinded at the agreement of all recognized parties. Then the friendly amendment replaces that last clause after and so it would be at the agreement of all recognized parties would be replaced with by majority vote in the House of Commons.
Okay, thank you for that. I just needed to get the wording so I could try to figure out a way I might be able to suggest something as a way out of this. So I think I've made my concerns quite clear. I don't believe that a majority vote of Parliament should be enough to create these kinds of emergency provisions. And I know that there was some others, and I hadn't considered it myself, but I do think that they are valid concerns about the possibility that once they're in place, if a governing party or anyone else who felt they had enough ability to utilize these for their own benefit could choose to keep them in place by not giving their agreement. So there was kind of this weird situation that we're in. I think that there may be a way out of it, and I'm just trying to figure out how to word it, but I'll explain what I'm trying to do first so that I can get a sense if there's agreement, and if there is, then maybe we can come up with some wording. But essentially, what I would be looking to do would be make a suggestion that we would return to the initial suggestion that the modified standing orders could only come into force at the agreement of all recognized parties. And I think what we would then be looking to do is try to make it so that if one of those parties was to withdraw their consent at any point or their agreement at any point, then they would be rescinded through that. So that therefore, when all parties are in agreement, the measures can be put in place, and they would stay in place only as long as all parties would agree. So that would remove the ability for a majority of the House of Commons or one party in the House of Commons that happen to have a majority to either put these in place or to refuse to remove them. So first, I hope that's clear. If it's clear, can I get some sense maybe from people? I don't know if we can do a straw poll or something, Madam Chair, to get a sense whether there's some agreement on the principle, and I think I could probably come up with some wording if there is. So the idea would be simply only through all parties agreeing could these be put in place, and they would remain in place until one or more of the parties removes their agreement to it.
Madame la Présidente, est-ce que je peux?
Madam Chair, would you allow me to ask a question?
Oh, I think we're making some progress, baby steps, so that might help. Mr. Richards, would you be able to cede the floor so that Madame Normandy can ask you a question?
Well, I won't cede the floor, but I will allow her to use some of my time.
Okay.
Super.
Very.
Well, as far as I'm concerned, what the most important thing is that we vote on the drafting of a set of rules of procedure. Now, I understand that that proposal could be considered independently of the method by which we would determine an alternate set of standing orders. Now, I was quite comfortable with Ms. Blaney's proposal, but by the same token, I would still like to be able to debate the drafting of an alternate set of standing orders. So could we first vote on the proposals Lib 1 through BQ 10, that is to prepare an alternate set of standing orders, and thereafter to vote on Ms. Blaney's proposal, and that be on the basis of unanimous consent, and then if it's determine if it's beaten, whether we could vote on a majority. So what I'm proposing is that we have a three-step vote. That would be representative of what we've debated thus far. First, an initial vote on creating an alternate set of standing orders for emergency measures. Second, a second vote on needing unanimous consent to trigger the implementation of such procedures. And were that proposal beaten, then hold a vote that we would be able to proceed by majority. And that is Ms. Blaney's proposal on unanimous consent. That was the first that was put on the table for debate.
Okay, so to respond to that, I guess in three parts as well. On the first part, first of all, I would say that I'm opposed to the idea of us looking at ways we would trigger these kinds of things in the future. At this point, I think that what we've been directed to do by the House of Commons, and what we should do as well at this time, is be dealing with what we're doing in the current circumstances. And then when things return to somewhat normal, we as a committee should then study what we would do in future circumstances then. And I think at that point, I would be completely in agreement with you that we should be doing exactly what you're suggesting in the first part of your suggestion. I just don't think now is the time for that. Having said that, I also recognize that I appear to be in a minority on the feeling towards that. And I wouldn't, I'm not going to hold up or prevent that from being decided today if we were to remove this aspect of it, which is what I have the most concern about. And that's the second part of your query. And that is that this idea that somehow it could be triggered through a majority or rescinded or not rescinded in that way. That's where I have a real problem, because I do see that as a threat to democracy, a very, very dangerous threat to democracy. And so I would never allow, as long as I feel there are enough votes for that to pass, I will never allow it to come to a vote. I'll do everything in my power to ensure that that doesn't happen. And I think there's other members who feel as strongly as I do about that. So we won't be getting anywhere if that's the path we're going to go down. And I don't do that lightly. I only do that because I think this is such a threat to democracy that I couldn't live with myself if I didn't do everything I could possibly do to oppose it. And then to your third question, obviously we wouldn't even get to that point, because I'll never allow, as long as I feel there's enough support to have a vote that would allow this to be done by a majority. I'll go to the wall on that one. That is how important that is, that we protect our democracy from that kind of a threat. So I hope that clarifies where we're at. If we were to somehow divorce these two things, the first one may be able to come to a vote, but the idea, as long as I feel there's any possibility there's enough support for it to pass, there's no way I will allow our democracy to be removed, the potential for our democracy to be removed from us in that way. Does that clarify the questions? And I guess the floor is now still mine, or?
Yes, it is yours. Can I just clarify one thing? So you had, at the end, had stated that your opposition is, I mean, of course, overall for looking at any future emergencies, but the sticking point seems to be what triggers it and what triggers it for us to come out of the virtual setting. And so correct me if I'm wrong, you said it should be agreement of all parties to trigger going into virtual parliament, but the opposition of even one party would undo the virtual parliament and bring us back to the regular standing orders, correct?
Correct.
Okay.
So that would be the intention. I could come up with wording, and the idea was to try and satisfy the concerns that some had, and I think they were legit concerns. They just weren't concerns I had considered previously. That there can be a very legitimate situation where all parties would agree, and I think this would have been a circumstance of that, where all parties would agree to the idea of going into these emergency standing orders, or whatever you would want to call them, which could potentially give not knowing what they are, because we haven't even come up with what those are. And again, that speaks, just on a sidebar here, that speaks to why we shouldn't be considering the future now, because we haven't even come up with what those are. And we certainly haven't done anywhere near enough study to come up with what those are. We haven't given ourselves the benefit of looking at the current context and what we've done, at what other countries have done, and what other legislatures have done. And we would be making a huge mistake, I think, to go down that road. But my sense is that others want to do that. I think it's a mistake. It's a huge mistake, but it's a mistake that others appear to be prepared to go down. But the problem is that without even knowing what those are, we're suggesting that we would allow these things to be put in place through this amendment by a majority vote. But even if we were to stick with the idea of it being unanimous of all the recognized parties to go into these situations, the circumstance that has been sort of raised here by Mr. Broussard and maybe one other of the idea that this to be rescinded by a majority vote or by unanimous vote could allow one party, and this most likely circumstance you would imagine there would be a governing party, to prevent the rescinding of these emergency measures. And they would be doing that because, one would assume that it's they're finding that they're liking the idea of the extra power that it gives them, or the lesser of accountability that it gives them. That is also a concern, just one that I hadn't had. And so I was trying to find a way to, although it maybe isn't perfect, and I think we should be taking more time to consider this. But if we're being forced to go down this path, which it appears is where we're at, then I'm just trying to find a way to make it so that our democracy is protected in the best way that it can be. And so the idea would be that, all parties would have to agree to go in, and as soon as one party felt that it was no longer appropriate, we would come out of it. And that prevents, on either end of it, a government either taking that kind of power for themselves without other parties agreeing that it's necessary, or keeping that power for themselves, although other parties don't feel it's necessary. And I don't think one has to think real hard to think about circumstances where, there are governments in power and countries that have gone from a democratic situation to something that's less than democratic, where this would have been a real easy way for one of those individuals to take that kind of power. And so that's why I have the concern. So I hope that clarifies things. And I guess what I'll do at this point is I'll indicate that these concerns for me are grave enough that, I don't intend to allow a vote until I get some indication that there is that others have rethought the lack of concern they have here. And so if at any time, whether it be Mr. Turnbull feeling he needs to feels the need or feels the willingness to pull this amendment, or if others who have previously expressed support for it, and I'm only assuming the support of the other government members because I haven't heard anything from them to the contrary. But most of the other government members, I guess Mr. Alghabra sort of indicated his feelings that he was in support. But at the end of the day, if one or two or other members feel that they can see clearly we're not getting anywhere here, and that they feel, or they have a change of heart and realize the threat that this causes to democracy, and I'll speak and make the points that I need to make to try to convince others of this situation. Just to simply put your hand up and do a point of order and indicate that you feel that way, and I can stop talking to try to convince people. But until then, I will do everything I can to convince them that there is no way we should be going down this dangerous road of allowing our democracy to be threatened in such a way.
How about, if I may just interject for 30 seconds, how
Sure.
about Madame Normandine's suggestion that we not talk about the contentious issue yet and perhaps just move to the first recommendation as is, rather than getting into what triggers it or doesn't trigger it, since that seems to be, could we call for a vote on the first recommendation as is in the draft report?
Well, I mean, I suppose that's a possibility that could be. I mean, you know where my thoughts are on it. I actually would have. So, what you're suggesting, Madam Chair, is a vote on Liberal 1, or what are we suggesting?
Yeah, Liberal 1, and then CPC 2, and then Block 10. this was only, I think, brought about because it seemed like some suggestions were similar, and so we were trying to combine them, but we don't have to necessarily. We don't have to.
I understand that, and I mean, this would ordinarily be sort of something I might have really raised as a point of order, but since we're having a back and forth exchange anyway, I'll just ask the question: how do we reconcile this? So we deal with Liberal 1, and maybe the clerk will have to give you some advice on this, Madam Chair. I don't know. But because there are such similarities between recommendation Liberal 1, Block 10, and let's see, which NDP one is it? NDP 1? Yes.
NDP 2.
2, sorry, NDP 2. Because there are such similarities in it, and I'll also point out that NDP 2 has the addition of having included the way that we would put these into force and rescind them, which I favored. Of the 3, I mean, I don't like any of them, but I favored that one of the 3 because of that. If there's a vote, if there was to be a vote on Liberal 1, what then happens to Block 10 and NDP 2? Because of the similarity of them, would they be no longer voted on? What would become the status of those? And I think that's important for members to know if we were going to go to a vote on this, because maybe the Bloc or the NDP members or Conservative members or even some of the Liberal members might prefer one of those suggestions, and if we then vote for Liberal 1 and those ones are thrown out as a result, we could be going down a road that maybe people didn't intend to go down. So I think we need to get some clarity as to where we have these similar resolutions and recommendations. What then happens when you vote on Liberal 1? Does Block 10 get thrown out? Does NDP 2 get thrown out? And then if that isn't the case and we then vote on Block 10, does Liberal 1, does that take precedence over Liberal 1 now and it's thrown out? Like, we need to have some clarity as to what actually happens here with the votes.
Absolutely. I think that that some of those technical decisions are made when we're looking at legislation, but let's have the clerk weigh in on this one, and you can maintain having the floor, Ms. Richards.
Yes, so Mr. Richards, the chair is correct. Those tend to be the types of considerations that come into play. For example, during a clause-by-clause meeting when a committee is considering various amendments. Occasionally, when an amendment gets adopted, it has the effect or the impact of knocking out other ones. There's a lot more latitude when it comes to a draft report. It's really up to the committee to determine what the recommendations are. Procedurally, if the committee wanted to adopt multiple similar types of recommendations for the report, procedurally they could do that. There may be issues of consistency or inconsistency because of that, but procedurally speaking, there wouldn't be anything stopping it. It wouldn't be, as the chair indicated, like a situation when a committee is considering amendments in a clause by clause to a bill where there would be an automatic impact. If some amendments were adopted, others would need to be dropped. So essentially, it would be in the committee's hands to determine if any other recommendations needed to be adopted, even if there was some overlap or quite a lot of overlap in them.
Okay, so it wouldn't have that effect, and we could carry on into the other. What I was saying even the other day is the purpose is really just to stylistically have a report that makes sense, and we're not repeating ourselves over and over in the report. But essentially, we could keep continuing down and not make the amalgamation.
Okay, no. So I'm still not like. I mean, I understand the clarification we just received. But I will point out that so it's, although it's possible to have 3 recommendations that say something that's similar or they're the same, it's quite awkward to say the least. And I would sort of suggest that members might want to consider that problem before voting, right? And I'm not sure how to even deal with that situation. Like, if you wanted to do a straw poll and get a sense as to which one of the 3 recommendations has the most, like, which one of those has the most support, and then maybe deal with it first, rather than going in order like that. Because I don't really know where others are at on this in terms of whether they would prefer Liberal 1, Bloc 10, or NDP 2. And maybe we need to get a straw poll to get some sense of that, and then proceed with the motion on it, if that's what we were going to do.
And can we get an idea from you, Mr. Richards, as to which one you prefer out of Liberal 1, BQ 10, and NDP 2? I think that might move us along.
Well, certainly from my perspective, NDP 2 is the preferable one, and it's only preferable because although I disagree with the other idea that we have a modified set of standing orders for future situations, I think that's something we should analyze later in a second report. If we're going to go down this path, I want to ensure that there are some rules around how those standing orders would be put into force and rescinded. So there would still need to be an amendment in my mind to the NDP 1 to make the change about how they'd be rescinded possibly. But I think the principle that the NDP is trying to accomplish there on that part of it is still, I would be interested to hear what Ms. Blaney's thoughts are on the proposal that I've made in terms of whether she would agree that the idea, because I hadn't even considered this possibility, and maybe she hadn't either, of a majority government deciding to hold those emergency powers by being the one party that doesn't agree to rescind. So would love to hear Ms. Blaney's thoughts, if we could, on she's saying that only the agreement of all recognized parties for it to come into force. Would she agree then that it would only remain in force as long as all recognized parties agreed? So in other words, if one party decides to pull that, to pull their agreement on it, and I would assume that the only way a party could pull their agreement would be for there to be some kind of a motion, right? But bottom line is, would she agree on that principle that it would come into force and stay in force only as long as all parties agree? And I want to just get her thoughts on that if I can, Madam Chair, and then I might be able to make some decision on that.
Ms. Blaney?
Point of order, Madam Chair. We've been listening to Mr. Richards for some time now. I think we know where he stands. He's interested in hearing where other members of this committee stand. I think, in fairness, if he wants answers to those questions, he's going to have to yield the floor and let them share their views like we have been generous enough to do with his time. Because other people are going to have, Mr. Richards has been speaking for some time now, and we have a motion before us. He has presented, I've lost count, but at least 4 suggestions on how it might be amended or improved in his opinion. He's now asking for other people's input. Procedurally, the only way he can do that correctly is if he yields the floor and lets other people speak.
Okay, so I'll respond. If you can respond to that point of order.
It's a point of order for me, and so I'll.
Other members have an opportunity to respond to a point of order and give their input.
Okay.
So I'd like to do that. And I'll point out to the member, and I think he must be a new member. I don't recognize him. He's probably not aware that members have the right to speak in committee, to speak at length if necessary. And I am simply doing what I'm doing, and you're allowing that, Madam Chair, in the interest of trying to move forward with something. And so my reasons for doing what I'm doing, asking the questions of other members, are to get some sense, but I don't want to yield the floor, and there's a very obvious reason why I don't want to do that. I don't want to see this this principle that's been introduced through the amendment to the amendment come to a vote, because I'm quite concerned about the threat it causes to democracy. And so I'm trying to get a sense as to where we're at with other members without yielding the floor. I'm doing that out of the best interest of the committee, but if Mr. Maloney wants to not allow that, then he should be prepared to listen to my voice for some time to come.
So I'm just going to answer as to the procedural issue. I'm going to answer as to the procedural issue since I've heard from both members. So what I was in essence trying to do is trying to make some progress here in the previous Parliament. And in our last report, we did not that we have to comply by it, it's not procedural really, but we have a way of operating in the past where we would cede the floor or not cede the floor, but allow for short and small answers or interjections if there was consensus of the committee really to carry on that way. So if I'm seeing now that the committee does not entertain it or does not allow for me to use that flexibility, and then I might not do that anymore. But I was doing it in order also, Mr. Richards, just like you're saying, in order to try to maybe find a compromise or a solution to this, because I do understand and I do recognize that you have the floor and you could carry on if you like. But if things are not moving forward, then maybe the SIMS protocol is no longer of value at this moment. So that is up to the committee, really. I mean, usually it's just latitude that we had given in the past when the committee felt, when all the members seemed to be in agreement that it would help. And if the committee members don't feel this is helping move us forward, then it really is up to the committee, I guess, and it's up to you, Mr. Richards.
Madam Chair, can I make a point of order as well?
Yes, Mr. Brassard.
So I'm gonna make this suggestion. Clearly, we're at a standoff here. I think Mr. Turnbull has heard the significant concerns that the amendment or recommendation that he put on the floor, and I think there are others that may share this. I would ask, in order for us to I think we need a reset here right now. So in order for us to get to that point, I would ask if Mr. Turnbull would consider withdrawing his recommendation, and if we need unanimous consent through you, Madam Chair, to do that, that would be something that I think would allow us to get to a point where we could reset, because clearly there is a concern there. And the other thing that I would suggest to the members of the committee is that perhaps we can look at, if Mr. Turnbull is amenable to removing his recommendation, that maybe we put our minds to a thought or a situation that's similar to what we have now, where any agreement to adopt an emergency or the measures should be with all parties, should include a time frame, and that's agreed upon, and can only be extended by further agreement. Maybe that is what we have now is a simple solution to this, Madam Chair. And I think Mr. Richards was really trying to go in that direction with an understanding, given the concerns that Mr. Turnbull's amendment or recommendation has. So if he's willing to withdraw that, I think we need to step back, reset, and then look at where we need to go. And I think similar to what we have now is where we need to go. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Brassard. Just for clarification, I did previously ask Mr. Richards this too, if we were to see if Mr. Turnbull would be willing to take back the recommendation or the amendment to the recommendations, then how would we reset? Would we reset by starting with the first recommendation as it's seen in our report, or would we start by having a general conversation about where we need to go? Because that's something that you had said at the onset. So where would that reset take us is what I'm trying to ask.
Well, unfortunately, I think it would take us back to the first recommendation that we're dealing with. And when I say unfortunately, because we're still on it, and I think clearly we've expressed. I'm not going to repeat it. We've expressed our concerns with the issue of extraordinary circumstances fully functioning. But I think if we incorporate, something similar to what is in place right now, this may help us get beyond the point that we're in. And what we have in place right now are, as I said earlier, agreements from the parties, time limits, all of this stuff. But again, I go back to my point earlier, and I hate to repeat it. I still think this is forward thinking. I think this, doesn't encapsulate what the context of what our report is supposed to look like. We could be looking at these things later on, standing orders, etc. But I think we need to sort of step back. And if Mr. Turnbull is willing to do that, then we go back to Liberal recommendation number 1 and try to find a solution to that, Madam Chair. Thank you.
Okay, so Mr. Richards has the floor right now, and so we'll continue with that. And I guess at the point where Mr. Richards is done, we can ask Mr. Turnbull if he would wish to do that after Mr. Richards is done having the floor.
Okay, well, I mean, I will gladly, if this Mr. Maloney will decide to remove his lack of consent for the SIMS protocol, give Mr. Turnbull an opportunity to indicate.
Point of order, Madam Chair.
I will not.
Point of order, Madam
Yes,
Chair.
Mr. Gerritsen.
I take exception to the fact that Mr. Richards is referring to Mr. Maloney in such terms where he says, if, quote, this, end quote, Mr. Maloney, as though he's not an appropriate member of the committee. He has been a member of Parliament, despite the fact that Mr. Richards might not be aware of it. He beat a Conservative in 2015 and was re-elected in 2019. So he's certainly been around long enough to not be referred to as this, quote unquote, member of Parliament. So I would appreciate a little bit more respect for members as they sit around this table.
Yeah, I think that's a valid point. And I kind of missed you saying that, and that's not appropriate for any of us to refer to each other that way. Mr. Maloney has joined us to substitute in for another member. I believe he also chairs a committee of the House of the Parliament as well. So we all have our own experiences, and I think this committee is full of members with tons of good experience and background. So, Mr. Richards?
Sure. And Madam Chair, just to be clear, I was simply just trying to, give Mr. Maloney an opportunity to rescind his previous lack of consent. If it was phrased in such a way, and there was no intention of that, but if anyone's sensibilities were offended, I do apologize that they were offended by that. It was no intention to offend anybody. It was just simply to point out the situation we're in.
Point of order,
Madam Chair. Point of order. This member was not offended, but I will not rescind.
Okay, Mr. Tucker, point of order.
My internet was cutting in and out, and I couldn't hear or see. And maybe this has been determined already. So did Mr. Turnbull rescind his proposed amendment or not? Because I had internet connections troubles. So I can't follow the debate unless he indicate that he would rescind it. Hello?
Sorry, we're still on Mr. Richards having the floor. Can you hear me, Mr. Tucker?
Yes.
And you have your hand up to have the floor next, I believe, and then after that,
no, I had
Mr.
a point of order. I couldn't hear Ryan's.
Okay. So all along, your hand was up for a point of order. I was thinking you were next up after Mr. Richards.
I would like to be on the speaking order, but I did have a point of order that I did not. My internet was cutting in and out, and I didn't have audio and visual though. Okay. Just to confirm with the debate where the debate is. So right now we can't move forward unless the proposed amendment is removed by Mr. Turnbull. Is that correct?
Perhaps it's correct. We're not quite clear or sure whether we would still be able to move forward. That hasn't really been indicated completely, but the intent, the desire to want to have it removed has been indicated. But whether any of these would be adopted really is beyond me. And so we have yet to see, but Mr. Richards has the floor, then you have the floor, Mr. Tucker, and then Mr. Duncan has the floor. And then if Mr. Turnbull would like to have the floor after that, then he would have the floor. He hasn't raised his hand as of yet.
Okay. Thank you, Madam Chair. And I'll just point out to Mr. Turnbull for his information that despite his colleagues' lack of willingness to rescind his lack of consent for the SIMS protocol, he's more than able to grab the floor with a point of order at any time and indicate that he's willing to rescind if he'd like to do that. In the meantime, I hope I don't bore everybody too much. But this principle is that important. And it is really unfortunate. I don't want to be in this position in any way, Madam Chair. I want to make that really clear. This is not my preference. This is not what I came here to do today. I'm shocked that we're in this position. I was shocked and horrified, frankly, by the suggestion that was made, and it kind of came out of nowhere. I'm not sure if there was an intention all along on the part of the Liberals and the governing party to do this, and this was just a way of kind of doing it as a sneak attack, or whether this was something that just was conceived in Mr. Turnbull's mind as something he thought might be a good idea, and is now maybe just too proud to admit that maybe it was a mistake, or maybe he feels that strongly that it's not a mistake. I don't know where he is, and I guess unless he chooses to make a point of order, or his colleague chooses to reconsider his ill-advised lack of consent for the Sims protocol, we won't know this, and so we'll continue to speculate on what the motivations are here and what the reasons are, and that's unfortunate, because I don't want to be speculating on those, and I don't want to be speaking for any length of time to this either. It's unfortunate that we're in that position. As I said, I do disagree with the idea of going down the road that we're going down of making future recommendations for future sittings. And I'm just going to take and read the motion again to remind members, because even though Mr. Broussard read a portion of it earlier, it seems as though there was still some confusion amongst members. I heard in some of the comments that were made by a few members that there still seemed to be some confusion on what we're actually here to do. So I'll read from the motion that was passed by the House. So notwithstanding any standing order, special order, or usual practice of the House, is how it starts, of course, and there's a series of clauses. And I'll read a few that are relevant to us. I won't read the whole thing at this point. So clause L, during the period that the House stands adjourned pursuant to this order, the Standing Committee on Health, the Standing Committee on Finance, the Standing Committee on Government Operations and Estimates, the Standing Committee on Human Resources, Skills and Social Development, and the Status of Persons with Disabilities, and the Standing Committee of Industry, Science and Technology may hold meetings for the sole purpose of receiving evidence related to the COVID-19 pandemic, provided that at such meetings, 1, committee members shall attend and witnesses shall participate via either video conference or teleconference. 2, committee members attending by video conference or teleconference shall be counted for the purpose of quorum. The purposes of quorum. 3, proceedings shall be made available to the public via the House of Commons website. 4, notices of membership substitutions pursuant to Standing Order 114.2 may be filed with the clerk of each committee by email, and further provided that these committees, 5, shall each meet at least once per week, unless the whips of all recognized parties agree not to hold a meeting. 6, may receive evidence which may otherwise exceed the committee's mandate under Standing Order 108. 7, shall meet within 48 hours of the receipt by email by the clerk of the committee of a request signed by any 4 members of the committee. Now, then it goes on in M to talk about our committee. The Standing Committee on Procedure and House Affairs be instructed, and this next part is very important. It's what we're to study. To study ways in which members can fulfill their parliamentary duties while the House stands adjourned on account of public health concerns caused by the COVID-19 pandemic. Now, I'll stop there and just give some parenthetical statements. What you didn't notice in that was anything about a direction of what we would do in future circumstances that might arise that would be similar to this, or other emergency type situations. And that's important for the purposes of what we're discussing right now, because what we're talking about in these motions, in these three motions, and I'm going to just read them quickly as well before I get back to reading from the standing orders. So Liberal 1 recommendation is, we should establish an alternative set of standing orders to be used in extraordinary circumstances to enable a fully functioning virtual parliament. So to comment on that, it's not talking about the current circumstance that we need to have revised standing orders, an alternative set of standing orders for. It's talking about extraordinary circumstances, which could mean the current circumstance, one would assume, I guess. Again, I'm not completely clear on that. There hasn't been a lot of indication given by government members on exactly the rationale behind this, and that's unfortunate as well. But one would have to assume that it also would pertain to future circumstances. And that's where I have an issue with it. Because I really think it's a mistake when you're in the middle of a crisis. And I mean, I've been through this, and I'll maybe come back to it in a minute, but I'll just touch on it briefly. In my riding, in 2013, we faced some very significant floods. I'm sure some members will remember them in southern Alberta, and they originated in my riding, and they affected a number of constituencies, but mine was certainly one of the affected areas. And I know that for many of those communities, after the fact, they of course reviewed their procedures and their protocols around how they dealt with the situation. They looked at ways they could shore up their communities. They could better armor the banks, for example, things they could do to be better prepared if this situation was to arise in the future. But what they didn't do is that during the crisis, while they were trying to deal with the crisis and all of everything that goes with that, they had emergency operation centers that they set up. And in those emergency operation centers,
Mr. Richards, I'm just asking for your permission. I was just clarifying something with the clerk to try to get a better understanding of the procedure here. And I have been told that if I were to interject and ask Mr. Turnbull a question, it could be it would be possible. It would, SIMS protocol is you having a conversation with Mr. Turnbull. But if I was to ask for a point of clarification from Mr. Turnbull, you would still have the floor. It wouldn't be using the SIMS protocol. We wouldn't really be going into that without, everybody agreeing to that friendly protocol. But it would provide some clarification, I think, for myself as to where we're headed, since it's 5:09 now on the clock. Mr. Turnbull, would you be able to provide me some clarification as to your amendment that was proposed? It was proposed with a friendly amendment attached to it, and what your thoughts are and what you're thinking on that.
Yeah, I heard the many concerns that have been raised. I'm still. I think the amendment was intentionally proposed to address some of the comments that were made by my colleagues, in particular, Mr. Broussard. So I can see that maybe it didn't have that effect that was intended. So yeah, I don't. I think the recommendation is a solid recommendation. It comes from an amalgamation of three parties' recommendations that are very, very similar. But I'd be open to suggestions if anybody has a suggestion on how we might move forward.
I guess my question would be to the friendly amendment had been, I believe Mr. Alghabra had mentioned adding the language of majority vote. Are you still considering putting that version of the recommendation forward that ends with a majority vote, or the one that ends with the NDP 2 ending where it calls for agreement of all parties?
I guess I'm still unconvinced as to what version is better. I see the the intentions of my colleagues, but I'd really like to understand whether we could get some agreement on this and move forward if we were to go back with the original version.
Okay. Thank you. That clarifies. Yes, Ms. Richards.
I may be able to help just before, and if you wanted to allow, I'll just, before I get back to my comments I was making, you may want to go further with this, but I may be able to help with a suggestion. So I want to, first of all, make it really clear that although I am opposed to the idea, as I'm outlining, I'm opposed to the idea of looking at future situations. I'm also not here trying to hold up a report from a committee, and I recognize that I'm in a minority on that viewpoint sitting here today. And, I believe in democracy, and that's why I clearly see I'm in a minority on that situation, and I might disagree, and I would certainly vote against anything. I want to make it clear to Mr. Turnbull and to others that, I'm not going to be here to try to hold that up and filibuster or that or anything of that nature. Where I have the concern is on his amendment that he made, the second amendment he made, which was the idea of the majority vote. That's where I feel there is a real threat to democracy. And I know a couple of other members from two parties at least have expressed their concerns, that they have similar concerns. I'm not sure if they're as grave as mine, but they're certainly had those concerns. So there is clearly, members here today that represent parties that hold somewhere in the neighborhood of almost half of the seats in the House of Commons who have these concerns. So I think it's something that should be taken seriously, and I guess I would say two things. First of all, to Mr. Turnbull, if you wanted to return back to Mr. Chair or Madam Chair, pardon me.
Yes, I do.
Then that might give him better clarity as to what my concerns are, and maybe give him some comfort in what he would suggest we do. But secondly, I think I would suggest to you, Madam Chair, that maybe you might want to use that the powers that you have. I had sort of said to Ms. Blaney that maybe it would be good to hear her perspective on my suggested amendment to NDP 2, for example, which would enable what she was suggesting, but then have one of the parties be able to pull get her canvass her on that one, because I think there's two things we have to figure out here, right? First, we have to figure out.
So I would love to do a point of order if that would be appropriate at this moment.
So absolutely, I was going to move on to you, Ms. Blaney. I guess what I was going to say is that, like Mr. Turnbull has said, the original amendment is, I think, a fair, I may not be completely accurate, but a combination of three different recommendations. And would you be willing, Ms. Blaney, then to consider that first version of the recommendation that was amalgamated?
So first of all, let me just thank Mr. Richards earlier for talking about what a kind, gentle person I was. I certainly appreciate that, and just want to let him know I certainly know when it's time to fight. But thank you for recognizing that friendly, British Columbia spirit. First of all, I just want to say that the first recommendation that Mr. Turnbull put forward, where he combined the three motions and included the part that, of course, I am very steadfast in standing by, which is making sure that all the parties have power in this, is of course important to me. And I want to also clarify that I do not want to see those sections of a motion separated. I don't think they belong. I can't vote for the first one without that part added to it that says all recognized parties will have the power to work. And again, I think it's important to reiterate that that is what we have seen. It is not always perfect, but what we've seen is all parties, recognized parties over this period of time, finding ways to work together. And I would like to see that continue. And I think it is absolutely essential for democracy.
Thank you, Ms. Blaney. If I may ask Mr. Turnbull, it looks like your original amendment that you had proposed is what Mr. Richards and Ms. Blaney is saying is least, or in one case, least offensive.
Madam Chair, on the point of order, just if I could, real quickly before Mr. Turnbull, if that's okay.
Yes.
And the only reason why I want to do this is because I'm still not clear on where Ms. Blaney is in terms of the rescinding, because I feel like we might be close to having something like, even though I wouldn't support it, that would pass in the committee here, because Ms. Blaney's made it quite clear that she wouldn't support anything that doesn't have some indication of how they would come into force and how they would be rescinded. There might be some agreement there if Mr. Turnbull chooses to go back to his original, but I would still suggest that my concern about
let's ask Ms. Blaney.
If I can just make sure it's clear what I'm asking first.
Yeah, it is.
That what I would be asking her is that how does she feel about that principle of rescinding it? Does she feel that a majority vote would be okay to rescind it? Does she feel that it needs all parties to rescind it, which would obviously bring into the concern Mr. Broussard raised about one party holding on, like a governing party deciding to hold on to those powers, even though all the other parties choose to are feeling like they need to be rescinded at that point. How does she feel about that amendment that would say that in that circumstance, the one party withdrawing their agreement would then be the requirement, rather than a majority vote or all parties on the rescinding side of it?
Ms. Blaney, do you agree to the modification to your original ending? Your original ending was consistent with how to invoke and how to rescind.
Mm-hmm. Well, I thank the member for that question, and I actually can answer it. My concern would be is that I think the pressure is pretty strong from Canadians about that level of collaboration, but I do understand the concern of one party holding the power, and we've actually seen some demonstration of that in the last few months as well, where if a party doesn't agree, it means everything returns, and calling all parliamentarians in. So I think that's something that I would be willing to debate. I don't quite feel that there's the thoughtfulness required for me to amend it at this point.
Okay, so I think we could really at this point go back to the original proposal of the amalgamated 3 of Ms. Blaney's suggestion originally. Ms. Normandine's suggestion, recommendation, and then Mr. Turnbull's recommendation all combined together. So could we go to a vote on that recommendation as being the first recommendation of this report?
No, Madam Chair.
I'll just clarify if I may, Madam Chair. That
I guess that was a question to you, whether you would be willing to go to a vote on that and with the original without the friendly amendment.
I thought so, and yes, I would be amenable to that. I think it would be fine to go back to the original.
Okay.
I can read it out again too if necessary, but I think you have it. The ending is rescinded at the agreement of all recognized parties. Includes
point of order.
Yes, Mr. Tucker.
Madam Chair, is there a way we could get an emailed copy of this? I'm not having the best audio and video today. And could we take a break and have someone from the clerk's office maybe email us the actual motion and the amended motions, because I can't follow along with all the amendments that have been made.
I don't know. Okay, maybe Justin, if you could.
Yes, hello, Mr. Tucker. One of the issues that we would have for me as the clerk to distribute it is, of course, one of our routine motions for the committee requires that I can only distribute material to the committee if it is in both official languages. So it creates an impediment for me to be able to distribute it in an official capacity. I imagine that the language of the wording of the recommendation that Mr. Turnbull has is not in French, and so that would obviously have to be translated for that purpose.
So we can have it read in again, and I think from what I'm gathering from everybody, nobody wants to hold this committee up anymore or hold this report up, and I think we're back to now the original without the major. Mr. Richards?
I'm not certain that that's correct.
I thought that's what I had gathered from you.
I still have the floor, and I'm not yet clear, and clearly, obviously Mr. Tucker is unclear because he's not able to cure things, and yet it can't be sent to him. So this is a real problem. But first of all, before we get to that part of it, I'm still not clear what we're talking about returning to.
So we'll have it read out several times. I think that's the best we can do since we do have the simultaneous interpretation. We can have it read very slowly. We can have it read a few times until everyone has heard the recommendation. And I would suggest that we try to write it down as much as possible. A lot of the wording is on page 26 from the three different recommendations. It really is from listening to it, kind of a cut and paste of a whole bunch of parts of the three recommendations. But if you could follow along and write them down, that will maybe help us through that issue. And I appreciate everyone wanting to move this forward. Mr. Turnbull.
Okay, so I'll read it very slowly. That the House establish an alternative set of standing orders which enables, do you want me to start again, Mr. Broussard? Slow down, okay. I'll go back. That the House establish
Just make sure.
an alternative set of standing orders which enables the implementation of a virtual parliament so that the House can continue with its business in the event of a crisis or exceptional circumstance.
Could you go back to continue right after continue?
Mm-hmm. So continue with its business in the event of a crisis or exceptional circumstance, such as those arising from the current pandemic. Okay, second sentence. The committee further recommends these modified standing orders only come into force and be rescinded at the agreement of all recognized parties. I hope everybody got that. If I need to read it again, I'm happy to do that.
The second part of that, the committee further recommends, that's the only part that I got, Ryan. So can you start after recommends?
The second, the last sentence.
Sure. So the committee further recommends these modified standing orders only come into force and be rescinded at the agreement of all recognized parties.
Okay. Seeing as how I think we've debated this pretty much this recommendation for 2.5 hours now, I'd like to see if we can call a vote on this this recommendation.
No, Madam Chair, I have the floor and I don't agree to that.
thought you had said that you would agree if
No,
to move things forward.
I still have a problem in the fact that, and I'll explain why. The
But
concern.
you could vote against it.
No, it's not. That's not good enough, Madam Chair. And the reason it's not good enough, and I'll explain if you allow me, is we're still in a situation where, although it solves the problem of putting in place these emergency standing orders where all parties must agree, it doesn't solve the problem that Mr. Brassard raised, where one party can continue to hold those powers because they've refused to agree. So the problem that we have there is that we actually just basically come around to a situation where the very thing we're trying to prevent is just done another way through a back door. So in other words, if we have a crisis, a legitimate crisis, and all parties agree, but then that we will put in place these emergency standing orders, but then when the crisis is kind of averted, or most people believe it's averted, the one party that would likely happen to be the governing party, obviously one would assume, who chooses not to allow it to be rescinded, because that's what this allows, is that one party can prevent it from being rescinded. They essentially allows the government to do by the back door what we're trying to prevent them from doing by the front door.
Could I propose something? Perhaps we leave.
So that's why I'm suggesting that we allow that amendment to the way it could be rescinded, so that a party can't do by the back door what we don't want it to do by the front door. So if we can come up with an amendment there, then I'm comfortable. But until then, I still think our democracy is at risk here.
Could the language of how it's rescinded be completely taken out? And I mean, at this point, the parties have come to agreements of how to move in this type of situation already, and perhaps they themselves can decide at that point as well how to do so, and we would just leave it at how to enter into the agreement. So the committee further recommends these modified standing orders only come into force at the agreement of all recognized parties.
Sorry, okay.
We're not prescribing anything, making no recommendations here on that, and the parties could be left to that.
The problem is, by not prescribing anything, if like, since we're going down the road of prescribing this, and I really believe that we're making a big mistake by trying to figure out how to deal with future situations while we're in the middle of a crisis. And that's where the whole problem with this starts. But having said that, I recognize where we're at. I recognize that other parties, I think, very ill-advised, but are choosing to go down that path. The problem is that and I get your suggestion is well-meaning, Madam Chair. The problem is when you start to prescribe this, and you prescribe the way you go into it, if you don't prescribe the way you come out, what you're essentially doing is doing exactly what we're trying to avoid. Is making it so that if the government doesn't want to come out of it, they can remain in those emergency powers indefinitely. And so there is the problem here. And so we still have a problem. And unless I can hear some indication that we can amend that so that we don't have that problem where the back door is going to be the way that this is done rather than the front door, we're going nowhere. And so not seeing any movement or any effort on anyone's part to alleviate my concerns, or the concerns that obviously were originally raised by Mr. Brassard, I guess we're back to where we were. So here we go. I'll go back to where I was prior to, and again, I want to make it really clear. I didn't come here today hoping this would be the outcome. I came here today believing we could do a report. I felt, looking at some of the recommendations, that there probably was going to be some things come forward in the report that I wouldn't agree with. But I mean, I'm in opposition. I've been in opposition for the last almost 5 years now, so I recognize how these things work, and I'm okay with that. It's not obviously my preference, but it is what it is. And so I had really kind of came here thinking, it's a really nice day out where I'm at. I thought maybe we would even be done a little early and I would enjoy a little bit of the sunshine. So I want to make it really clear this is not an attempt to try to prevent a report.
Point of order, Madam Chair.
Yes, Mr. Alghabra?
Can I, again, for the sake of being constructive, because I genuinely want to come up with a report that we can recommend to the House of Commons what to do. Can I make a suggestion? Is that where the House adopts these measures with a sunset time, and that the measures will expire based on an agreed upon date, and only if that all parties agree to extend it, that it will be extended. Otherwise, it will just sunset on its own.
That's a suggestion to entertain, I think, Mr. Richards. It kind of removes creates a new formula for rescinding or not, having to readopt rather than having to rescind.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know how others feel about this, but I think that could, I mean, give me a minute to think it through, but on the surface, I think what Mr. Alghabra has come up with there could be a solution here. Like as I say, just give me a minute to think it through completely and make sure there isn't something I hadn't thought of, because I will admit that initially I hadn't even thought of this concern Mr. Broussard raised, and then when he raised it, it had raised some alarm bells for me. So give me just, if you wouldn't mind, give me like a minute to think about it. But I will on the surface say I think it does solve the problem, because what I'm trying to prevent obviously is a situation where the government can hold on to those emergency powers, and I think by having a sunset clause that I guess would have to be agreed by all parties in advance, because that would be a part of the motion that would arrive at having the emergency powers granted, and then so it would only be able to be renewed if all parties agreed. Should get us where we need to be, I think.
Yeah, I think so too. Although I'm not going to vote on it, I just following the debate, I hear your concerns, and I feel this may alleviate some of those concerns that, one person can't hold on.
We'd be interested to hear the thoughts of others, especially Mr. Broussard, who originally raised the concerns, but I think it might get us there. I still remain opposed to the idea that we're recommending something that is about future situations, but that's irrelevant to this part of it.
Madame Normandy has a point to make on that.
Juste pour être sûr.
I just want to make sure that I've understood correctly. So the proposed amendment would be basically the equivalent of what we have now. That is that the parties agree to trigger the process, that they agree on the duration, and if this agreed upon duration expires, the parties must all agree on an extension. And when there's no more agreement, well, then it comes to an end. That's what you're saying?
Absolutely correct.
Point of order, Madam Chair. Just want to let the committee know that I would agree to that. Thank you so much.
Thanks, Ms. Blaney. I think we're getting somewhere. But I don't want to prematurely get excited about this issue.
Well, I think there's reason to be excited, Madam Chair. I would love to see some proposed wording to that, but I think barring anything that concerns me.
I've got some. I have some as well, Blake. I could propose. So
sure.
Mr. Broussard, this will make this recommendation all-party recommendation. Maybe you might not vote in favor of it, but at least it has contributions from all parties.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I think what Madame Normandy spoke about is exactly what I brought up earlier, right? I mean, the mechanism already exists. So if we can reflect that accurately, and I think we can do it with this, that the words come into force, I'm just reading off my sheet here, that the words come into force or be rescinded on the agreement of all recognized parties be replaced with come into force on the agreement of all recognized parties and only remain in force for which such time as the parties agree. I can repeat it again if you like. I'll do it quicker.
I think there might be a simpler way of stating it, actually, rather than inside. I think the first part was really good, but I don't know. Maybe anyone has any. Repeat it.
Can you repeat it, please?
Yeah.
Sorry. Yeah, so that the words come into force or be rescinded on the agreement of all recognized parties be replaced with come into force on the agreement of all recognized parties and only remain in force during for such time as the parties agree.
Madame la Présidente.
Madam Chair, I don't know if it's a translation issue, but that's not exactly how I'd understood it.
Yeah, I think it's a small nuance. Maybe Mr. Alghabra, since you're the one who proposed this, may have some wording.
Yeah, so I can propose that to from where it says come into force, and then we add for a predefined or for a pre-agreed upon period of time and can only be extended by agreement of all parties.
Just for clarification, what date would you propose?
I think the parties would be deciding that. They'd have to come up with their own agreement given the circumstances each time. So we wouldn't even be saying that this is the date. Like, I think when they come to an agreement, they have to agree on an end date, and they all have to agree on that end date. And then when that end date comes, they could only go past it if all parties were to agree again. Otherwise, it would basically, you would lapse out and revert back to the original parliament or standing orders.
I just say that I think the simplest way to say it might be into force for a limited time and can only be extended at the agreement of all recognized parties. We just keep it simple.
Madam Chair?
Yes, Ms. Richards?
I'm not in favor of that, but I do like the suggestion that Mr. Alghabra made. I think there are two very different things, and Mr. Alghabra's suggestion makes it clear that there would be a pre-agreed period of time parties would have agreed to, and then it can only be extended if all parties then agree. I still won't be comfortable voting for this, not because that hasn't solved my concerns around the protection of democracy. I think between the two of us and a few others that have contributed here, Mr. Alghabra, we can take credit for saving democracy here today. We'll go that far. Why not? Heck, we're politicians after all, right? But it doesn't meet with my ability to vote for it because I feel like going with the future crises during the middle of a crisis is a bad idea. Having said that, it does meet enough of my approval that we've saved democracy or been able to preserve democracy to the degree that I can yield the floor.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Richards. I really appreciate that, and I appreciate everybody's help in getting to this point. So if we can, I think everyone has a clear understanding. We're going with basically everything that Mr. Turnbull had read out to us several times up until that very last sentence, and then Mr. Alghabra's proposal for that last sentence. So is everyone...
Sorry, Madam Chair, can we just get it read to us? So is that possible? Just one more time?
The complete thing, or maybe the complete thing, or I think the first part was read like several times into... So basically go down to what you have written, go down to the last sentence, the committee further recommends. So let's start there, and Mr. Alghabra can reread what he's putting in place from that period onwards.
I think Mr. Vave or Andre would probably be better. Would they not?
I'm okay with that.
Yeah.
Okay, sure. That would be good. Mr. Andre, you can help us out here.
I hope that I have this written down correctly. Okie dokie. That the House establish, should I go slower? Sorry. That the House establish an alternative set of standing orders which enables the implementation of a virtual parliament so that the House can continue with its business in the event of a crisis or exceptional circumstance, such as those arising from the current pandemic. The committee further recommends remain in force. I'm missing a chunk with that. Sorry, I'm missing a chunk. I'm missing a chunk, and then we go for a predetermined, comma, agreed upon, comma, period of time, and can only be extended if all parties agree. Sorry, I'm missing a chunk.
Can you take us? No problem. We'll have Omar take us from the period forward, and then maybe the analyst can write down.
Why don't I do that?
Yeah, go ahead, Ryan. I don't have it written down, to be honest.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, so the committee further recommends these modified standing orders only come into force, and then maybe Andre can take us from there.
So as Mr. Turnbull was saying, only come into force for a predetermined, comma, agreed upon, comma, period of time, and can only be extended if all parties agree, period.
So, Madam Chair, I think there's one piece missing there. Might I? And it was the part of at the agreement of all recognized parties. So, when I suggested it's that we
recognized
that we add that back in. So, the committee further agree that these modified standing orders only come into force at the agreement of all recognized parties.
And then for
predetermined blah 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 blah.
Yeah. Okay, so basically the whole original recommendation, and then after parties, that is where you would add a comma and then put for and all of that language. Got that, Andre? Yeah. Okay, so Justin, can you help us call a vote on this recommendation? I think this one deserves a recorded vote, correct, Mr. Broussard?
Sorry, Madam Chair, I didn't put my hand up, but I still have a strong issue with the virtual parliament part of this. I don't think that there are several versions of virtual parliament. As I said earlier, we've got the current version where we've got committee structures with members of parliament on a Tuesday and a Thursday virtually, and then the House sitting. In the absence of any mention of a type of virtual parliament, which we've heard through testimony could include a hybrid parliament, I have a problem supporting this because if we say virtual parliament, then I believe that it's open to interpretation, and I don't think we should leave it like that, quite frankly. And I think I would respectfully, Madam Chair, have to show my. I would have to vote against this. I'm sorry, just for that reason. Okay.
Okay. No, I understood, and you had mentioned that at the beginning as well. Yes, Mr. Richards.
Yeah, on a point of order, Madam Chair. I mean, it's unfortunate that we're like now 15 minutes from the end of the meeting, and we haven't got anywhere near through. And I know that's my fault, but that principle was so important to me that I felt the necessity to do that. And it's unfortunate it took so long to arrive at a resolution, unfortunately. But now I'm concerned about what that means for the remainder of the recommendations and finishing the report. And the only reason why I raise that now, prior to this vote, is that there is a possibility that if we've been told this is a hard deadline, we got to absolutely be done today, et cetera, that if we arrive at 6 o'clock Eastern time in 15 minutes or less, that this could be the only recommendation that passes prior to that time. And therefore, could we have a report that would only have this one recommendation? And I raise that simply because I would be troubled by that possibility. And so I'm trying to get a sense as to what is our plan? What are we going to do in the next 15 minutes that allows us to have a complete report rather than
we will not submit an incomplete report. So I'll just want to assure you of that. And we won't submit just this one recommendation. So you have my word on that.
But how does that take place is what I'm asking.
I'd like to really move towards this vote, but I want to assure you at this time that I will not have this report submitted with just one recommendation, since I understand where your concern would come from for that. I completely agree that, you know, one recommendation cannot summarize all, and we haven't even gotten to the CPC recommendations, right? So I would not do that to you. And so if we can, we will address that. But I've allowed everyone to speak for a really long period of time. And so I just request that at this moment, we just carry on with this one vote for now, just the one. We have many.
Madam Chair, but I take you at your word, and I trust that. But I'm also curious, like, is it just that we haven't quite got a plan yet, or like what's the reluctance to just fill us? If you're going to fill us in, why not just do it now?
Well, we have a semi-plan. We don't have a complete plan, and I'm going to discuss that with all of you, is because I did not anticipate either, just like you didn't anticipate, to come in today and be on this one recommendation. So I'd really like to just get this one recommendation, and then we could figure out a plan after that as to what we'll do. But I assure you, I won't just submit the one recommendation and call it, you know, a complete report. Okay, so recommendation 1, if we could have a vote on that, please, Justin.
Yes, the vote is on the recommendation number 1. Mr. Maloney.
Yes. Yes.
Mr. Biddle.
Yes.
Madame Petitpas-Taylor.
Yes, we.
Mr. Turnbull.
Yes.
Mr. Alghabra.
Yes.
Mr. Richards.
Opposed.
Mr. Broussard.
No.
Mr. Tucker.
No.
Mr. Duncan.
No.
Madame Normandin.
Oui.
Yes.
Yes.
Recommendation is carried.
Thank you. Just give me a slight. My desire would be to move forward for as long as we can, but I have to find out from the clerk how long that may be, how much time we have that we can continue going through the report. So just a 1 minute recess, please, or 1 minute suspension.
Hi there.
Hi.
So they tell me we could keep going for at least a period of time.
Yeah.
It's not clear if that's
Madam Chair, you're not on mute.
You're not on mute.
I need to move beyond 6 o'clock at this point and continue.
Madam Chair, you're not on mute again.
It's okay. It's more realistic. It's like you would hear him talking over my shoulder anyway. Okay. But thanks for pointing that out. So you probably heard we have leeway, and we're not sure how long that will be for, but I think we should continue to keep moving forward and see how much progress we can make until we're told that we don't have, apparently, I can tell you this, that we don't have all night. We do need a support team in order to do this. And so they will the clerk will let me know as soon as he knows how much longer we can go. But at this time, I'd like to move on to CPC 2. Okay, do we have agreement to adopt CPC 2? Okay, it doesn't seem like there's agreement to it at this point. Mr. Richards, Mr. Broussard, Mr. Duncan, Mr. Tucker, would you like to call a recorded vote on CPC2?
Please.
Yep, okay. Justin, could we have a recorded vote on CPC2, please?
Yes, Madam Chair.
Thank you. You didn't think we were going to get there, huh? That quickly.
Vote on CPC2, recommendation CPC2. Mr. Maloney.
No.
Mr. Biddle.
No.
Madame Petitpas Taylor.
No.
Mr. Turnbull.
No.
Mr. Alghabra.
No.
Mr. Richards.
In favor.
Mr. Broussard.
Yes.
Mr. Tucker. Mr. Tucker, we didn't hear you.
Yes.
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 Thank you. Mr. Duncan.
Yes.
Madame Normandin.
No.
No.
Ms. Blaney.
Yes.
Motion is defeated.
Okay, Andre, can I have you remove BQ10 and NDP2 since that has been addressed from the report, and a reminder that none of these will be identified by party at the end. It's a collaborative effort. So we are moving on to NDP1. Is everyone willing to adopt NDP1? Agreement to adopt? It looks like there's seems to be general consensus on this one.
Hold on, Madam
Mr.
Chair.
Richards? Yeah.
We've been talking about the other one for so long. I need just a second to review this one. Sorry.
Sorry, I've been reviewing them all night over and over and over again to prepare for today. So I have them.
But I talked so long about the other one that everything's blurry now. So just give me 10 seconds.
Sure, sure.
Just to be consistent, and I suspect I may not have support on it, but maybe who knows? Hope springs eternal. I would just make an amendment to take out the words or any future. So it would simply read that may need modifying during the current event. I don't think I need to belabor why I feel that way because I've expanded that at length, and I make that a suggestion for an amendment.
Okay, Ms. Blaney, would you consider that amendment?
I'm okay with that amendment.
Okay, so Andre, if you can remove the word or any future.
Or any future. That'd be the three words.
Yeah. Or any future is removed. So the amended NDP2 is can we adopt NDP2 as amended? Okay.
Madam Chair, isn't it NDP1?
Yes, NDP1.
Oh, that's correct. That's correct. It would be NDP1. I mean, all of that will be removed anyways in the end. You're not going to see any of that. But for our record keeping, it does become NDP1 at this point.
Oh, no, pardon me, Madam Chair. I thought we were discussing NDP1.
I'm looking for consensus of whether we can adopt NDP2, which has now become NDP1 as amended by you.
I think we've missed maybe.
Can someone read it for us so we know which one?
Oh, sorry. NDP1. I made the major mistake there, and I've moved too far past my sheet. NDP1 has only been amended. I'm so sorry that I'm the one messing you guys up right now. Or any future. So, or any future has been removed from NDP1. And is there agreement to adopt NDP1 as amended?
I don't know what I'm voting on. Could I hear it again? I'm sorry.
Yes, that the clerk of the House of Commons create and present a list to the committee of all standing orders that may need modifying during the current event, rendering the House of Commons unable to meet in its entirety in person. It is on page 26 of your draft report, and it's labeled NDP 1. Okay, so I believe NDP 1 has been adopted, seeing as there's no disagreement. All right, so we are going to move past page 26 at this point. I know that, okay, we are moving on to Lib 2 on page 28, Lib 2. This recommendation states, Lib 2 recommends undertake necessary steps to expand the House's capacity and operations to achieve a fully virtual parliament with the possibility of employing a hybrid model in the interim.
Madam Chair?
Yes, Mr. Broussard?
Yeah, can I ask somebody from the Liberal side, and I tried to broach this with Mr. Turnbull earlier, just about, you know, the definition of a fully virtual parliament in this context. Just what is the intent of this recommendation, and how is it different than the Liberal 1 recommendation, which, by the way, I'll remind you, doesn't use the which I voted against because it doesn't employ the hybrid model. So what is the intent of this this recommendation, Madam Chair?
Can I have someone speak to that? Mr. Alghabra.
Yes, they might look similar, but they're not, because the first recommendation deals with standing orders. This recommendation asks the House of Commons to prepare its capacity and its operation to be able to accommodate a fully virtual parliament. And to answer Mr. Broussard's question about what is a fully virtual parliament mean, it means it's able to do all of its duty virtually. And where we recognize, I think, implicit in this recommendation that currently the House of Commons operations are not ready. So therefore, an interim or a hybrid model can be continually deployed or used right now, but to prepare the House of Commons capacity, not maybe we will never use it, but to prepare the capacity so we don't end up being, because of logistics, unable to do our job if one day we come to that point.
So what I'm not clear, Madam Chair, on is whether this, when Mr. Alghabra talks about a fully virtual parliament, is that under an emergency crisis situation, or is the intent here to look forward to a fully virtual parliament as a potential replacement of the current parliamentary and Westminster system that we currently utilize?
It would be my understanding that we're studying under this, but Mr. Alghabra, I don't know then. Maybe it needs clarification and additions.
Yeah, I mean, it is. It's clearly meant for under extraordinary circumstances. And if we need to refer to the recommendation number 1 in this, we can do that. But it's for the extraordinary circumstances that the House would have adopted.
Okay, so Madam Chair, I hope you'll agree with me.
Yeah.
That it's not clear, and one could easily interpret this as a movement towards a fully virtual parliament over and above any extraordinary circumstances that might exist. So
I can see that. Maybe some wording can be proposed to incorporate recommendation.
We are at 6 o'clock, so I just be mindful of that as well, Madam Chair.
It could be probably something quite simple, just to say in the circumstances as outlined in recommendation 1 or something. I don't know. Mr. Alghabra, do you have any comments to that, since this is your recommendation, and really only if you're okay with it would we amend anything?
Yeah, I welcome the suggestion. I have no problem with it, and I don't know. I'm thinking on the fly here, thinking perhaps undertake necessary steps to expand the House's capacity and operations to achieve a fully virtual parliament when agreed upon or as per recommendation 1. I don't know if that's satisfactory if we refer to recommendation 1 or only under exceptional circumstances as referred to in recommendation 1.
Yeah, I think there's some suggestions that people have, Mr. Duncan and then Mr. Pettypat-Taylor.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. I just
Can
do have
you
to
also unraise your hand, Mr. Richards and Mr. Duncan? I think that hand has been raised for over an hour now or so. So I just want to remove that now.
Well, Madam Chair, my
hand it's never gone down though. So that's why I thought it was from before.
It was down and I've raised it recently.
Just so eager, continually eager. I do have to note, and I have to smile a little bit, Madam Chair, when I read the Lib 2 about expanding the House capacity and operations to achieve a fully virtual parliament. And we just voted down about standing committees being set up and authorized to exercise all their ordinary powers. And now we're talking about doing that. But I'll set that aside. And just where my concerns come from this is, and where again, it's for 3 hours in and I don't know what the next steps are. I'm sure we'll talk about that shortly. But just with the way this is read, I just think we need to have a fundamental conversation or a debate or a discussion in some detail about the chicken or the egg here. I actually believe that this needs to be the other way around, where we have a virtual setting right now of some sense that gives us a short term, but I actually believe the long-term solution, which is fair, encompasses all members, encompasses everybody's asks, between having a virtual option for those that can't be physically or don't want to be physically present, and those that can be in numbers. And then again, one of the things that we can do as health advice changes, as our House administration physically in West Block can accommodate more members, or by province or across the country, as we can allow more members, we do have a hybrid setup where over the course of time, by following health advice, of course, like we've done with everything, we can continue to build up numbers and then phase out the parliamentary aspects of where we may not need that. So I'm just, when I look at this saying of employing a hybrid model in the interim, it's acting as if, well, then that would go away. We'd have a hybrid model. We need to have a conversation here about the long-term plan, whenever it may be months, it may be a year away when we can get back to larger crowds of all of us together. I envy the day whenever that may be safely. But I'm fundamentally have a concern, and I think we need to have a conversation about what the best plan is in the long run for Parliament. And I don't believe starting with some sort of hybrid then going to virtual, fully virtual, may be something. I think it needs to be the other way around, where we start to build on a hybrid system and make sure the technology is there to go outwards and do those types of things. So I'll just leave those as a beginning comment and just ask that we have some sort of conversation, because there's many aspects that hang on this, that we could have some compromise if we can have that discussion amongst each other. Thank you.
Thank you. Jeanette, and then Mr. Richards, and then Ms. Blaney.
I was just going to suggest some language to simplify Lib 2. Keep it as is, and just at the end after interim, just put down in the event of extraordinary circumstances, and leave it at that.
Mr. Richards, thank you for that addition.
Okay. I was going to make a different suggestion. I'll point out first, I share the thoughts of Mr. Duncan, that I found it quite contradictory to be proposing that we move to a fully virtual parliament, yet telling committees that they shouldn't have any powers virtually. It's quite, we'll call it ironic, I suppose, rather than a word I could probably use. But I would like to make a different suggestion on this one, and it reflects some of the concerns we've heard about the idea of maybe going towards a hybrid parliament as a step during the current. So I'll make this suggestion. I'm not going to go. You've all heard my voice enough today. I won't spend a bunch of time making the case for it, other than I think it'll be obvious. I would suggest we change it so that we everything after achieve A. So it'd say undertake necessary steps to expand the House's capacity and operations to achieve a hybrid parliament for the remainder of the spring sitting. So that would be the full text of it if amended as such.
For that suggestion, we're going to hear from Ms. Blaney.
And if I just can, just like I will, I said I wouldn't belabor it with much debate, but I'll point out the reason for that. Obviously, our as I've said many times today, our orders here are from the House are to deal with the current crisis. This attempts to do just that. And that's why I would suggest that. I think it's realistic, whereas the other proposal wouldn't be realistic in the current circumstances, and that's what we're supposed to be dealing with.
Ms. Blaney, your comments, and then we can see if Mr. Alghabra is, or the Liberals are willing to take, I'm not sure whose amendment exactly this is, but recommendation if they're willing to take some of these suggestions. Ms. Blaney?
Thank you, Madam Chair. You know, for me, I just feel that in the study that we did, we simply did not get enough information for me to support this. There was a lot of discussion about other parliaments doing different methods. I don't think that we had enough time to study that fully, and to propose this, I just think goes way beyond where I feel comfortable with the knowledge base that I have. So I think I appreciate some of the amendments, but the plan to go fully virtual, I feel that we did not get enough information about that. And, you know, that's why in our proposal, which is in this section a little later down, we talked about an incremental approach. And I think we heard that from multiple witnesses, is that there needs to be an incremental or staggered approach where we test things and go back. And I'm not comfortable supporting this.
Thank you for that. Mr. Broussard, and then we'll find out if the Liberals are willing to take some of these suggestions into their recommendation.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. And speaking to this point, I agree with Ms. Blaney on the fully virtual side of things, but I do think, you know, if we're going to speak about an incremental approach on this, the hybrid model is one that I think not just that we can be comfortable with in recommending, but clearly the House administration, including the Speaker, has indicated that the hybrid model will work. Now, we've seen in other jurisdictions, other parliaments, the Westminster Parliament, which I would argue is the mother of all parliaments. And if it's the mother of all parliaments, then we are a child of that parliament. If it's good enough for the Westminster system, then it should be good enough for us. Furthermore, I would suggest to you as well that we've heard, particularly from Ms. Blaney and Ms. Petitpas-Taylor, about their concern about coming to Ottawa. It would actually alleviate some of that concern and provide a more regionalized approach and an opportunity for members to engage in a hybrid parliament, and including those who would prefer to come to Parliament. And of course, the whips would determine that. But I think it would provide the opportunity and the inclusivity that everyone spoke about during the testimony and expressed concern about as well. And that might be where we need to go on this as a recommendation. I think I agree with Mr. Richards on this, that this would be a very incremental, if you will, approach. It would be a very practical approach, given the Speaker and the Clerk's correspondence to us. And I don't think I'm speaking out of turn. I'm not sure whether that was confidential or not, but I think you know, if the House is adjourned at this point and is scheduled to go back on May 25th, I think this could set a direction on the part of the leaders of all parties to work towards and implement it in a good way, and a very practical way that would satisfy all members of Parliament, I would suspect.
Thank you, Mr. Broussard. Ms. Blaney, Mr. Broussard, can you lower your hand in the participant toolbar? And next is Mr. Turnbull.
Yep, just wanted to participate in this debate. I think the intentions of this recommendation were to acknowledge the significant public health risk that's before us, but also to anticipate potentially the need for additional capacity around a fully functioning virtual parliament if there are second or third waves of this pandemic in the future. I think also the wording is intentional in terms of undertaking necessary steps to expand the House's capacity is reflective, I think, of an incremental approach. It doesn't preclude us from slowly implementing and evaluating every step of the way. So I think, I think to be fair, I mean, we included the realization, given the limited capacity that we know the House has at the moment, to say that a hybrid model in the interim would really be something that's that we value and that can serve the purpose for the time being. But why not develop the capacity for Parliament to operate virtually, especially knowing that there may be second and third waves of this pandemic? And we don't want to put people's health at risk by calling them back too early, or in cases where we do call them back and there's a surge, we may be suspending, and I think we may find ourselves back in the same situation. So instead of repeating the past, we're thinking ahead and being proactive and progressive about developing that capacity now, which I think is a positive, progressive way to look at this current issue.
Madame Normandin.
Thank you very much. Well, I also think that the way in which it's drafted indicates that there's no obligation of results, that it can be done in a gradual way. We want to go towards that objective. Unlike the Conservatives' proposal, I don't really see that it's ironic. The CPC was saying that all the committees had to work as in normal circumstances without there being any problems. And we haven't really dealt with the issue of the committees, and there were no experts who came and spoke to us about committees. Rather, we had experts who talked about the possibility of having a virtual parliament and that it had worked. So in that context, I'm at ease with the proposal as it's drafted, because I don't see how it prevents it from going forward progressively. It's talking about a goal and not necessarily results that are required.
Thank you. Mr. Alghabra?
Yeah, I just want to, comment on Ms. Blaney's and other comments that I've heard. The fundamental aspect of a virtual parliament we just passed as a committee, which is making sure that we prepare a set of standing order for virtual parliament. This second recommendation just asks the House administration to make sure that we have the capacity from, we heard about internet issues, we heard about headsets, we heard about all that type of stuff. This recommendation asks that the House is ready within its capacity and operations to meet actually what we said in recommendation 1. So this is not a requirement that the House moves to recommendation 1. It asks that the House prepares itself for the time when we choose to implement as members of Parliament recommendation 1. So I just wanted to make sure that clarification is added, because recommendation 1 only talks about standing order, but it doesn't talk about the hardware, the software, the preparation that needs to take place in order for us to get there.
While you're still here, Mr. Alghabra, are you okay with Ms. Petitpas-Taylor had added in the event of extraordinary circumstances? There was also a suggestion made by Mr. Richards about removing virtual parliament and leaving it at hybrid parliament only. Are you okay with any of those?
I'm okay with Ms. Petitpas-Taylor, or what as long as I agree that maybe we should clarify when that is needed. So I'm in agreement with that. Mr. Richards' amendment completely makes the whole recommendation null. So no, I'm not okay with it.
Okay, so right now what we're discussing is in the amended version. I just want to just clarify that we're discussing the amended version of Lib 2, which includes the language in the event of extraordinary circumstances. Mr. Duncan, you had a comment to make?
Thank you, Madam Chair. And just again, I appreciate the amendments by Ms. Pitipat-Taylor in the effort of trying to get a compromise. I'll just go back to, again, and I apologize, the sun setting in my eyes here out my window, is the idea with the possibility of employing a hybrid model in the interim. I'm hoping to have a discussion here to hear from government members and others that the hybrid model should be the foundation of what we're doing. And as we build that capacity, it's done there from the hybrid model out. Mr. Turnbull's point, and Mr. Alghabra, heaven forbid we have a second or a third wave. I hope we don't. But I fully agree with you that it might go up and down. Recommendations from provinces and regions about a physical attendance may go up. It may go down. Some travel may be restricted at times, but it's the hybrid model that can be the foundation, not in the interim, but the foundation of everything. So as we need to go up and down, we're using the chamber as our basis for everything. So my concern with this is the tone we're setting is saying, well, the hybrid is interim. It'll go away when virtual is at full capacity. I don't agree with that. And I think we need to have a conversation about, and if that's not the case, that we support hybrid, I think we need to be more clear that hybrid can be the foundation and go back and forth on that.
Maybe Mr. Alghabra has a suggestion there.
Yeah, look, Mr. Duncan, I mean, the foundation is not actually hybrid. The foundation is real traditional model of parliament. That's the foundation. We are talking about extraordinary circumstances, and all this recommendation is saying is we call on the House administration to prepare its capacity. It doesn't talk about the implementation. It doesn't talk about when should we go to hybrid, when should we go to virtual. It just recommends to the House of Commons administration to prepare its infrastructure to be ready. God forbid, maybe we'll never need it, but we don't want, if we come to a point where we need it, we don't want the physical infrastructure to be the obstacle to get us there.
Madame la Présidente, est-ce que ça réglerait la question?
Yeah, Mr. Turnbull?
Yeah, I support Mr. Alghabra's comments. I think that helps. I think the just public health advice that we've heard, this having people in the same physical space is obviously, no matter what, posing more risk than having people come together virtually. I think the idea here is to develop that capacity ahead of when we'll actually need it, so that we don't run into a circumstance where we don't have that capacity and then therefore would not be able to operate virtually. So I think it's we do see it maybe differently than you, Mr. Duncan, but I agree with Mr. Alghabra's point that the physical space of the House of Commons, that is the foundation of all of the proceedings of the House. So I recognize the validity of what you're saying and the perspective that you're bringing to this. I think we just see it a little bit differently.
Thank you, Mr. Turnbull. I'm having a little bit of a problem with my participant list, but Madam Normandin, were you trying to make a comment as well? Go ahead.
Oui. Est-ce que ça...
Yes, so would this settle the issue? Would that settle the issue if we remove the words "in the interim"?
Get us there that way. Yeah. I will.
Did everyone even hear me when I read that out? No. Okay. I'll read that out again. So it will read, undertake necessary steps to expand the House's capacity and operations to achieve a fully virtual Parliament with the possibility of employing a hybrid model in the event of extraordinary circumstances. Okay, so do we have agreement to adopt this recommendation? Yes, there seems to be general agreement to adopt this recommendation. Okay, Andre, yes, you have a question?
Could I please make a quick comment? I would just say for consistency in the recommendation 1, the language was exceptional as opposed to extraordinary.
Yes, I agree we should be consistent. Thanks for catching that, Andre. Looks like everyone agrees as well.
I don't agree, but I.
Well, I mean, in terms of just using the consistent word, of course, we know that you weren't. Yeah.
Yeah. So on this particular recommendation, Madam Chair, I'm gonna call for a recorded vote.
Okay, Justin, could you help us with the recorded vote, please?
Could I speak to this just quickly?
To the recorded vote?
To the motion on that, I'll be quick. To the point there again of where and I appreciate the I'm more comfortable, still not comfortable or out there yet. And again about a conversation here to Mr. Algabra's and Mr. Turnbull's point about what we have virtually right now. It's not in the chamber of the House of Commons. My understanding from when I've tuned in, the speaker's sitting in a committee room, and we're not dealing with parliamentary business and those types of things. So right now, with the virtual aspect we do got, there is a little bit of a difference there. So again, I think wording that talks about support for a hybrid system as the basis and building capacity and technology out from there, better wording would, in my view, for myself, one member, that would make me more comfortable in the general direction and tone of this report. And I think when we say the words fully parliament, that we're giving up on that physical presence. And I just don't think there's enough clarity, but I'll leave it at that for now. And I'm sure we'll be continuing this on a few other items.
Yes, okay, recorded vote. If you can help us out with that, Justin.
Yes, on Liberal recommendation 2 as modified, Mr. Maloney.
Yes.
Miss Duncan is back. Miss Duncan.
Yes.
Madame Petitpas-Taylor.
Yes.
Mr. Turnbull.
Yes.
Mr. Algabra.
Yes.
Mr. Richards.
Opposed.
Mr. Brassard.
No.
Mr. Tucker.
No.
Mr. Duncan.
No.
Madame Normandin.
Oui.
Ms. Blaney.
No.
Recommendation as modified carried.
Point of order, Madam Chair.
Yes, Mr. Brassard.
So we're at 6:24 here. I don't know about the rest of you, but I would like a bit of a break. I don't think we've even discussed the option of moving forward and how we're going to do that past the time allotted. I know I have something at 7 o'clock that I need to be at, and it's not physical, it's virtual. So, but I do need a break right now, frankly.
Okay, I can, 7 is not that far away either. Can we all agree to just temporarily suspend for 10 minutes? I know that's not enough time to really grab food, but I just want to have that time to discuss because we may not be back for very long after that. So let me discuss with the clerk and the analysts and the whole support team as to what arrangements can be made in order to continue going through this report at this time or another. Okay, suspended for 10 minutes. Take a little bit longer of a break, knowing that we're going to come back and be here for 8 or 9. We just need to get through this. So as long as the team is there, we might go till 9, 8 or 9 o'clock. I'm hoping we can aim for 8, but I'm just shooting that out there as a goal. But I think we can get it done. I really do. And maybe we can take a little bit of a longer recess so that you can appropriately maybe eat something and come back and we have the video resolved. So how about I meet everybody back here at 7 and go freshen up a little bit and come back at 7 o'clock. Thank you. All the members are here, seeing as it's 7 o'clock and we have not a moment to spare because I do want to spare our tech staff and our clerk analyst and allow them to go home. I feel worse for them. I think we get ourselves into this, so we're I don't feel so bad for us, but yeah, for them I do. So anyways, committee is back in session. And I thank you all for all the hard work that you have done. Like I was saying previously, I think we have done a lot of the heavy lifting. And so now we are on to BQ1 and BQ2. These recommendations noted and the analyst noted do come up again on page 30, or I shouldn't say page numbers, sorry about that, in the section C, uphold the rights, immunities, and privileges. So it's in 2 sections currently. So perhaps maybe we can hear from Madame Normandy what section she prefers this to be in. I think section C talks a lot more about members being able to participate fully. And so perhaps it's better there, but really I have no preference as long as it's somewhere and we can talk about the actual amendments. Do you have a preference?
Non, pas vraiment. Dans les deux cas, ça va bien. Puis l'élargissement des opérations technologiques, ça s'applique un peu aussi, puisque je demande quelque chose de très technique là, dans mes recommandations.
One moment, we didn't have interpretation there. I think Andre is looking into that. Even the issue we had last time, it takes a few minutes for us to start getting recorded. Usually not a few minutes, but a minute. Andre, Justin, are we good? Yeah, we're good for recording and for translation? Yep, okay. All right, Madame Normandy. Oh, you're on mute? Mute.
Merci.
Thank you. It's hard for the interpreters if my mic is not on. So I have no preference. It could go in B or C because it talks about broadening technical parameters, but it also deals with immunity and privileges, so it doesn't matter.
Andre, do you have a suggestion of where you like it better?
Non, merci, Madame la Présidente.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm of the same opinion as Madame Normandin.
Okay, well, we know we can only have it in one section, and so should we leave that up to Andre then, as to which section it goes in, and we will look to just adopting the content of the recommendation. So BQ1, is everyone in favor of adopting BQ1? BQ1? Yep, it looks like we have general agreement on that one. Okay, we're going to move on to, so BQ1 is adopted, and we will move on to BQ2. It talks about making sure the system is prepared in order to hear the members who rise, having an electronic system. Everyone okay with that one? Yep, okay, agreement on BQ2. Now we are on to BQ11. That the House of Commons conduct a mock virtual parliament exercise prior to the deployment of the platform to be used for parliamentary business. I think, of course, we should always test things out before we do them. Ms. Blaney?
So I'm just wondering if we could add, and I'm sorry, I have no language, this is just off the top of my head, but something that says that all represented parties would be participating, not every member necessarily, but just to make sure that there's that recognition of inclusion.
Madame Normandy, are you okay with that inclusion? Yep. Okay, Mr. Alghabra?
I mean, I don't even know if the MPs need to participate. It's a mock-up, but it's fine.
Andre, would you be able to draft some language off the cuff and help us out there?
Absolutely, Madam Chair. Could Ms. Blaney please repeat kind of the gist of what she was hoping to see, and I'll work something up.
Absolutely. Just something that says that all recognized parties will have representation at the mock-up.
So just a side note for everyone while Andre's preparing that, I started having some issues with my participants list a little bit before we went on break. And so if I could just ask everyone, you might be able to raise your hand in the sidebar, but I cannot see it anymore. And I've tried to correct the problem, but it's not correcting without me maybe logging out. Probably should have done that when we were on break. So if you could just raise your hand to get my attention, just like you would in a regular committee meeting, and I'll try to keep a track manually as to who raises their hand and in what order, just like I would in a committee meeting. And maybe, Justin, you can help me out there as well a little bit. Okay, so Andre, you've got some language?
Let me know what the committee thinks of this, that the House of Commons conduct a mock virtual parliament exercise prior to the deployment of the platform to be used for parliamentary business, and that all recognized parties, I was thinking, be invited to participate in any mock-ups so that the parties would have the option to participate or not.
Mm-hmm. Yes, Garnett?
Can I just propose, instead of all parties, that you put all members? I think we all have rights as members independent of our parties, and if the goal of a mock-up is to test if the system's working for everybody, I think it should say all members, and obviously that means all parties, as well as not just chosen delegates of parties.
Madam Normandy, are you okay with that addition? Okay. All right, Andre, I think you can handle that for sure. Okay, so BQ 11 as amended with all members being invited. Is everyone in agreement to adopt that recommendation? Okay, I can see you. Thank you, Mr. Tucker.
The
Mr.
only
Brassard?
thing, Madam Chair, could we just include platforms with an S to that, please? Because it may not just be one, it could be multiple platforms. So just to make sure that we put the S.
Okay. Plural for platforms. All right, so BQ 11 is adopted. NDP 3. NDP 3, any discussion on this one, that the House of Commons continue to take an incremental approach to the adoption of new House proceedings by virtual means, recognizing capacity constraints, the need for testing, and the need for improvements, and that any new proceedings to be added be agreed upon by each recognized party. Everyone in agreement to NDP 3? Yeah. Mr. Turnbull?
Yeah, I just want to express concern about the last part of that statement, the part that says, and that any new proceedings to be added be agreed upon by each recognized party. I just wonder whether every incremental step needs to be approved by every single party. I think that would really stall that process, or could potentially stall that process. So I just want to express that concern. Without that, I would be fully supportive of this. I think it's a good recommendation, especially recognizing the capacity constraints the need for testing and the needs for improvement.
Ms. Blaney, yes.
So it's not for each incremental step, it's for any new proceedings. So that means if something new that is going to be added, that there be a collaborative approach to making sure it's done well. So I do believe that's important, but would love to hear other people's feedback.
Any discussion on that? Mr. Richards?
Just for clarification, first of all, Madam Chair, you're no longer able to see the electronic hands raised? We need to raise hands like this?
Yes, I am not.
Okay, just to be clear, that's what we'll do.
I'm not. I'm going to try to fix the problem, but for the meantime, just keep raising your hand. Yeah.
Okay, no problem. So I've got a different change that I'd like to propose here. And it's essentially what it'd be doing is making it more clear in here that this is for emergency situations, because it doesn't make that clear as it stands now, and I assume that was the intention. So I would propose it would read like this at the beginning, that the House of Commons continue to take an incremental approach to the adoption, take an incremental approach to the adoption, comma, during emergency situations, comma, of new, et cetera, et cetera.
Okay. There seems to be agreement from the NDP to that.
I'm
yes, Mr. Alghabra?
I'm going to be an Andre here and say maybe exceptional circumstances.
Yes, of course. I'm sure Andre would have pointed that out.
Omar is on fire today. He's doing great. Wordsmith.
Okay, so Mr. Turnbull had also made a suggestion or comments, really, not a revision or anything. Are we okay to move forward with the recommendation with the amendments from Mr. Richards? Yes, Madame Normandy.
Oui, je sais pas. I don't know. In French, it says online, en ligne. So that could refer to maybe the phone. So maybe in French, I would be more specific and I would say virtual parliament.
Good point. Andre's got that correction for the French version. So we are looking at the original NDP 3 AIB with the amendments proposed by Mr. Richards. Is everyone in? Oh, Mr. Turnbull?
Yeah, sorry, I don't mean to belabor this. I'm just interested to understand from Ms. Blaney what new House proceedings we're sort of referring to. I'm not sure I understand what new proceedings are going to be added. I get now that that's the intention of it, that this only applies to new proceedings that are added, which is different than how I initially interpreted it. But maybe that could be clarified in some way, or you could give an example. I wasn't really, I didn't really understand what new proceedings we're going to be adding.
Ms. Blaney and then Mr. Alghabra.
So during the testimony, we heard from several witnesses that taking an incremental approach made sense. So in some ways, COVI, our committee that we're having right now, is one step towards virtual parliament. We're not there, obviously. So this is about the steps that may be added. So we may start, so for example, Mr. Bosk talked about having a proper question period and maybe having a themed process. And then after that goes well to move on to the next process. So we tried to use language that was general enough. And if you have any thoughts about how to make that more specific, I'm more than happy to consider that. But just as every new aspect of this is added of what a normal day sitting in Parliament would be, that there would be that collaboration between the parties to address any issues that may arise so that it is done in a positive way. And I think during that kind of circumstance, collaboration is just something I feel is beneficial. I hope that answers your question.
Okay, Mr. Alghabra might have some suggestions.
Perhaps replace the word proceedings with standing orders, because we, in our first recommendation, we refer to introducing new set of standing orders for exceptional circumstances. So perhaps that's to be consistent, we can use the same reference.
I'm not sure that I'm not sure that does what it. I don't know if there's advice from the clerk, if that makes sense. You know, for me, like right now we're doing petitions. The next step might be tabling a private member's bill. So to me, those are proceedings, and I just want to make sure that standing orders would actually cover that. If the clerk, I don't know if or chair, if you could advise on our next steps there.
Yeah, actually, I think you're right on by asking the clerk to maybe weigh in on this.
Yes, Miss Blaney, it's Justin talking. If by the wording of the recommendation, it's to cover the various activities that go on, for example, during a sitting day, proceedings might be the more accurate way to reflect it, the way it is suggested in your suggested recommendation.
Thank you. I hope that brings clarity to the committee.
I'm still having trouble with the word new House proceedings. I just feel like it could be easily misinterpreted. I don't have a better solution. When I read it first, I thought it was referring to newly adopted proceedings that were normal House proceedings, but would be adopted into a virtual setting incrementally. But that might have just been my bias, is looking through sort of some of the recommendations that we made on our side. I may have interpreted it that way. I just wonder if we could clarify that these are additional House proceedings that I suppose we're not we're not part of the regular proceedings of the House. You know, that's what I'm hoping.
Would any added parliamentary activities be better than proceeding?
I would feel more comfortable with that, just intuitively.
Okay, so proceedings can get replaced by added parliamentary. What was that, your suggestion?
Activities. So we would get rid of new proceedings, remove that, and then say any added parliamentary activities to be added. I hope that helps.
Does that broaden it even more, or does that narrow it? I'm not sure, but if everyone's okay with it, I'll look for consensus on my screen. Is everyone okay with this recommendation? Okay. All right. So NDP 3 AIB passes, and obviously these are going to be renumbered. The recommendations are going to look a little bit differently when in the final report, but we'll just call it what it is right now in the draft report to keep it straight. I know that I messed up earlier. So now we're moving on to NDP 4 A1B, I guess, A1B.
You can just say 4. Don't worry about that. That was just us trying to be helpful for the analyst and say where we thought those recommendations would fit. But the numbers are correct. So sorry about that.
Okay, NDP 4. That the clerk of the House prepare and table with the committee a report on what and in which order the House of Commons proceedings are ready to be implemented virtually. So with our committee, Mr. Alghabra.
I just have a question for clarification. Can we consider the report that the speakers just sent to us almost a fulfillment of this request?
And I considered that, but I wasn't clear about, and also the recommendation came prior to that, so that's one. But I wasn't sure if it was in a confidential place. So it has been given to the committee, but it's not public. I was unclear about that, so I left it there.
Anyway, I have no problem with the recommendation.
Okay, is there general? Oh, Madame Normandy.
La même chose pour la version en français.
The same with the French version. Perhaps we can change the expression en ligne with virtual parliament.
Check through the whole French version to make sure that that's not everywhere, but okay, so agreement on the amended or not amended, but just the regular original NDP4. Correct? Okay. We have agreement from the NDP. Yes. Okay, we have agreement from almost everyone now, I think. All right, so NDP4 passes. We are on to page 30 of the draft report. Madame Normandy, that would be section C, the rights and immunities section. And since we've already passed BQ1 and BQ2, we are only going to be looking at Lib 3 and Lib 4. So Lib 3 is ensure the rights, immunities, and privileges of the House and its members. I think a fairly general what the whole section is about. Agreement to adopt this one? Okay. Lib 3 is adopted. Lib 4, ensure a consistent standard for hardware, software, and internet connectivity is available for MPs and their constituencies paid for through the central budget. That's Lib 4. Yes, Ms. Blaney?
I'm in support of this one. I do just want to say that there is a recommendation, NDP 5, that's on page 35. I'm sorry, I'm totally blanking on what section that is.
No, I know.
But I would love to see it moved because I see them as very comparable and similar.
Yep. Hold on, I'll find that. I know that. I remember that one as well.
I think it's in the ensure accessibility of proceedings section.
Perfect. NDP 5, yes. Page 35 in the English version, and the section is E, ensure accessibility of proceedings. NDP 5 states that the House ensure that all members of Parliament have access to the telecommunications infrastructure necessary to attend virtual proceedings in their constituency offices, and until that time, that members of Parliament unable to connect to virtual proceedings in times they are necessary due to insufficient telecommunications infrastructure in their riding be compensated for travel to and provided the appropriate equipment and venue to participate in the virtual proceedings from a nearby location outside of their riding that is necessary, that has the necessary telecommunications infrastructure. So I think the only, there's lots of hands up. Yes, okay, maybe we can amalgamate these somehow and you guys have some suggestions. Mr. Duncan and then Mr. Turnbull.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just on the NDP one, I think it's supportable. The only thing I might clarify is, as opposed to constituency office, perhaps say constituency. And I think of some members that may be very far from their office, their home may be more appropriate or another venue. So basically just saying that's available in their constituency as opposed to constituency office. Thank you.
Yeah, so Lib 4 has constituencies in it. And I think that was probably the thought process there, but it also refers to the central budget. So I'm wondering how that can also be included, Mr. Turnbull.
Yeah, so I as well had flagged these as being very compatible. So I think there's, I actually, my opinion is NDP 5 is got more to it, but if we maybe thought about combining an aspect of the Lib 4 recommendation to the NDP 5 and keeping the integrity of both by combining them, I have a suggestion for wording on that I think the strength of Lib 4 recommendation from my perspective is identifying software, hardware, and internet connectivity, and then making sure that we have paid for through the central budget. So if I may, I could suggest some wording on this. It's a bit long, but I think it hopefully would be well received.
So it probably has most of the wording of NDP5, right? So we should just follow along on NDP5 and you're going to insert something, or how is it going to work?
Yeah, it's most of the changes are to the first half of NDP5.
Okay, so we're going to jump ahead so that perhaps we can look at adopting NDP5 and removing lib4. So go ahead.
I would just say I do agree with Ms. Blaney that NDP5 with the addition or amendment should be moved up. I think that's what she was saying, and I would agree with that. Meaning, because right now it sits in ensure accessibility of proceedings, and I actually think it's probably better suited up in the previous section.
Point of order.
Mr. Richards, yes.
Can someone help me out where I'm having finding NDP5? Where are we finding NDP5?
Yeah, absolutely. Are you on the draft version that we received the other day?
I'm not sure. I've got version 2.
Yes, that's the version. So NDP5 is on page 35, line 11.
Thank you.
And then lib4 is line 8 of page 30.
Not lib4, but I just couldn't figure out how to jump ahead to the NDP5 one. I was struggling. Thanks.
Page 35. Okay, Ms. Blaney, I think you wanted to say something before Mr. Turnbull starts.
No, I'm just interested to hear it, Mr. Turnbull.
Okay, go ahead.
Okay, so the amended version would be that the House ensure that all members of Parliament have access to the telecommunications infrastructure, including consistent standard hardware, software, and internet connectivity necessary to attend virtual proceedings. And to Mr. Duncan's point, in their constituency, taking out the word offices, and paid for through the central budget. And then the rest is the same as, so from the semicolon on would be the same, would be identical. So, and until that time that members of Parliament, so on and so forth. I won't read that part because I think you all have it.
Okay, Ms. Blaney, that's good. All right, everyone agreeable to NDP5, and we're also going to have NDP5 moved up to section C, uphold the rights, immunities, and privileges of the House. Andre, you got that? Okay. All right, so NDP5 is adopted and moved, and Liberal 4 is going to be removed. Okay. All right, so we are moving on to page 32 of the English version, which is section E. The same section, yes. The same section. Oh, no, D, section D, uphold language rights. Sorry, the language rights section. For recommendation lib 5, ensure that we are respecting the status and use of the Official Languages Act of Canada. Everyone in agreement to respect the Official Languages Act? I didn't think I'd get opposition to that one. That was the only one I was confident about the whole time. So anyways, that is adopted. Liberal 5 is adopted, as is.
Madam Chair, I just want to point out that yesterday we did decide that there should be another recommendation added here around Indigenous issues, Indigenous languages. So I'm just wondering if we can get an update on that so that we know what we're saying yes to.
I recall having the discussion, but I don't recall what we had decided to do, or was that on my plate to do something about that? I'm not, if you can remind me, Ms. Blaney. Mr. Duncan, do you remember? Yeah.
I remember the discussion yesterday and I made a note on it, but I'm just wondering with Ms. Blaney as to the many lists of things that our committee probably needs to continue to have a conversation on. Would that be something, I mean, if it's acknowledged there, but in our future work in that last section, if we could have that acknowledged as an item to say if that's an extra feature, because I think that's going to present some translation, some technology, if it's Zoom or that interpretation platform. So I'm interested in that, and I think we got to take a look at how we could make that work.
And I think that was our discussion, that we hadn't been able to ask our witnesses as to whether these platforms would be able to accommodate, and we could put a recommendation to look at that in our further study. But I think Andre maybe has something that could help.
Thank you, Madam Chair. As an update to the version you haven't seen because we weren't able to have it translated in time, I added language to an earlier part of this section. So it would be in the second paragraph under Part D, uphold languages. If you bear with me, it would go further. The speaker, this is existing language already in the report. The Speaker of the House told the committee that it is his view that members should also continue to have access to established processes for the interpretation of Indigenous languages. The committee agrees with the Speaker. That is existing in version 2. I added, the committee also notes that it has not heard evidence about the technological capabilities of the House to provide simultaneous interpretation for Indigenous languages during the pandemic. The committee encourages the House to examine options for ensuring the processes for the interpretation of Indigenous languages continue during the pandemic.
Could we use that as our recommendation? The committee encourages that same language and make that into a recommendation? Ms. Blaney,
I would be very content with that. And I know part of the conversation was around what capacity Zoom had to do that kind of work, and the fact that we didn't know. It's just that I don't want, of course, that to get lost in the report. Thank you so much, everyone.
Perfect. Thank you. No, thanks for bringing that up. Andre, could you put that language right into a recommendation in that section? Yeah, I think he's doing that. So is the committee okay with adopting that recommendation that the House ensures? Okay. All right. Then I think we are through the language rights section. Oh, no, we're not. Sorry, I'm jumping ahead of myself. We have Lib 15. We have Lib 16. Oh, yeah, we've got a lot more. I don't know why I thought. Okay, Mr. Turnbull.
Just in the spirit of collaboration, I really see a number of alignments again and some suggestions that are made here, or the recommendations. And I wanted to see if there is a possibility of combining some of them. I think Lib 15 is reflective of the recommendations that were put forth by the witnesses. I can't remember the names of the two.
Translation Bureau, maybe? Oh, correct. No.
Yeah.
The Association
of Conference Interpreters, I think it was, and the other, I'm sorry, I'm forgetting names right now. My brain's a little bit tired. Forgive me. But essentially, I think we adopted a lot of those. One thing that we talked about as a group that I think is actually addressed in the Block 4 recommendation and in the NDP 6 recommendation is to have a minimum standard rather than indicating very specific technology that would be required in order to be recognized to speak in a virtual proceeding. It seems to me that what we really want to do, I think, and this is expressed well in both the Bloc and the NDP's recommendation on this, is to essentially adopt a minimum standard or requirement or quality criteria. So what I was thinking is potentially we could amend the first paragraph of Lib 15 to include that wording, and then potentially we wouldn't need BQ4 and NDP 6.
Would you be able to read, read through what that wording would look like, and then I have Madame Normandin and then Ms. Blaney on the list as well. Would you
Madam
be able
Chair,
to
would I
propose
be able to?
language?
Yeah, I could. I just wonder if we could see if the other parties and participants here were amenable to that before I suggest a wording. Maybe other people have other wording to suggest, and I'm fine with that. I'm not attached to it.
Yeah, your wording.
Yeah.
Okay, Madame Normandin, and then Ms. Blaney, and then Mr. Richards.
Moi, je suis d'accord à ce qu'on fusionne autant que possible les propositions. J'avais peut-être quelque chose à souligner.
I agree that we should combine the recommendations. As for Lib 15, if we're too precise on the technological aspects, we may become obsolete. So perhaps we need to have something that's a bit more general that says that we'll recommend the recommendations that are in place by interpreters, maybe something like that. I agree so much with that point. I am agreeable to merging them. That's what I have in my notes as well. I do think that there should be a language around minimum standard. I agree with you. I think that's pretty strong. I want to make sure that that language also talks about in consultation with the Translation Bureau. I really want to make sure that voice is heard, and it sounds like everybody else does as well. And the other thing, though, if you look at our recommendation, is we mention headset but headset or microphone. I think Mr. Gerritsen talked about having ear issues, and so I think that if somebody uses a very good microphone, as long as the interpreters can hear really clearly, I think their needs have to be the top priority here. And then just in the final bullet of the LIB recommendation, I just want to add, please, where possible, it's talking about written text must be provided to interpreters, and I certainly do my best to do that when I can, but often I talk off the cuff. I don't plan what I'm going to say exactly, so I just wanted to add that.
Mr. Richards, and then back to Madame Normandin.
So I share a lot of the same thoughts as both Miss Blaney and Madame Normandin. I have a number of other questions around Liberal 15, certainly, but I do think it is far, far too prescriptive and gets in far too much detail. I actually think of the three, the favorable one would be the NDP 6. I think it says it pretty well. It's just a minimum standard for some equipment. It could be a headset or a microphone, but it meets the standards that are required, but doesn't box in for unique situations like those who have, it could be hearing aids that interfere with the headset or something like that, right? So I think NDP 6 actually is good as is, and I think my preference would be to see us just adopt those three, or that one of the three, and the other ones, I think, rather than trying to combine them, just get too prescriptive. So.
Okay, and Madame Normandin?
J'aurais peut-être tendance à vouloir remplir.
I would tend to want to replace the part of Lib 15 that talks about the headset by our proposal, because we talk about a headset given by the House of Commons, or something that would respect the criteria of the Translation Bureau. I think either would be okay.
Wording then, I think there's not full agreement as to where to land, but agreement about the gist that we want to get at and that we don't want to be too prescriptive. So the prescriptive language has to be taken out, I guess. Mr. Turnbull.
Yeah, I completely agree with all the comments.
Point of order, Madam.
Point of order, yes, Mr. Richards.
Once again, to interrupt here, I'm getting word again that the stream, Parleview stream is on again.
Okay, we'll just pause for a moment. Justin, do you?
Yeah, I'm told the technicians are aware of the problem and they're working on trying to resolve the issue. It appears to be an issue with Parleview, and so they are on it and they're trying to address it right now.
Madam Chair, are we recording the proceeding anyway?
Justin, I think. Yes.
Yes, Madam Chair, it's Justin speaking again. Yes, the meeting is being fully recorded for purposes of parliamentary publications. So in that sense, the meeting is still completely properly in order. There is the issue with the transmission from Parleview, which, as I mentioned, they are trying to address right now.
I would just point out, Madam Chair, I'm not trying to disagree with anything that's been said by the clerk. Certainly, I'm sure the meeting is completely within order. However, I will point out that given the uniqueness of the circumstances that we're not in committee rooms, we are, we all do have support staff who are not able to see this unless they are able to view it on Parleview. And I haven't, it's not like we need them all the time, but there are occasions where something comes up that we do want to ask a support staff member a question about. And if they're not able to view the proceedings, they won't be able to give us advice. And that sort of impinges upon our abilities as members to function to the best of our ability. So I'm not trying to cause a problem here. I'm not trying to do things, but I do think it's important that we have that if it's at all feasible here before we continue.
Yeah, and that's why I was kind of pausing. I had a feeling that some of the members would feel that way. A lot of the members will. Clerk, do you have any further updates?
Madam Chair, I don't have any additional information other than they are continuing to work on it, but I don't have a sense at this point just what sort of issue it is or how long it may take to address it.
Okay, Mr. Alghabra.
Can I propose maybe that we can invite staff to join this Zoom room and they can at least be able to witness the proceeding directly through Zoom?
Mr. Turnbull?
I know with the Zoom platform, folks can call in and just have audio of the proceedings. So that might be a nice alternative so the images don't distract from the discussion that's being had by members. Just a thought.
Yes, there is a calling option for all of the staff. I know that my staff has used that.
Mm-hmm. That's Madam Chair, it's Justin again. That's right in the information that was emailed to all members of the committee, which includes staff emails for staff members as well. There is a phone line in that email called Resolve, which staff members could use to call in. And there are code numbers for them to choose the floor feed, the English feed, or the French feed. So that could be an option if in order to listen in.
Is that in our daily emails that, or in the reoccurring emails we get to log into these meetings?
That's exactly right. That's where the information would be, and the distribution list contains staff members, staffers of the different members.
Yes, so it is listed in, we got a reminder today just before this meeting as well with the link to log in, and in that same reminder, it lists how to watch and listen to the meeting. Mr. Richards, are you able to inform your staff about that?
I've informed my team, yes.
Okay, perfect. Anybody else needs to inform their team? Okay. In the meantime, we're still going to try to get the Parleview option up as well. So we were on to Mr. Turnbull, and he was about to give us some proposed language.
So I'm wondering, I actually definitely agreed with Mr. Richards too, that one of the recommendations captured this quite nicely. But I do, however, feel it might be important to reflect some of the concerns in our recommendations that the interpreters provided. So I think what I would propose is to take lib 15 and to say that to ensure the best quality audio for enabling quality interpretation during virtual proceedings, the Speaker of the House and chairs of parliamentary committees shall provide a headset or microphone with a minimum standard set in consultation with the Translation Bureau. And then I would suggest that we eliminate all the rest of that paragraph, which gets into very specific prescriptive details about hardware, and I'm not sure that that's necessary. And then the recommendation could continue, but I would also suggest that based on Ms. Blaney's comment that written text must be provided to the interpreters in advance wherever possible. I think that's a really important suggestion because it's not always going to be possible. Did that come through okay?
Sorry, I was on mute and I'm trying to tell Mr. Broussard he's on mute. Mr. Broussard, would you have something to say? Oh, you can't get off mute. Okay. It might be the team. Let's see.
He's never sounded better.
I can unmute.
You can unmute. Let's see if there's any remote issues. Oh, okay. Oh, there we go. Mr. Broussard, you're unmuted now. You're unmuted, but we can't hear you. We can't hear you.
Madam Chair, we're going to get an IT ambassador to call Mr. Broussard to see if they can address the technical issue.
Okay, so you may have heard that an IT ambassador is going to contact you, Mr. Broussard, to resolve this issue. So we will just pause so that Mr. Broussard can participate fully. Carry on? Carry on, he says. So I think we were at the point where we're hearing from the analyst as to how you can take the suggestions that Mr. Turnbull has just given, the rough outline. Could you perhaps read that out so that we all have a better understanding of what the full recommendation would look like?
Hello.
Oh, Mr. Alghabra, you have a suggestion?
Yeah, I mean, I with respect to my friend Mr. Turnbull, perhaps for simplicity's sake, I kind of agree with some of the comments mentioned earlier by Mr. Richards that NDP 6 is a good, concise recommendation that covers, in a broad sense, what we're trying to achieve. So perhaps we could drop Lib 15.
Is everyone okay with that? Yeah, okay, so we are, oh, Madame Normandin?
If the idea is to remove Liberal 15, there's a few points that'll be lost, like coordinator support that might be useful to have in Liberal 15.
Well, I just unmuted there.
Yeah, we can hear you, Mr. Broussard. I think it's sounding well now. So interpreters must have the assistance of an interpreter coordinator and on-site technician at all times. Yes, Mr. Alghabra?
Perhaps this will satisfy Madam Normandin. The fact that NDP 6 recommendation talks about collaborating with the interpreters and the Interpretation Bureau, that would cover the needs and making sure that throughout this process that their needs are taken into account.
So you're saying that Lib 16 covers this? No, not really. I don't see.
No, NDP 6, the fact that it says in consultation with the Translation Bureau, it implies that all of the needs of the Translation Bureau and interpreters are taken into account without necessarily specifying, because the risk is that if we start specifying which needs the interpreters may need, we may miss some or may overemphasize others.
Right.
C'est peut-être juste moi, par contre, mais...
Maybe it's just me, but NDP 6 only refers to headsets. Am I misreading that?
No, you're correct. Virtually use a headset microphone that meets the minimum standards to be set by the clerk of the House in consultation with, it does only mention to consult on that one particular issue, headsets. So maybe that could be broadened.
Madam Chair, I'm just trying to interview. Can you hear me?
Yes, absolutely. You're clearer than you have been before, I think.
Okay, I'm sorry,
Everything
Mr.
worked
Compton, that you can hear me now, but all right. Okay, it sounds like
now you need better lighting.
Wow.
There we go.
Okay, thank you.
Bye.
Bye.
Oh, the analyst has a suggestion.
Perhaps, because thank you, Madam Chair, and you were saying, how could we broaden it as a suggestion in any House proceeding, virtually, comma, including, sorry, I'm getting this wrong. It is again fatigue. Participating in any House proceeding virtually, darn it, I had, including, sorry.
We're looking
sorry,
at NDP 6, right?
Yeah.
Do not say sorry. Do not say sorry.
I had something and now it's gone. I'm sorry.
Okay.
Sorry, Madam Chair. In any House proceeding, virtually including those that use. So it would be any virtual proceeding, and then you could say including those that would use a headset or microphone.
Okay. Virtually including any proceeding.
Madam Chair. Madame Normandin's point, I think she's talking about some other things besides the headset and the audio. So again, that continues to address that. It's not really addressing the second half of other.
That's very bad. The connection is bad.
Oh, my apologies.
I actually think the analyst's recommendation meets that, because he's suggesting that all that the House of Commons adopt a rule with a standard that should be with a minimum standard for all proceedings, including a headset or a microphone.
Okay, thank you. I must have cut out on that. I agree. Sorry, I apologize. That does sound better.
Right, Andre? That's what I understood you? Yeah.
Madam Normandin, would that satisfy your concern? Okay. All right. So we'll strike Liberal 15. And we are in agreement to adopt NDP 6. Everyone? Oh, there's one more point, Mr. Alghabra?
With the changes that the analyst proposed.
Yes, with the changes proposed by the analyst. So the amended NDP 6. Yes, Mr. Richards.
I would also suggest that would allow us to strike BQ4 as well, correct? Because it's talking about the same topic as well.
Correct, Madam Normandy, is that okay? Yep, okay. So we strike BQ4 and Liberal 15. Excellent. And now we are looking at Liberal 16. Recommendations regarding injuries and fatigue. This was mentioned in our meeting and the recommendations that we received. Is everyone okay with adopting Liberal 16? Oh, Mr. Richards, yes?
Just a question more so than a comment or anything on this one. It obviously lists some pretty specific items again, which I generally tend to say might be better to stay away from. But you know, I don't know when drafting these recommendations where they came from. Was House Administration, was the Translation Bureau consulted on these? Like, where did these very specific criteria come from?
Mr. Turnbull?
These are directly out of the recommendations that were provided by the Conference Interpreters Association, and I'm getting the name wrong. I keep saying their name wrong, so my apologies, but I think you know what I'm meaning to refer to.
I think you got it right, pretty much. Well, close enough.
So they're directly out of that, and I think they were like the compressor limiters was specifically to prevent acoustic shock. These are very specific recommendations that they made for their health and safety. So I think we just tried to adopt those, almost completely with no changes.
Is everyone okay with? Okay, so Lib 16. Oh, Madam Normandin, yes.
Just a little something in the translation. And the third point, it says that most of the interpretation, it's a bit of a colloquial expression in French that's used. Instead, we can say in French, we would say la majorité de l'interprétation, or the majority of interpreting work. Anyways, it's in the French that there's a bit of a colloquial expression, not in English.
Okay. Andre, do you have that? And then I've got Mr. Duncan and then Mr. Richards.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just to the point on do a sound check, the second bullet point, do a sound check with coordinator and technician before each meeting begins. It's a great way for our committee, which is no problem. I'm just thinking for virtual parliament, for an example, when 200 or 300 of us come on and there's dozens of speakers, I just feel that I totally get that. I just don't want the poor testing team to realize they're going to have to do 200 right now twice a week. So understanding where that comes from, we may want to be a little more specific where possible, where something, just to not burn them out. Merci.
Okay.
Can I've got a concern along a similar lines, just from
okay. Oh yes, Mr. Richards. Sorry, I started thinking about Mr. Duncan's suggestion, and
so the reason I interjected is because I think like I've got a similar concern from a different perspective. So maybe we can come up with something after. Because my perspective on this one is same concern, but when we have House proceedings, it is very different than a committee proceeding.
Right.
In fact, I could even see this being an issue with committee proceedings. For example, today we had some members that have come and gone, or new members have been introduced. So how do they do a sound check before the meeting starts? They wouldn't be able to, and we don't probably want to suspend the meeting to allow for a sound check. And the same, and even it becomes worse with a House proceeding, right? So say the whatever we're calling them, but the question periods that we're doing right now, whatever they're actually called. Sometimes a member might not have a question that day, or they may be a member of the government that's not asking or tasked with answering. But then suddenly a point of order arises that they want to raise. They haven't been sound checked ahead because maybe they didn't join the meeting at the beginning, because the same thing goes there. They might have another meeting they're participating in. They jump in the middle of that. Something comes up. They want to do a point of order. Are they now prevented from being able to do that because they weren't sound checked ahead of the meeting? So I mean, not trying to make this difficult, but maybe we do need to just change that up a bit. So
maybe I think there was a comment that was just made that we do sound checks when possible, or
perhaps saying where possible would at least not put us in the territory where we would be possibly infringing upon members' rights and privileges. So where possible would at least give some wiggle room on that, right? That might work. I don't know. I haven't got a better suggestion, but I think it is something we have to resolve because it could lead to problems.
So maybe Andre, you can put in something like in terms of us recommending that sound checks be done as often as possible.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Possible.
Sorry, yeah, I just added Mr. Richards' language, which was comma where possible.
Where possible, yeah.
Maybe a small stickler on the main point at the top, which says recommendation regarding injuries and fatigue. Shouldn't it be recommendations to prevent injuries and fatigue of interpreters? Like it's kind of unclear the way it's stated, and
Yeah.
I would say it should be a bit more clear.
Andre?
Thank you, Madam Chair. For the committee's information, I've been going through all the recommendations as we go to phrase them as recommendations because sometimes they aren't. So all recommendations have to say that because they're motions. So in this particular case, this one would say that the House adopt standards to help safeguard simultaneous interpreters against injuries and fatigue, including, and then ensuring compressor undergoing a sound check where possible, increasing, et cetera, et cetera.
It's going to be way better than
so
what it
much
looks
better.
like right now. Yeah, and the association's name is the International Association of Conference Interpreters. Just in case they're watching, a shout out to them, and thank you for all your recommendations. We appreciate them. So, Liberal 16 then, are we okay with adopting Liberal 16? Okay. We are on BQ5. BQ5, that the committee recommends that Francophone members and witnesses make their representations in French during committee meetings in order to relieve the pressure on interpreters who interpret from English to French. Yes, Ms. Blaney?
So I'm just, I understand the intention of this recommendation, but I also recognize that the first clause of our Official Languages Act says that both languages are the official languages and everyone has the right to use either. So I just wonder if this could potentially be seen as an infringement on parliamentary privilege.
Oh, Mr. Duncan, were you not able to hear that? Oh, okay, you're off the screen.
I got it, sorry, I got it there, sorry.
Okay, Madame Normandin?
En fait, la façon dont...
Well, the way it's worded is to say to Francophone MPs that they could help interpreters by speaking French, just so that they're aware.
Okay, I think it could probably be reworded to state that more accurately then, that the committee recommends. Maybe it's very similar to the last one that we did, where possible, that it would be helpful for French members to speak French as much as possible. Yeah, yes, Mr. Turnbull, maybe you have a suggestion, Mr. Alghabra.
I don't know if this is useful, but maybe we could soften the language to say encourage, that the committee encourages, because I think this is an informal practice rather than mandating it as a rule. So that's the thought. Yep.
Okay, we have Mr. Alghabra and then Mr. Richards.
I was going to take a different route and recommend or suggest that we keep the word recommend, but we say that the committee recommends that all members and witnesses be considerate to interpreters, including the suggestion of selecting one language throughout their speech.
But I think the problem is also not just selecting the one language, Omar. I think they had also mentioned that a lot of the bulk of the work that's done by interpreters is English into French. And so for those that, were Francophones, if they could as much as possible choose that language, then the load would get shared.
So perhaps we would say including recommending Francophone members and witnesses speak in French. I was just making it broader at the beginning and then adding the word including and being specific in the follow-up.
Can you repeat what that would look like? Sorry, I think I got mixed up with the encourages suggestion, and now this is a new suggestion that takes that out. And so if you could just read that out.
Okay, I was saying that the committee recommends that all members and witnesses be considerate towards interpreters, including the suggestion that Francophone members and witnesses make their representations in French during committee meetings.
Ms. Petitpas-Taylor?
Madam Chair?
Yes, Mr. Richards, point of order, or?
No, I believe I was on the list. You had indicated I was next to speak prior to this.
Oh, okay. Yes, your name is down. Okay, so Mr. Richards and then Ms. Petitpas-Taylor.
Sure. So although I'm sympathetic with what the bloc is trying to achieve here, I mean, I do understand that there is a far greater demand for the English to French translation rather than the French to English, and trying to balance that out is, I understand, makes some sense. However, I will point out that the Constitution actually guarantees the right to be able to speak in either French or English during House proceedings. So what we're actually suggesting here potentially is would be unconstitutional. And I think that would apply slightly less so, I suppose, if we were to say that we recommend it, but I still don't think we should be recommending something that runs contrary to the Constitution. And so although I understand and I'm sympathetic towards what's trying to be achieved, I think we should be mindful of the fact that the Constitution does guarantee someone the right to choose to speak in either English or French. And I think to go down the road where we are even suggesting that maybe we give some encouragement to speak one language or the other, we could be going down a road that could be perceived as going against someone's rights that are guaranteed under the Constitution. So I would think we should stay away from this as a result of that.
Ms. Petitpas-Taylor?
Mute. You're on mute.
Oh, yes, mute.
Merci.
Thank you. In the spirit of this recommendation, I will speak French. I'll be very honest. I'm very comfortable with the language that the committee encourages members or witnesses to speak French or English. I'm not a lawyer, but I don't think it's unconstitutional to encourage someone to speak English or French. I would like to hear Ms. Normandin. I know she's a lawyer, and maybe she can provide her opinion on this. I think the message here is just that we want to encourage MPs and witnesses to speak French if they so choose. And we have to think of interpreters too. We have the headset on our ears, and we have to take into account that it's tiring for them too. Some MPs are bilingual and they can hear witnesses in both languages, and I think this makes sense, and I support encouraging MPs and witnesses who would want to speak in the language of their choice.
Thank you, Mr. Broussard next, and then Madame Normandin.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and I'm not using my headset because it's not working. But you know, I was watching actually listening to some of the proceedings that were going on in the House today, and I see Mr. Nader is on the Zoom call here, and he was in the House. There was an interaction between, I believe it was the leader of the bloc and Mr. Rodriguez, the government House leader, and in that interaction, Mr. Rodriguez was quite adamant in suggesting that we don't have a first official language and a second official language. We actually have two official languages. So I would urge members to keep that in mind, that Mr. Rodriguez brought that up today in the House, And I think he made a very valid point, and it's a point that I respect. I certainly respect both official languages. Being a person who was born in Quebec, I understand that, but we have to be mindful of this. Thank you.
Mm-hmm. Madame Normandin, maybe you can help us get to a point where I think everyone wants to respect the languages, but also respect choice. So how can we get there so that we can adopt this recommendation?
Sans être constitutionnaliste,
I'm not an expert on the Constitution, but I don't think the word encouraging is forcing anyone. The goal is only to make Francophone aware of the fact that speaking their mother tongue can help interpreters. And I think the ratio is 75-25 on average for English, 75, and French 25% of the time. So there's this unbalance in the ratio. If we want to get into a debate on language in Canada, we could do it on many things, but not encouraging people.
Yeah, I think maybe we could go back to that original word that of encourage rather than recommend. I think that to soften it a little bit. Mr. Turnbull?
What about Madame Normandin actually in her remarks kind of gave me an idea. Based on what you said, maybe we could just say increase awareness of the needs of interpreters. And that way we're moving away from anything that's constitutionally controversial and avoiding this, sort of sidestepping it, but also I think sticking with the spirit of what you're trying to achieve. And that might be a way around this. Just a thought.
No, it's an interesting thought. Any follow-up to that? How does everyone feel about raising awareness? Madame Normandin?
Si on fait juste dire qu'on veut porter le...
Well, if we only say that we want to make MPs aware of interpreters, well, I don't think it works. We need to raise awareness about the burden of interpreting more from English into French. The interpreter who testified was very clear because she also said that Francophone interpreters have more work. They deal with the cognitive load more than others. And I think we would do away with the whole meaning if we just say raise awareness for interpreters.
Yeah. So I didn't mean to say that we would just end it there. I just meant that we would preface it with that and then include essentially the rest of the recommendation, that we would raise the awareness about this particular concern, that if French, that the interpreters have too much of a load interpreting from English, from French to English, and or from English to French, sorry, and members are encouraged to, well, I don't know if we should even then, we should just be that we're informing all members and witnesses before they speak that this is a concern. And so I guess they could make a choice at that point. Is that something that would be, no, not Miss Blaney. Miss Blaney is not okay with informing.
Yeah, I'm still not comfortable. I think for me, anytime you tell anyone that they should choose one language over another, I just get a little concerned about that.
How about eliminating that they shouldn't choose anything, that we're just going to make them aware of the fact that this is a concern, and then not recommend or ask them to choose
so
anything?
I would need to see the testimony again, because I don't remember it being a concern. I just remember them they talked about the need. I would expect that the way simultaneous interpretation happens in the House, they would hire accordingly. So and maybe it was there. I just honestly, I can't remember it. I think it's important to always encourage speaking both of the official languages. And of course, I think learning how to speak French is something I'm slowly and painfully doing. And adult brains sometimes have a hard time. But it does concern me. I feel that it's a little bit beyond the scope of this committee to do that. But I think it's a thoughtful conversation. I'm not persuaded yet.
Mr. Maloney and then Mr. Richards.
Thanks, Chair. I know I'm new to Parliament, having only been here for 4.5 years, but during that period, I've chaired one of the standing committees, and I don't recall a single occasion where we've directed or recommended to a witness what language they speak or to any member of a committee. So, in fact, my practice was always to tell them that the interpretation services were available and to speak the language of their choice.
Okay, Mr. Richards and then Mr. Duncan, and then maybe Madame Normandy can make a choice as to what amendment she's comfortable with, and then we could put it to maybe a vote or see how everybody feels at that point. Mr. Richards and then Mr. Duncan. Or Mr. Alghabra, you have something to say as well? Okay. Mr. Richards?
Yeah, I continue, like Ms. Blaney, I continue to be concerned about us directing someone, and I mean, you call it whatever you want, encouraging them, recommending it, informing them, like call it whatever you want. We're in some way going down a path where we're sort of directing to someone what language they should choose to speak in, and I don't think that is appropriate. People should have the choice of, we have 2 official languages, they're both equal, and people should have a choice to speak whichever of those 2 languages they choose. As far as the suggestion that we sort of remind people about this opportunity, I'm not even sure what that looks like. Before each person speaks, are we going to say, by the way, do you know you can speak either English or French? And we would, and then do we go into, do we then suggest that, it might be better? Seems as though you might be a Francophone first of all, or an Anglophone first of all. Maybe we suggest you speak in that language. Like, I just don't see how this becomes anything besides awkward. People just have to make the choice of which language they choose to speak in that they're comfortable in. We have 2 official languages; they're both equal. People make that choice based on their preference.
You're on mute, Madam Chair.
Mr. Duncan and then Mr. Alghabra.
My only quick comment is I can sympathize with anything to help relieve the work of the interpreters. One of the things we hadn't addressed in here is the bidirectionality that they're having to do because of the physical distancing in the interpreting booths. One of the things I think, which is not a recommendation in here officially, but could be to expedite health and safety measures in the booths to get more staff there. That would probably be a major thing if we can get rid of the bidirectionality that interpreters are having to use to relieve the strain on them. But we're not addressing that. And again, I just you kind of shared the same thing of getting uncomfortable. The recommendations, I can just see a complaint from one side or the other coming from it. So, but again, I certainly think there are other things we can do to help the interpreters.
Okay. We're going to have to, Mr. Alghabra, and then we'll just hear from Madame Normandin, and we're going to have to try to figure out what we're going to do with this recommendation and move forward because look at seeing the time.
Can I just thank you, Madam Chair? I just want to say that our report has been focused on the idea of becoming virtual, and we're tackling issues that are becoming a byproduct of that. The point that Madame Normandin raises is much broader than that. It actually goes outside. I think it's a worthy conversation about how we can pay attention to the distribution or the balance of language spoken. But I don't necessarily think it is. I don't think the percentage changes because we're becoming more virtual or less virtual. So I'm not really sure about the relevance of that recommendation, at least to this report.
Madame Normandin?
On a des témoins.
Some witnesses have told us that In the exceptional circumstances of COVID-19, there's more pressure put on interpreters from English to French. They have a higher burden because of COVID-19. Some witnesses, therefore, have testified about a situation, and if we can't even put a recommendation to that effect, I mean, why are we hearing them at committee? I just want to make MPs and witnesses aware of that. And if we can't do that, why are we listening to witnesses at committees?
Okay, Madame Normandy, maybe you have a final proposal of what this amendment could look like and a recommendation could look like. And then we can put it to a vote or see if there's agreement to adopt it.
Je pourrais essayer quelque chose.
I'll give it a try. Maybe something that looks like that the committee. So it has to be that it recommends, right? I'm asking the analyst. So every sentence starts with recommends. Is that right? No, not necessarily. These are all recommendations. So you have to start with that the committee brings to members' attention that given COVID, interpretation workload from English into French is higher for Francophone interpreters, which could be mitigated by members and witnesses choosing to use French where possible.
Okay. I was complimenting the good job that Madame Normandy had done in composing that and putting it all together. And then I saw everyone shaking their heads, and I thought you were disagreeing that she hadn't done a good job. Okay, I'm glad that's not the case. So, is there agreement to adopt this recommendation as amended?
On division.
Okay, adopted on division. Okay, so BQ5 adopted on division. Yes? Yes?
Yes, sorry, one of the issues that
all right. Apparently, and this is one of the changes, as I've mentioned before too, that of virtual committee sittings, we won't be able to record this vote on division, and we will have to go to a recorded vote in order to accurately capture the members' votes. So the clerk will help us with that. A recorded vote on BQ5 as amended.
Sur la recommandation.
Yes, Mr. Richards?
Just to avoid this circumstance in the future, because I don't want to waste the time here. If in the future one of us has objections but sees there's a will to move forward, could perhaps rather than having to state on division, we could just be given the floor quickly to say, I don't support this, but we'll let it go ahead, something like that, so that we can avoid having to do recorded votes for a number of items that alleviate this concern in the future.
Sorry. If that's the will of the committee and the way they want to proceed, essentially it turns the decision into kind of an informal consensus to go forward. So that would be fine.
Okay, so we have an informal consensus to move forward, I guess. Is that how you'd like it? Okay. All right. Okay, so BQ5 as amended is adopted. NDP 6 was already adopted. NDP 7 is very similar to
Madam Chair.
Mm-hmm.
I
yes,
think
it's very similar to 6. Yes, and I think you had added language in that covers this now.
I think if we just add the word witness to number 6, any member or witness participating.
I think we already did. Okay. Andre, did we not already add witness? Yeah, I think we did. So it takes care of number 7, and so we can eliminate that from, since we've really essentially combined NDP 6 and 7 together. Okay, NDP Liberal 6 on Section E, in Section E. Liberal 6 states, ensure all public hearings of the House of Commons should be made available through webcast and or broadcasters and strive for full accessibility. So very similar to what we've been doing so far in some of our committee hearings and COVID-19 hearings. Yep, everyone in agreement to adopt this one? Lib 6 is adopted. NDP 5 has already been moved and adopted. It's been moved up in the report. Okay, we're moving along. We're on F. Section F, Lib 7. The recommendation is on page 38 in the English version. And the recommendation is Liberal 7. And here I did find that Liberal 7 and BQ 12 has a lot of similarities again. But I don't know, at this point, I really don't even, it's up to you. We could just adopt them individually and have redundancy. But it's up to you guys. I just pointing it out. Any comments on Lib 7? Yes, Mr. Turnbull?
Yeah, I agree that they look like they could be combined. I think the BQ 12 covers a little bit more than Lib 7.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, what I like about the recommendation Liberal 7 is the reference to the requirements for usability, functionality, and security. And I would say the only difference I see in them really is one is more about the digital platform selection and the process for that, and the other one seems to be more about defining a protocol and technical guidelines. So maybe they should be separate. I don't know. I mean, they overlap a bit, but it might be fine.
Yeah, but it might be okay. So let's go with that. And Lib 7 is there agreement to adopt Lib 7? Okay, seeing as there's no disagreement, it looks like mostly it's agreement. Lib 7 is adopted. BQ 6, that the House of Commons provide technical support to interested parties to assist them in choosing a secure digital platform that they can use in their caucus meetings. So this one is particular to caucus meetings. Everyone is okay with adopting BQ 6? Okay. So BQ 6 is adopted. BQ 12, I think essentially there was agreement before, so BQ 12 is adopted. NDP 8. This is very similar to BQ 6 as well, but this talks about in-camera proceedings rather than caucus meetings. So this is different in that way. Everyone okay with NDP 8? Mr. Richards?
Yeah, I might suggest here, and I get that we've got the BQ 6 and we've already sort of agreed on that one, but it might be better and sort of flow a little easier in the report if we were just to add caucuses to this one, because it reads really well. So if we were just to say that the clerk of the House of Commons ensure that all committees and caucuses have access, etc. Then we just have to take out the second instance of committee, so it would just be where meetings are not possible in person. And then we kind of captured caucuses and committees in the same way, rather than two different recommendations, and it's a little stronger that way. So it's not just kind of, well, make them work with the caucuses, but requirement, because caucus meetings are a pretty important function for us all as members of parliament. So maybe we, rather than going ahead with BQ6 and NDP8, we just combine them by adding caucuses to this one.
Okay, Justin, we can go back and make that change then. For BQ6, we could remove BQ6 and then add caucuses after committees, that the Clerk of the House of Commons ensure that all committees and party caucuses?
Sure, if you want to say party, that's fine too, yeah.
Party caucuses have access to a private, secure platform for meetings?
Yeah, it can read exactly as it is now,
okay.
Except for take out committee in front of meetings, because that would obviously be caucus or committee. So we just say where meetings are not possible in person.
Yeah. Perfect. Done. Andre, you got that? All right. Is everyone okay with that? Okay. Essentially, it covers both things. That's great. Great work. All right. We're moving on to health. The health section. So this recommendation, Lib 8, reads pretty much exactly like the heading. And I was wondering under the heading if, Andre, it seems to pretty much, it's mimicking the exact same heading. And I don't know if you're still keeping the heading that in that same format, but was wondering if you could add after parliamentary precinct, you could add and remotely, so that it mirrors this. But then I guess I'm getting ahead of myself. It'll depend on whether this is adopted really. Otherwise, it could be left just with precinct. Just a suggestion when I was reading it. And yes, Dr. Duncan, sorry, you can't tell who I'm signaling towards. I'm sorry, Dr. Duncan.
Hi, everyone. I think this is a really key recommendation. The reason we're doing this is because it is a pandemic, and I think our very first recommendation should be about protecting the health and safety of all involved. And I really think that should move right up to the beginning. This is a public health crisis. Our job is to ensure the health and safety of everyone who works in the precinct, who work remotely, and our communities.
Yes, Ms. Blaney.
First of all, I agree with this recommendation. One of the things that I wanted to bring forward, though, is it's a recommendation with nothing that we can measure. And I'm just wondering if anybody else has concern about that, if we should require in a pandemic maybe a monthly report or something that just says how are things going, or is there anything we should be concerned about as parliamentarians? I agree that it's important to look after the workers. I'm just wondering about the accountability measures and wonder if anyone else was thinking the same.
Yeah, Mr. Richards.
Yeah, I mean, although I don't have any trouble passing it, I kind of had the same thought as Miss Blaney. It just kind of reads like a typical, liberal platitude more than it does of anything that really there's any action that can be taken on, or that there's any measurable results that can come of it. I mean, I think it's a pretty obvious statement to say that everybody would like to prioritize the health and safety of people working within the precinct. So, not opposed to it, obviously, because it's an obvious something we all agree with, but it does read just like a platitude. There's no question. There's really nothing that it delivers.
Okay, Mr. Turnbull.
I really want to echo the sentiments of my colleague, Ms. Duncan, and I think moving this up to the top would certainly show its priority. But I also think there's another recommendation much further down. It's at the very end of the report, and it's one that we made about having a pandemic and disaster plan. and I believe it sort of fits in this section related to health and safety of members, individuals, community members, etc. And I wonder if that were to be combined, it would seem less like a, as Mr. Richard, to quote Mr. Richards, a platitude, which I don't agree with, but I think it would feel a little bit more robust and substantial if we included that other recommendation in that section and moved it up to the top.
What recommendation is that?
I
number?
can give you,
Do you remember?
Yeah, I'll give you the number. Sorry, I'm just scrolling through.
It's 14.
Thank
Okay.
you.
Okay, so Lib 14, that the House create a pandemic and disaster plan, that all parliamentarians are aware of the plan, and that it is rehearsed and updated on a regular basis. So you would like that recommendation to be combined with Lib 8?
It could be. That wasn't my initial suggestion, but I think that might be worth considering. I thought that Lib 8 was standalone one. It is a little bit broad in general, but I think having a more specific, tangible, measurable result, as Ms. Blaney was sort of desiring, might be, adding Lib 14 to that section.
Okay, so we would just move Lib 14 to right after Lib 8. And so you have a broad recommendation, and then you have a more specific recommendation that comes right after it.
Yeah, I mean, essentially to just provide the rationale, a pandemic and disaster plan would actually help to achieve this overall prioritization of health and safety of both members, individuals working on the parliamentary precinct and remotely, but also others, like all of
Blaney, I think you had something you'd like to say, right?
So I'm okay with that. I do think they can be merged, but that's just my opinion, and happy to hear from the rest of the committee what they think. I just also want to be, I guess the one thing I'm thinking about with a pandemic and disaster plan, I'm sure that there are contingency plans already in Parliament. So I just don't want people to have two different plans. So I don't know if there's a way to say, create a pandemic and disaster plan based on current contingency plans so that there's not two different plans. I don't know if I'm making any sense, but I would assume those things are already in place. I just don't want to add more burden, but I understand at the same time there would have to be a specific sort of methodology when this occurs. So it's like an addition to their plan. So I just want to recognize that. Sorry, I know we're all getting tired.
If they have a plan in place, which I'm not sure, maybe they do, would they not already meet the recommendation requirement? Like it wouldn't, I don't know, maybe Madam Normandin was on the list to speak next, and then I think that's it, and then maybe we can resolve this. Yeah.
Je suis d'accord.
I agree that on first glance, the recommendation can seem quite apple pie-ish. But I have to say, I do agree with it, because that's the whole debate we had. Where do we find the balance between the health of parliamentarians and everyone who works on the Hill and privilege? That is exactly at the heart of what we talked about the whole time. So even though there isn't any accountability mechanism, I think that it is absolutely not a platitude when you really read into it.
So perhaps we will look at adopting Lib 8 and Lib 14 and see if there's agreement to that, and then perhaps discuss the other point that's been brought up about where this section goes, if it's not to stay here. Okay, Lib 8, is there agreement with Lib 8? Okay, so Lib 8 is adopted. Lib 14 is going to be moved from the last section, whatever section that is, and brought up to section G. Lib 14, is there agreement with Lib 14? Okay. Oh, there's a comment, Mr. Duncan. Yeah.
And just a comment on that, building on what Ms. Blaney has said too, I agree. It does sound right and something we need to discuss. But I do remember, I think it might have been the clerk or one of our first meetings, they were talking about some of the things that are already in place. I don't think a pandemic is as detailed as I think war, natural disaster, some of those other things. So I agree with the sentiment and wholeheartedly agree that we should take a look at it. It just, keeping on that future list of to do, I think is something our committee might want to get some answers on, and not just dealing with pandemics, but dealing, heaven forbid, with some of those other things as well. So I agree with it. I like it in the future business, but at this point, 8:39, I'm not going to put a big fight about it if it moves.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. I can see both points. So agreement to adopt, I think I saw agreement to adopt Lib 14 right before that comment. So that is adopted. And in terms of Dr. Duncan, in terms of where you would like to see it, is that something you can make a suggestion on then, or?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I really feel this has to be right up front. The whole reason we are even doing this study because we have a public health crisis, and you have to be prepared for these things. And I think it's important to have that pandemic plan and that disaster risk reduction plan as well. So up to the front would be my suggestion.
Okay. There's Ms. Blaney has a point, and then maybe Andre, you can, if you have any comments on that.
So I'm just
let me know.
Just clarifying. So you want it right under guiding principles, section A, temporary nature of procedural changes?
Can I just jump in here for a sec?
Yeah, sure. Go ahead, Mr. Turnbull.
I thought, based on a previous discussion with Ms. Duncan, that maybe actually just, moving this whole section up to the top with the same title, but just having it at the very beginning of the recommendations, just because I agree that the first one is a very general recommendation. It's almost the key principle that grounds this entire study. And I think it's so pivotal. It's almost like the keystone in an archway, it is the way I look at it. So I would opt for putting it right up top, and the whole section, which includes the analyst's overview of some of the I think testimony that was given by Dr. Raymond, if I remember correctly.
So it would go under discussion and then become the next A1A. It would be A1A. You would replace not replace, but you would move down temporary nature of procedural changes and put this in place of that, and then the temporary nature of procedural changes comes after.
Yep, everything would just move down. I think that's
okay.
Yep.
Andre, or any discussion on that, Mr. Broussard?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just want to say how much I appreciate Ms. Duncan saying how important it is to plan for a pandemic or another emergency. I really, really appreciate that comment. Thank you.
Okay. All right, Andre, that looks good then. Okay, quorum, we're on the quorum section. In quorum, we have Lib 9. That's the only recommendation in that section, thankfully. Yes, Mr. Broussard.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair. I think that this is one of those recommendations that really falls outside the scope of what the mandate of this committee is with respect to looking, and I've mentioned this a few times today, the scope of our mandate is to look at the COVID-19 crisis. When we look at this particular recommendation, it sets us down a path that I don't think any of us, without any further study or implications, and not knowing what those implications are, really is in the purview of this committee to make this type of recommendation. And I would strongly suggest that I'll be voting against it if this is not the will of the committee. But I would strongly suggest that we move this forward to the potential of another study, because it does, and I understand the testimony of Mr. Dufresne and the context in which this discussion was based, but we are talking about changing hundreds of years of parliamentary tradition. We all understand that Ottawa is the seat of Parliament, but we are literally, with this recommendation, suggesting to Parliament that somehow the quorum will be constituted through my Wi-Fi box here at home, that if 20 members sign in by Wi-Fi, that we are going to end up having a quorum. I think this is one of those recommendations that's really short-sighted, and I think we really need to understand the implications of this as it relates to the Constitution and the impact that this can have. So I won't be supporting this, and I would hope, and I'm actually going to move to strike this from the recommendations, because I think it way oversteps our boundaries in the context of this study. And we need to, other than an hour testimony of Mr. Dufresne, I really think we need to look at this from a constitutional standpoint and gain a little more understanding and have not better constitutional experts, but well-informed constitutional experts before we even think about putting a recommendation like this into this report for Parliament's consideration. So I will not be supporting this. I'm going to move to strike it from the report, frankly, and I hope that I can get some support on that. And we can look at it at another time. This is not that time to be looking at such an important constitutional question. Because, and again, the other thing I would suggest too is that this really moves us down a path that I'm not comfortable with, that I've stated several times today, that this moves beyond the scope of a temporary emergency situation. The word permanently is inserted in this recommendation, and it just, I'm actually quite shocked that this is the type of recommendation that would come in to this committee study, quite frankly, Madam Chair. So I'm going to move that we strike this from the report and from the recommendations. Thank you.
Okay, there's some comments to what you have just suggested, but Mr. Turnbull and Ms. Blaney and then Mr. Alghabra.
I wanted to respond and appreciate Mr. Broussard's comments. Totally respect his perspective on this. I think I see it quite differently. I would say that the word permanently appears there because we actually quoted the recommendation that was made by the law clerk, Mr. Dufresne. So if you look at a recommendation there, it actually has that in quotes. So it wasn't our intention to actually indicate that this would be a permanent change to quorum, but that this would be a recommendation for a virtual presence to be considered within a pandemic or an exceptional circumstance like we're in. So the other thing is, I think it's a bit contentious around the 20 members, etc., because that may change. I have some suggested wording for a revised version of this recommendation that takes out the quote. But I also want to respond, and I have more to say about quorum in relation to the testimony we heard to back up why this recommendation appears here and how I don't think it's overstepping based on the testimony that was given by 3 or 4 very reputable sources or experts on parliamentary procedure. So I want to give the revised version of it first, if you're okay with that. So what I would recommend is that we state the recommendation as follows. Consistent with the law clerk of the House of Commons, the committee recommends that during extraordinary circumstances, virtual presence meets the requirements for quorum as set out in Section 48 of the Constitution Act of 1867.
Can you repeat that, please, one more time, slowly?
Sorry, I said it too fast. Consistent with the law clerk of the House of Commons, the committee recommends that during extraordinary, sorry, I'm reading it too fast again. I'll start again. Consistent with the law clerk of the House of Commons, the committee recommends that during extraordinary circumstances, virtual presence,
or whatever the word is it exceptional or extraordinary? I don't know.
Whatever we said before, I can't remember. We've used so many. Yeah, but to stay consistent, maybe Andre could make it consistent. I think we said exceptional. Yeah.
Yeah.
My mistake. Exceptional circumstances, virtual presence meets the requirements for quorum as set out in Section 48 of the Constitution Act of 1867.
So really, you're essentially taking out the quote from above, and then you're just adding the words to the second half, consistent with the law clerk of the House of Commons. That wording just gets added to the front of the committee recommends that during exceptional circumstances, virtual presence, and then you're scratching out the words of 20 members. So you're going to cut that out. So virtual presence meets the requirements of quorum as set out in Section 48 of the Constitution Act of 1867. Is that correct?
Correct, yeah.
Okay.
So it takes out the reference to 20 members and takes out the reference to a permanent change, which I think part of what I could see people reacting to, and I can understand why they would be concerned about that, is thinking that this was now changing the way that the House of Commons would operate in regular times or circumstances, and that was not the intention. It was really focused on those times of exceptional circumstances, and I think it's fairly consistent with how we've been operating to date. It's probably taking one step further in terms of actually having quorum, a virtual presence count as quorum, and I think we need that in order to have formal proceedings.
Okay, Ms. Blaney, and then Mr. Alghabra.
So thank you for the change. I'm still not comfortable. I feel that there was not enough. I hear that for you, it felt like there was enough information. For me, I just feel that in a virtual setting, there's just not enough. I needed to know a little bit more. There's some questions that I have, so I just can't support even with the change. I just want to have that on the record.
Okay, Mr. Alghabra.
Yeah, I want to build on what Mr. Turnbull has just said, and I would like to suggest that the quote be removed to the body of the report. And in fact, if I recall, Mr. Broussard required or suggested that we add a quote for Mr. O'Brien that argued that there might be an issue of a quorum, and I think perhaps we can add the quote that is currently bold in the recommendation of the law clerk to the body of the report.
Mr. Richards.
Yeah, thank you. I still think there remains a question about the constitutionality of the idea that the presence could mean virtual. I don't think a requirement to change the standing orders would be enough to necessarily affect this change. It may actually be unconstitutional as well. Having said that, I think there's still a debate around the idea of virtual versus maybe a hybrid sittings. I could make a suggestion for that last part, and if it's accepted, great. And if not, then I wouldn't be able to support it. But from the part after extraordinary circumstances, we could change it to say hybrid sittings with at least 20 MPs present in the chamber meets the requirements for quorum, and then it carries on as is from there. So the difference would be we're doing kind of what we've done with the sittings that we've had now, where you can have 20 people present, and the rest could be virtual if as long as you've met that quorum requirement, and then we don't have the issues with the Constitution, etc.
Okay. No, I've written that down. Thanks for that suggestion. So we've got two things floating. Next, we have Mr. Turnbull, Mr. Broussard, and then Madame Normandie.
I think Mr. Richards' suggestion, although I understand it, I think this is basically the hybrid model. It's what we've already, I think, been doing. I think the intention behind the recommendation is to echo the sentiments of Benoit Pelletier, Joseph Mangot, Mr. Dufresne, Greg Tardy, all of whom basically in their testimony said that that if I were to summarize all of it, the way I read it is the courts would not intervene. Parliament has a constitutional guaranteed right over its own domain, which is that it makes its own rules. And that anytime the courts have interpreted anything like this, they have consistently used the living tree approach, which means they would adopt a modern interpretation, which essentially would allow for a virtual presence. And lastly, the testimony suggests, actually, based on my reading of it over and over again, which is that no changes are actually necessary. But, I mean, I think what Mr. Dufresne had said is that if we enshrine those changes in a piece of legislation or a change to the standing orders, that this would make it clear that we were exercising that constitutionally protected right, which is control over our own proceedings as the House of Commons. So I guess from my perspective, this isn't a big stretch based on that testimony that we heard at all. It's actually I think the dominant perception that was shared by the most compelling testimony that we heard from reputable experts.
Okay, next we have Mr. Broussard, Madame Normandie, and then Mr. Duncan.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And again, first of all, Madam Chair, I do seek clarification on my motion to strike this, whether we're still on that or not, because I am moving a motion to strike it. So I just need clarification on that.
Yeah, I think this debate is relevant to having this motion in the report or striking it. So that's why I figured that this goes to your motion to strike. Okay. And we will hear from the clerk as well, because I need some guidance on that issue, and I figured I'd let you guys all speak first.
Well, and I think the guidance that needs to be followed or directed here is, what this recommendation says is a virtual presence of 20 members meeting the requirements of quorum as set out in Section 48 of the Constitution Act of 1867. Well, Section 48 of the Constitution Act 1867 says right now that the presence of at least 20 members of the House of Commons shall be necessary to constitute a meeting of the House to exercise its powers. It doesn't say the virtual presence, it says the presence. And so, again, going back to what I said earlier, and I get it, Mr. Turnbull, that we've had 4 people come in and talk about this, and I didn't get a sense from them that everybody was in agreement. I understand the living tree argument. I understand that Parliament is a master of its own domain. The seat of Parliament is in Ottawa. Those things are very clear to me, what I heard. But what I need to better understand, I think what we all need to better understand, is just how a virtual presence can meet the needs of the Constitution, of Section 48 of the Constitution. And I don't think we, quite frankly, heard that consistently. And the hybrid model that we're effectively using now on Wednesdays, at least for the purposes of the committee, is very similar to the hybrid model that Mr. Richards spoke of earlier. So, again, I would strongly encourage that this is beyond the scope. What this recommendation is beyond the scope of the mandate of this committee to look at the current situation of COVID-19, to make recommendations to Parliament given the circumstances that we are in today. This fundamentally changes the scope of the way Parliament is to be going forward. And I understand that, you're talking about extraordinary circumstances going forward. I think we have to be very, very careful on this one, that we are heading down a very slippery slope as it relates to the Constitution of this country and the fact that we are to seat in Ottawa and that a physical presence means just that. So that's all I have to say, Madam Chair. And I find it kind of curious that there's talk here about striking the quote of Mr. Dufresne up top, and perhaps moving it into the body. I mean, I don't recommend that we deal with this at all, and this is why my motion stands. But the fact that this quote is somehow being administered to change the Constitution to reflect a virtual presence is curious to me, to say the least. And I think we need to strike this, and hopefully members see that as well. Thank you.
Madame Normandin.
Merci. Thank you. I think everyone agrees to say that everything we write in the report will not tie the Supreme Court to it. The Supreme Court could decide that it's constitutional or not. Nobody can see in the future. This recommendation allows, as I understand it, is that 20 people, 20 MPs can come into the House virtually, and that we consider it sufficient in relation to the testimony that we heard in order to open the House and do the work. This recommendation has nothing to do with the Supreme Court. It's about allowing us to work, 20 of us as quorum, because we are comfortable with what we heard in the testimonies, and we don't think that it will be reversed by the Supreme Court. And I think this recommendation is about managing our own affairs.
Thank you, Madame Normandin. Next is Mr. Duncan.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just to build on the comments there too, and I'm a stickler here, obviously, and you can tell, I think, the way of my passion for a hybrid system, but I just wanted to comment on Mr. Turnbull's comments about a hybrid model. I think he'd suggested we have that right now, where some of our sittings are virtually, and we have on Wednesdays a presence in the chamber. I'll clarify that. That's not what a hybrid model is, or what has been talked about in the next section that way. And I just think when it goes back to the quorum, a lot of these issues, and including the next section, we get back in the legalities of the quorum, I think can easily be resolved through this hybrid model of being very, very safe, of having a minimal safe number of members in the House and those being able to participate. So when we talk about a hybrid, I think it's important to understand the UK context versus what we have now is not a hybrid model, because we're not set up in full and those types of things. So I just want to leave it at that and chime in when I could on that item.
Okay, Justin, you're still with us, right? So going to the point, yes, Mr. Nader, I see you, and I'll try to, and Mr. Alghabra, I see you too. I'll try to, you guys will be next. But Justin, to the point of moving to strike the whole recommendation as is.
Yes, Madam Chair. As of right now, all of these recommendations that the members are looking at are suggestions until such time as they decide to put them into the report. So the recommendation that the committee is considering right now is merely a suggestion. It's not, formally speaking, part of the report. So there's nothing per se to strike. The way to address it, obviously, if the committee didn't want to see this suggested recommendation in the report, would be to simply decide not to have it in the report, which could be done through kind of the consent of the committee, or if it came to it through a recorded vote. And if the committee voted in a recorded vote not to have it included, it wouldn't be included. That would be the main way for it not to appear in the report.
Okay, Mr. Nader, something to this, and then Mr. Alghabra, and then we'll see if we can move to the procedural part of this.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and I appreciate you giving me the opportunity to have the floor. Considering I'm not a member of this committee, I do appreciate having a few very brief moments to comment on this. I just think that whenever we're looking at the Constitution, when we're looking at effectively making an amendment to the Constitution, I think it requires more than a few committee meetings to undertake that. I recognize that there's been some testimony before this committee that suggests that it would be adequate to infer virtual presence meeting the requirement of the Constitution. I would, however, caution that the Australian Constitution has a very, very similar phrase as we have in our Constitution, and the clerk of their House of Commons has indicated clearly that their interpretation would require the physical presence within the chamber to constitute quorum. So if we're looking at our Commonwealth cousins, Australia is a good example with a very, very similar wording in their Constitution. Granted, we have slightly different histories over the past 100 and some odd years in both our contexts. Their Constitution being implemented in 1900. That said, if we're looking at interpretations, it's a pretty good comparator, and so it would be important to take a pause with this, going ahead with this interpretation. It's taking a massive step, and I would caution against it. Granted, I'm not a member of this committee. I have no voting authority on this committee. I would just suggest that that would be an important indicator to look at before we make a change to our Constitution. And thank you for your indulgence, Madam Chair.
Yeah, are you subbing in for somebody today, or going to be, or no? Just
no, I'm just
okay.
here for the pure enjoyment of this committee.
Okay, that's what I was thinking. I was like, I see all the other members still here, but you do have a lot of procedural knowledge, and so thank you for that comment, Mr. Alghabra, and then maybe we can.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. I'm going to try again to make a proposal here to avoid any confusion that maybe the way this motion or this recommendation is worded is causing. I think, since we've already adopted recommendation number 1 that calls on the House to establish a new set of standing orders to be adopted under exceptional circumstances, I think one can conclude that the new set of standing orders would also cover the idea of quorum. So I would think I would be comfortable in referring to that recommendation again here in this section, just to highlight that hopefully the standing orders, the exceptional standing orders would take the issue of quorum into account.
Okay, so you're proposing a further amendment?
I'm proposing a replacement of the way Lib9 of being basically removing Lib9. I still think it would be useful to keep the quote in the body of the text, because that quote has come to us from a witness, an objective witness. But then completely removing what the rest of Lib9 and just refer to recommendation number 1, maybe just exactly putting it back as it was worded at the beginning.
So, but you want you want recommendation 1 to now mention quorum, because quorum wasn't mentioned in recommendation 1.
I mean, if we sure we can, or we don't have to. Honestly, we don't, okay. Because I feel the new set of standing orders will have to take that into account.
Okay, so do you want to vote on the proposed amended recommendation as I guess Mr. Turnbull proposed? Because you're also just stating what Mr. Brassard is stating, and I think we'd have to have a vote to really eliminate it. And then we can vote and you can all eliminate it if you want to eliminate it, or have consensus, or however you want to go about it. So if you would like it stricken, then we can take it out by not adopting it. If that's what you're saying, Mr. Alghabra. I do see a few more hands up. Ms. Petitpas Taylor, then Mr. Brassard, and then Mr. Turnbull. Oh, okay, no. So Ms. Petitpas Taylor's given up her spot. So Mr. Brassard and Mr. Turnbull.
Thank you, Madam Chair. If I'm hearing Mr. Alghabra properly, he's suggesting that we strike the recommendation, Liberal recommendation 9, and he's referring back to the first recommendation that was adopted, but which I voted against, by the way. But I mean, if it's his intent to strike the motion, then that was clearly my intent, and I would agree with that. Thank you.
Okay, Mr. Turnbull, and then I guess we could vote on it, because if no, or like just have consensus, because if nobody wants it, then that's fine. Our problem is over. We can move forward. Mr. Turnbull.
Yeah, I just wanted to clarify that based on one of the other comments that was made, we're not talking about an amendment to the Constitution here. This is an interpretation of quorum, which is consistent with testimony that's been given by at least 4, actually 5 by my count, reputable sources of expertise on parliamentary procedure and the Constitution. And so, I've got a whole bunch of quotes here, and I don't want to go through them all, but I really do think that this interpretation, in fact, is something that we're already employing. In this committee meeting, this standing committee, we're already operating virtually and counting virtual presence as quorum. We're voting on motions. We're doing all kinds of work in committee business, and in a sense, it's already implied in the way that we're proceeding currently. So I don't think this is a big stretch. It does not require an amendment to the Constitution. Mr. Dufresne was very clear about that. Mr. Greg Tardy was very clear about that. All of them said that the courts would not intervene, and that, in fact, even if the courts ever did intervene, they tended to, on the vast majority of cases, side with that living tree approach, where they would likely, interpret the specific wording around quorum to include virtual presence. So this is merely, I think, a recommendation that echoes the comments and testimony that's been given. It's not a stretch. And Australia, as an example, was the least progressive example out of our briefing note. So there's many, many other examples that where parliaments, I think, around the world are operating this way.
Thank you. Okay, I'm hoping we can keep this brief. We've got Mr. Maloney, Dr. Duncan, and then Mr. Richards.
Thanks, Chair. The Constitution says 20 is quorum. I don't think anybody's taking issue with that. The first amendment we made today was to agree to conduct a virtual parliament. Who agreed with that and who disagreed with that at this point is sort of irrelevant. Therefore, automatically by reference, it's incorporated by reference is the 20-person rule. Because if we're going to have parliament by a virtual parliament, we have to abide by the Constitution. So 20 is quorum. So I think we're having a conversation about nothing, frankly. And I think perhaps to address Mr. Brassard's concern and Mr. Alghabra's concern, why don't we just take this out as a recommendation and incorporate the quote into the body of the report and references its evidence and move on?
Okay, is that okay with everyone? I'm just getting really mixed messages. I would love to just do whatever you guys like so that we can get going, but whether it's adopt, remove, whatever. So Dr. Duncan, maybe you could help out and then we can get some
Thank you.
understanding. Yeah.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I'd just like to recognize your work. This is not easy, and the work of the analysts and the clerk. This is not easy, and I just want to say thank you to you all. I'll just say this is an extreme circumstance that if the House has to go virtual, it'll be with the agreement of all the House leaders, and quorum would have to be virtual. I'll keep my intervention very short.
So are we, like, I still don't understand if we're having agreement to just remove this and move on, or whether we're going to need a vote or agreement on it. It's like some heads are saying no and some are, so I don't understand yet at this point. Mr. Richards.
Yeah, the suggestion Mr. Maloney made could satisfy, possibly satisfy everybody here. I remain concerned, and I know that Mr. Turnbull indicated he doesn't think it's unconstitutional. There certainly is an argument to the contrary that exists out there. And in fact, Mr. Dufresne himself even indicated, and this is quoting him, it's possible that a court could disagree and that what was adopted in the impugned proceeding could be invalidated. So there is a body out there that would feel that, so that there's a debate that still goes on about that, and the idea that presence in the House would be required to be a physical presence, and that's why I made the suggestion I made. However, it sounds to me like there may be a lot of people who feel we shouldn't move forward with this. I would certainly agree with that, and because it was something we did here as testimony, I would be fine with the idea of adopting this quote. I would say that we should probably add the balance of adding this additional quote that I've just indicated from Dufresne. But either way, that would handle potentially just letting us move on here, and I think that might be a wise decision.
Madam Chair, you're on mute.
So we'll hear from the analysts, but is everyone, it seems like we're starting to get some consensus around moving the quote into the body of the paragraph so that it's addressed, but having no recommendation in this section. Is that, no, that is okay. There's Ms. Petitpas-Taylor is next on the list, and then Ms. Normandin, and maybe we can just hear from the analysts quickly before that, because it may have an effect on what we say.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Yeah, Andre and then Madame Petitpas-Taylor.
Sorry about that. I'll be very brief. Thank you, Madam Chair. Yesterday, the committee had asked me to fill in the hole that I had left by moving the part about the living tree. Mm-hmm. So essentially, the quote is already there. I summarized Mr. Dufresne's testimony. It also includes Mr. Richards' quote that he just gave recently about whether a court could potentially find differently than what was being suggested. So that is already in version 3, which unfortunately members haven't seen.
Okay, that's great. Jeanette?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I would just simply suggest, I don't feel that we have consensus when I'm looking at everyone around my screen right now. So I would really recommend that we have a vote on this. Okay. And then from there, we'll be able to move forward.
Okay. Madame Normandin is...
Rapidement, même chose. Very quickly, I don't think that we can simply take out this recommendation because we won't know if we can sit completely virtually. We won't know if the speaker can open the chamber with only 20 MPs virtually if we don't include this recommendation, if it's not part of this report.
Okay, so I think in order to get through this, I like Ms. Petitpas-Taylor's recommendation. I'm having a hard time getting consensus, and I know I've been told, like, if you don't want the recommendation, we don't even have to vote on it, but it's unclear whether we want it or not. So I think procedurally it'll be just more appropriate to have a vote and understand what everyone's wishes are in the end. And so, Justin, could you help us with a recorded vote on this?
Chair, just precisely, just to be clear, precisely what are we voting on? Are we voting to remove the paragraph?
No.
Okay.
No.
So
we are voting on having this recommendation in the report.
Okay.
So that's what the vote is going to be. It's going to be the amended recommendation, of course. So the amended recommendation looks this way. It will not include the quote that is in the first part of the recommendation. What it will state is that consistent with the law clerk of the House of Commons, the committee recommends that during exceptional circumstances, virtual presence meets the requirements for quorum as set out in Section 48 of the Constitution Act of 1867. We are voting whether that gets into the report or not. Okay, so Justin, if you could help us with that, thank you.
Okay, vote on modified Liberal suggestion number 9.
Point of order, Madam Chair.
Ms. Richards?
I had proposed an amendment to that motion. If we're going to vote on it, should we not also vote on the amendment first?
Okay. Sorry, remind me, you wanted to add, oh yes, the hybrid sitting. So you wanted to remove virtual for hybrid sitting with at least 20 members. Right?
I'd be striking the words virtual presence of 20 members and replacing it with hybrid sittings with at least 20 MPs present in the chamber.
No. Okay. We could have a recorded vote on that, and then we can move back to the we'll vote first on the amended. So the amendment with Mr. Richards' amendment that has been proposed. Justin, can you help us through that?
Yep, on the sub amendment by Mr. Richards.
That's a better word for it, sub-amendment. I'm losing my vocabulary at this point.
Mr. Maloney.
No.
Ms. Duncan.
No.
Madame Petitpas-Taylor.
No.
Mr. Turnbull.
No.
Mr. Alghabra.
No.
Mr. Richards.
In favor.
Mr. Broussard.
Yes.
You're not taking this?
Mr. Tucker.
Yes.
Mr. Duncan.
Yes.
Madame Normandin.
No.
Ms. Blaney.
No.
Sub-amendment defeated.
Okay, back to the suggestion or Liberal recommendation 9 as amended.
Mr. Maloney.
Yes.
Ms. Duncan.
Yes.
Madame Petitpas-Taylor.
We.
Mr. Turnbull.
Yes.
Mr. Alghabra.
Yes.
Mr. Richards.
Opposed.
Mr. Broussard.
No.
Mr. Tucker.
No.
Mr. Duncan.
No.
Madame Normandin.
Oui.
Ms. Blaney.
No.
Modified Liberal suggestion number 9 adopted.
Okay, we're almost done. We're almost done, guys. I'm just trying to encourage you. We do have a little bit more, but it's encouraging. So we are on Lib 10 on what section are we on? Hybrid model for sitting of the House. Lib 10. Any discussion on this or? Okay, there is some discussion. Okay, Mr. Duncan and Mr. Broussard.
I'll let Mr. Broussard go first. I'm just going to find my note that I wrote on this.
Okay, Mr. Broussard.
Sorry, Madam Chair. I'm just going back and forth. When you read the recommendation, acknowledge that virtual sittings of the Special Committee of the COVID-19 pandemic have been successful, and 300 plus MPs. I think we're really making a presumption here. There are several accounts of the fact that the virtual proceedings have not gone well, despite the fact that we may think so, but there are members who have not been able to access some of these committee meetings, whether it's bad connection, lack of rural broadband, lack of connectivity, and so the fact that we're somehow championing this as successful, I think it's for me, at least what I've seen and what I've heard from several colleagues is that it's still a work in progress. We heard again from one of the NDP members from Nunavut that she's been having virtual, or she would have virtual connection difficulties. So I think we're making a very strong presumption, acknowledging, as the word says, that virtual sittings have been successful despite what we've been hearing from several members. So I will not be supporting this as a recommendation, and I'm going to ask that the vote be taken, a recorded vote be taken on this. Thank you.
Okay, Mr. Duncan, and then Mr. Turnbull.
Thank you. I think the work that Andre's done in terms of building that section was very well done. And I think it talks about some of our witness testimony about how the hybrid model could actually address a lot of the potential legal challenges, but interpretations of how a hybrid model can work. And again, I just think that I'm not in favor of Lib 10. And I just think, again, it speaks to the narrative, the tone of the report, that I just think completely puts a hybrid model to the side. It goes through, and again, the witness testimony, how this model could be done safely, how it could work, and those types of things. And it just to go back and have the recommendation be that we just add virtual proceedings without any sort of acknowledgement that a hybrid model can address some of the legal questions or testimony we've heard, and the opportunities to help us return back in a safe timeline and manner whenever that may be. I just don't think the recommendation is acknowledging what's in that report. Thank you. In that section of the report. Thank you.
That's a good point. Mr. Turnbull?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'll be brief. I believe this recommendation, I'd like to make a very small amendment to it because I realize it doesn't reference during the current pandemic, which I think it really should. It's a concern I have. I think we've heard other members' consistent concerns in that regard, and I want to be mindful of that. So in the second sentence of this particular recommendation, I believe it should say during the current pandemic. If I can just say where I feel that should be inserted. It should be between, so I'll read the sentence. Given the success of current virtual proceedings, this committee recommends that we move to additional virtual proceedings during the current pandemic for all regular business of the House of Commons. That's what I would recommend. I think it's important. I do feel, just to, respond to my colleagues' concerns, that we should be acknowledging the incredible amount of progress in an incredibly short period of time that we've made. And it really feels to me like the House of Commons administration
to put their headsets on because
I was just finished my thought there. The House of Commons administration has implemented virtual proceedings so quickly and worked so hard, and there's been nothing but, as far as I can tell, very minor frustrations from relatively few MPs that I've heard from. That's been my experience, and I certainly feel grateful for all of that work. So this is paying tribute to all of that effort that's gone in, and I really think I feel strongly that we need to do that in this report, because otherwise I don't think we're we're really doing justice to that hard work that's been put in.
All right, and just a reminder for everyone that continue to keep your headphones on so that the translators can hear you clearly. Yeah, I constantly get feedback when things are starting to get go a little south in that people are not using their mics. So Miss Blaney.
I'm sorry, Madam Chair, my headphone is not working on the computer that I'm using. It was working when I was in my office earlier, but it's not working now. So I apologize to the interpreters for that.
Thank you, Mr. Broussard. Miss Blaney.
So I think one of the concerns that I have with this recommendation is the fact that it's under the section that talks about hybrid model for sittings, and nowhere in the recommendations do we have anything about hybrid sittings. So I'm sorry that I don't have a recommendation. I quite honestly just think that we need to do something about this and make sure that there's some more study. I don't know if we want to propose that as something in the future, but to have nothing, it's all about the virtual proceedings. So I need a little bit of help. I can't support this unless we find a way. And I have to say that I agree. We've had some good experiences and some not so good experience. I think that, I couldn't agree more with Mr. Turnbull, who talked earlier about the amazing work and effort and how quickly and rapidly we've moved. I mean, the people who work for the House of Commons need to be praised enormously on the amount of rigor and how quickly they've done things to change. But this is something that's a sticking point for me. So I need a little bit of help to know how we can include actual recommendation about hybrid sitting.
Maybe Mr. Alghabra will come up with a great suggestion here. Mr. Alghabra, you're next, and then Madame Normandine.
Point d'ordre, Madame la Présidente.
I believe that point 2 has a mention of a hybrid model. Am I getting this wrong? I think that we adopted that this afternoon, did we not?
It's just not in this section. So I'm gonna, maybe that's a recommendation that Mr. Alghabra is going to make, but we'll hear from Mr. Alghabra and then Madame Normandine. If you have something further to say, then you can speak to that as well.
No, thank you, Madam Chair. That's not the recommendation I was going to make. I was just going to elaborate on what this recommendation means. Let's not forget that the hybrid model is a spectrum. It's a wide spectrum. And we are at the lower edge right now of that hybrid. In fact, other than committees and the special committee of the whole, nothing else has been virtualized. So we are at the tip end of the hybrid model. And what this recommendation is saying is basically, I think what even Ms. Blaney had suggested in one of her recommendations is the incremental progress. And this is what it's asking is to recommend to move additional virtual. So we will still remain within the hybrid model as we add more proceedings into a virtual world. So I hope that clarifies what this recommendation is intending on doing.
You're on mute, Madam Chair.
I am forgetting now. Madame Normandy, would you like to speak to this now? Okay. Would everyone? So with the only substantial change that's been added, revision that's been made, amendment, I guess, has been made to this recommendation is the during this pandemic be added. Is there agreement to adopt this recommendation as amended with that language? Mr. Richards?
Yeah, I mean, on the modified principle that we're using instead of on division, do that.
Okay, Justin? Thank you. Jeanette? Yes?
Yeah, Madam Chair, I would prefer to have a recorded vote, please.
Okay, a recorded vote has been requested.
So just, is that a recorded vote on the amendment of adding the one line? I'm just asking for clarification. I want to know which I'm voting for.
You're going to be voting for Lib 10 as amended with the wording during this pandemic.
Madam Chair, it was during the current pandemic. But
oh, okay.
yeah.
Sorry. During the current, do you have that, Andre? Okay. Current pandemic.
This is a recorded vote on modified Liberal suggestion 10. Mr. Maloney.
Yes.
Ms. Duncan.
Yes.
Madame Petitpas-Taylor.
Oui.
Mr. Alghabra.
Yes.
Mr. Turnbull.
Yes.
Mr. Richards.
Oppose.
Mr. Brassard. You're on mute, Mr. Brassard?
No.
Mr. Tucker.
No.
Mr. Duncan.
Opposed.
Madame Normandin.
Oui.
Ms. Blaney.
No.
Modified Liberal amendment or Liberal suggestion 10 is carried.
Okay.
Point of order, Madam Chair.
Yes, Mr. Richards.
Just to clarify on that, because we were planning to just kind of do the on division thing. There was a call for a recorded vote. It didn't give me an opportunity to clarify that. The recommendation indicated additional proceedings, but they were virtual, of course. And the feeling that I have, and I know other members have, is that we should be doing something that allows people to be physically present as well, with a hybrid type of proceeding. So it's not the idea of extra proceedings that we object to, because we think there should be more sittings of the House right now, but it's the fact that it's being proposed and prescribed as a virtual, and it's also indicating that it's been successful, and we certainly haven't had enough to be able to justify indicating that at this point. So I just wanted to make that clear.
Okay, thank you. That's noted and on the record. BQ7, alternate locations. BQ7 is basically recommending that locations other than Parliament Hill in Ottawa not that we not have in-house sittings in different locations unless they are approved by the Public Health Agency of Canada to protect health and safety of all members, staff, administrative employees, security, and interpreters. Is there agreement to approve? Okay, adopted. Oh, Mr. Brassard, sorry. I thought you were putting your hand up in agreement. Mr. Richards and Mr. Brassard.
Madam Chair, I guess the concern that I have with this, and I understand Dr. Raymond's testimony, when she was questioned about the pandemic and I recall this because I was the one that opened up this line of questioning. We were talking about whether, in fact, social distancing measures would work, given the option of different venues, and in the backdrop of the fact that after the fire, everything moved down to the Victoria Museum. So, we were investigating the fact that there were options that were available to Parliament to look at different venues. In the line of questioning, Dr. Raymond spoke about not necessarily the public health issues, but familiarity issues with where the washrooms were, where people, or presumably members of Parliament and staff, weren't in familiar surroundings. Well, that's not up to the Public Health Agency to determine. That's up to the House administration to determine if we, in fact, decided that there were other venues that we could use in order to have a full Parliament. So I find it very curious that unless those locations have been inspected and approved by the Public Health Agency of Canada, which again doesn't determine where we are going to be, it would be House administration. Now, if we were dealing with the issue of social distancing and whether those measures in other venues were compatible to, or they actually follow public health agency guidelines, similar to what they do now when we do hold our in-house sessions every Wednesday, that in fact, and I think it was acknowledged clearly by Dr. Raymond, as well as the speaker and the clerk, that we were following the guidelines. I don't think it's up to the public health agency to decide whether we are in fact going to use another venue, that would be up to administrative staff, certainly not for the reason of familiarity. It would be a public health issue. So I really find it curious in this recommendation that there is a suggestion that the public health agency dictate or determine whether in fact other venues are compatible to members of parliament sitting in them. So I don't know what the resolution or what sort of resolution we can come to on this, but I don't think the public health agency is in the position to determine whether in fact we should be using other venues.
Mr. Richards and then Madame Normandy.
I can forgo. I just wanted to make sure that it didn't just appear that it was unanimously supported. So I'm okay with letting my spot go.
Madame Normandy.
Rapidement, je pense.
Yes, briefly, I think that does slightly dumb down the testimony to say that Dr. Raymond talked about how familiar staff was with the location. She also talked about disinfecting overnight and other issues, and not only a question of familiarity. I just wanted to point that out.
Chair, you're muted.
Oh, is there agreement to adopt this recommendation, or should we have a vote?
Can I just make a point? I'm sorry, Madam Chair, to belabor this.
I just saw your hand come up now.
6.5 hours in, I know. And again, I think there's a majority there. I just think from what Dr. Raymond said, and I respect her and appreciate all that she's doing in the Public Health Agency of Canada, but I think she specifically said that day, they are not in the position to approve locations. They set guidelines, they set those measures, and then it would be House administration or it would be there. So I just don't actually think she can, or the public health agency can give an approval. So I'm not opposed to listening to what they're saying about all the different precautions and measures. Don't get me wrong. I just don't think there's an actual approval process by the Public Health Agency of Canada to give the House of Commons an okay on 1 people, on 1,000 people, whatever it is. So I just think we're asking for something in a parliamentary committee that is not possible to get on any option, even the House of Commons. Thank you.
Any further discussion on that, or?
I'm gonna call for a recorded vote on that, Madam Chair.
Okay, recorded vote, Justin.
Vote par appel nominal sur proposition B.
A recorded vote on BQ7.
Monsieur Maloney.
Yes.
Madame Duncan.
Yes.
Madame Petitpas-Taylor. Madame Petitpas-Taylor.
Oui, pardon.
Monsieur Alghabra.
Yes.
Monsieur Turnbull.
Yes.
Monsieur Richards.
Opposed.
Monsieur Brassard.
No.
Monsieur Tucker.
No.
Monsieur Duncan.
No.
Madame Normandin.
Oui.
Madame Blaney.
Yes.
Suggestion adoptée.
Adopted.
Madam Chair, you're on mute.
even looking up anymore. Okay, Lib 11 in decorum section. Lib 11 talks about maintaining the authority and dignity of Parliament, including all matters relating to decorum in the House. And there's some guidelines that have been listed underneath there. Andre, oh yes, Mr. Turnbull, and then I think Ms. Blaney, did you have, yeah.
I just wanted to make a quick suggestion here. BQ9 refers to having a kind of a neutral background or a sign symbolizing Parliament that's set behind us in these virtual type proceedings, which I think would address some of the concerns that were expressed by the speaker. In the Lib 11 suggestions, there's a bunch of bullet points. And I think if this were something Madame Normandin would support, I would recommend taking out neutral background and including the language of BQ9, which refers to a uniform, maybe virtual background. Instead of a neutral background, we could use that language and maybe combine those and vote on all of them.
You're muted, Madam Chair.
Lib 11 has bullet points, and the suggestion has been made to make an amendment to incorporate the essence of BQ9 into the neutral background and into one of the bullet points, I guess, neutral background. I don't know. Is that what you had stated? Sorry, Ryan. Okay. Okay, so it's Andre. Are you able to incorporate what Madame Normandin has suggested into that? Okay, so this is amended. BQ9 no longer would exist as a suggestion, and we would have it incorporated into Lib 11. So Lib 11 as amended. Is there agreement to adopt Lib 11 as amended? Madame Normandin?
On peut peut-être.
And maybe you could suppress point 5, because we already talked about this in another, earlier we spoke about the microphone and the headset a bit earlier. It could be suppressed.
Is that okay with everyone? Ms. Blaney, you have a point as well?
Okay, so I have a lot of questions about these actually. First of all, I'm a little confused. We are talking, when I read this recommendation, actually, I did start to feel confused. Are we talking about COVI as a committee, or are we talking about a virtual parliament? Because if we are in a virtual parliament, the rules of the House would continue from what I understand, and the rules outline most of these issues. So I feel a little bit confused about what we're talking about. The other thing that I saw both in Lib 11 and the Blocks 9 is I want to understand if this commits the House of Commons to something. So what I mean by that is if we're going to have a uniform sign that is behind every member, does that mean that is that a task that we're giving Parliament? We're talking about things like adequate lighting. Is that, again, when we put these things in there, I just get confused about what tasks we're actually adding to the House. So I don't want somebody to be coming here to Campbell River to figure out my lighting. So I just want us to note that. And back to my original issue, are we talking about a committee, or are we talking about actually having a virtual parliament? If it's a hybrid or a virtual part, to me, I feel like I'm a little bit confused about that.
So I don't think we bind the House of Commons to anything really by submitting a report and making recommendations, but maybe Justin or the clerk also had his hand up to make some clarification to how this is worded, can help us with that. Yes, Andre?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just to add clarity, Lib 11 was only the first line in was only the first line. Where the brackets begin, I said for the committee's consideration, that is information that I added because the committee received a letter from the speaker asking for guidelines that would be included in this report. So to be quite honest, I made them all up. The first three come from House of Commons Procedure and Practice. The speaker himself mentioned the use, prohibiting the use of displays, props, and exhibits, using a headset with the microphone, adequate lighting. I just made up because it would help to be able to see. Like if someone turned off the light in their room, could the speaker recognize them? I mean, I thought of, this is just the fatigue talking, but I thought of crazier ideas like a member shouldn't be allowed to lie down and take the floor. But anyway, so feel free to take or leave any of them. And I would also mention that camera should be in a fixed position comes from the Procedure and House Affairs guidelines for media showing up at committee meetings, because it wouldn't make sense for a committee or for a member to walk around the room with a camera, you wouldn't think.
And in terms of the what binds the House, I was just also, the House, I was always also going to say, some are prescriptive, some are not so prescriptive, so they could figure out lighting and how to consult on lighting without having to physically come. I'm sure our sound is consulted on without anyone having to physically come. But do we, Clerk, any comments to that?
Well, what the committee decides to put into the report in terms of recommendations, they are just recommendations. However, once a report is presented to the House, there's always the ability for the House to concur in that report. If the House does concur in it, which means essentially the House is adopting the report, the recommendations that are in the report become orders of the House. So it does imply a certain amount of binding, if you will, in terms of the recommendations will become an element that the House will, and then the House administration will be required to implement in some way or fashion. Now, I'm not sure if that necessarily extends to sending people all the way to Campbell River to check on lighting. They would obviously interpret that, but it does bind the House in some ways. If the House chooses to concur in the report, they become more than merely suggestions or recommendations. If they don't choose to concur in the report, that's all they will ever be, are recommendations, free to be taken or leave it.
And maybe you can elaborate on what it means to have the House concur?
Well, to concur is just that. It essentially means that the House is ordering something be done. So depending on the wording of the recommendations that are in the report, and if the House then concurs in it, it will be the express intent of the House that action be taken or that recommendation be implemented.
Okay. So Lib 11 as amended to remove one of the bullet points mentioning headsets and microphones, and then to include the suggestions made in BQ 9. Those are the amendments essentially, I believe. Do we have agreement to adopt? Okay. Okay, thank you. BQ 8. BQ 8. Okay, Ms. Blaney?
So again, I was just wondering about this. I assume that the clerk of the House already works closely with the speaker during regular parliament, but I don't actually remember any testimony on this specifically. So I'm just wondering if I could get some information about where this recommendation came from.
Mr. Richards?
Yes, I just want to make it clear I'm opposed to this particular recommendation. I don't think it's, when we're talking about the proceedings of the House of Commons, we're talking about debate in the House of Commons, we're talking about who moderates the debate in the House of Commons. That should be done by parliamentarians. It should be done by those who are elected, and I would oppose anything else. So certainly can't support this.
Madame Normandy?
Well, we just wanted to help the speaker because the speaker has to do several things during virtual sittings. And a clerk could take down notes, and we didn't want the clerk to do everything. He was just going to be a support to help the speaker. I don't absolutely need this amendment to go forward, but I just wanted to alleviate the job of the speaker.
So since you don't need this amendment to go forward, would you, I guess now you've led me to ask you, would you be willing to withdraw the amendment or the recommendation?
Je suis prête à la laisser aller.
Yes, I'm ready to do so.
All right, so that is no longer a part of the report. All right, moving on to voting. Okay, we have two recommendations for this section, Lib 12 and BQ3. Oh, Mr. Turnbull.
Madam Chair, thank you. I would ask or suggest that BQ3 is a much stronger recommendation that I think covers the sentiments of Lib 12 much better, and I would suggest that we strike Lib 12 and go with a BQ3 as the recommendation in this section.
Okay, I love it. We're removing our suggestions, making it easier. Ms. Petty-Pat-Taylor.
On that point, could I also just add that at the end of that sentence that it puts threatening their safety and or that of their family and communities. Just add and communities. If that's okay with Madame Normandin and everyone. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, so BQ3 as amended with add and communities at the end. Okay, adopted. Oh, no, Ms. Blaney.
No, I'm not going to support this one.
Okay.
I'm happy to do a vote, but I just feel that this should be something that is set later in the report for something else to actually study further. We did hear from some people, but that they were exploring virtual voting, online voting, electronic voting. There was lots of terminology, but I feel like we did not get to the core things that we should know about security, how to make sure that a member is represented. The other thing is there's nothing in here that talks about the other options. There was block voting, there was proxy voting, there's a whole range, and I don't feel that we fully studied them, and I would recommend to this committee that we do a study on this quickly, but we are not in a place where we can recommend a particular type of voting.
Okay, we have Mr. Richards, Mr. Duncan, and then Mr. Turnbull.
Yeah, Ms. Blaney actually put it quite well. I won't repeat all of it, but simply agree that we didn't have nearly the study of this that would be required to make this a change of this magnitude. In fact, it was very little to almost no discussion about it. That's, we've heard over and over again from a number of members, particularly the government members, that that's something we shouldn't be doing, is bringing forward things that we didn't have time to discuss. We certainly didn't do that. And this is a major, major change to our way of doing business. We should not be making it without proper study and hearing proper evidence of that. And that has not happened. So I certainly can't support this.
Okay, Mr. Duncan, and then Mr. Turnbull.
Make that three of us with a comment there. Again, I am in favor of studying this more. It was very broadly discussed, and I've had some other potential witnesses reach out afterwards, hearing some of our conversations. And again, I take note of what the speaker had said. I know he'd given some updates. To be honest, I haven't read through all that correspondence from the speaker and some of the confidential documents, but we need to have a further conversation on this. Not opposed to looking at it further, looking at options, but I just think for the amount of time we spent and what our witnesses said, there was nowhere near comfort of enabling or supporting a setup of electronic voting system. Thank you.
Mr. Turnbull, and then Madame Normandin.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I want to point out some evidence that was given to us that I think is really important to keep in mind when understanding this recommendation in context of our study. We had a report from the Procedure Committee. I have it here. It's from the Right Honourable Karen Bradley, the chair of the committee, the House of Commons of London, or the UK Parliament. And she wrote to this committee and gave us some really substantial information that I would point members to. It gives an overview of the Member Hub platform. I don't see this information reflected in our current report, but I think this section, given the recommendation, is really substantiated by the UK Parliament and how quickly it's moved to implement a electronic remote voting procedure. And I think what's interesting about the things that I think are really relevant is that Karen Bradley actually is quoted in that letter. I would recommend that this quote actually appear in our report. She said, "The committee is satisfied with the assurances it has been given about the security of the system." She also, I did a bunch of Google searching. I wasn't finished, Madam Speaker.
A point of order has been raised. So just hold your thought right there, Mr. Broussard.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Can Mr. Turnbull confirm whether that letter was actually sent to this committee, or was it sent to was it sent to the Speaker of the UK Parliament? It was actually, is it addressed to this committee?
I believe it was sent to the committee.
Okay, but
by the clerk.
Who was it written to?
It says Mr. Speaker on it, of the House of Commons.
Maybe we can get some clarification from Mr. Vave.
Yes, Mr. Broussard. That information came from the witness that we had from Westminster, Mr. Matthew Hamlin. He had committed to provide some follow-up information back to the committee. And the piece of correspondence that Mr. Turnbull's referring to was one of the pieces of material that Mr. Hamlin sent back to the committee to share with the members of PROC after he appeared.
So I'm just curious then, was it sent to the Speaker of the UK House of Commons, or was it sent to the Speaker of the Canadian House of Commons? Because I think Mr. Turnbull referred to our House of Commons. I could be corrected on that this letter came to our Speaker, when in fact, my understanding is that it went to the UK Speaker.
My recollection is that the letter that Mr. Turnbull is referring to comes from the chair of the British House of Commons Procedure Committee, and it was written to the Speaker of the British House of Commons, not to our Speaker.
Okay, I think Mr. Turnbull should have clarified that in his remarks. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Well, thanks, Mr. Broussard. I appreciate that intervention. I think it was Mr. Richards that had a very long list of supplementary information that your party actually requested from many of the witnesses and was very adamant about collecting that information. And that's exactly when I received this. So, I think it's relevant information to this study, and it actually outlines the tests that were done, numerous tests that were done and evaluations of those tests. It speaks to many of the security and integrity concerns that I think are really relevant to address some of the concerns that have been brought forward by members of this committee. So, I believe it's relevant for this study. It should be referenced in the report. I feel strongly that it supports the recommendation in this section. And I want to go a little bit further here and actually give you a couple of other quotes. There's a quote that says, the integrity of the remote system depends on the care taken by each individual member over authentication. And there's another section that says members have a personal responsibility to ensure the integrity of the system. It is highly likely that any action by a member which led to an unauthorized person casting a vote in a division would constitute a contempt of the House and a breach of the Code of Conduct, and would be likely to be punished accordingly. I think this is key. It addresses some of the concerns that have been expressed by committee members. Furthermore, it talks about mitigating the risks of missing a vote or system failures, which have been brought forward by members of this committee. So, I think what they've done at the UK Parliament is rapidly implement this with testing. So it's an incremental approach. It has been rapid, but it does sort of set a precedence given the fact that they have, 800 or 900 years of history. I know we talk about defending our institutions, but if the UK Parliament can do this in a matter of weeks, why shouldn't we really consider doing the same thing, especially given we're in the same global pandemic? And they certainly have addressed some of the same concerns. They haven't got into party politics to delay things. They've actually embraced the change here. So I really think that there's actually a strong rationale, and I actually have quite a bit more information that I've gathered that support us moving forward on electronic and remote voting. And I think it's consistent with the other recommendations that have already been voted on and adopted, which is to move to essentially replicate some of the more formal proceedings of the House in a virtual environment, which is obviously going to need to have a way for us to vote. So I'll leave it at that for the moment, but I welcome more discussion on this, and I have quite a few more points.
Mr. Duncan.
I'm very glad to hear my friend Mr. Turnbull talk so highly of the UK, and I couldn't agree with him more. That I think what the United Kingdom is doing is showing fantastic leadership of embracing technology, and at the end of the day, they are using a hybrid model of parliament to implement that and using their chamber for that. So I appreciate the comments of how we need to rely very heavily on what the UK is doing and watch what they're doing. I will also note with interest, I keep up on my UK politics, just giving you the update. If you check the Hansard from today, the Conservative House Leader, and I won't go through and quote the 3 pages I printed off, but it looks like actually they're returning to full form next week. They may have reduced numbers again, but they're getting rid of. And I have the comments from the Labour shadow leader of the House, the government House leader, that they are actually going to be going back to, I'm not suggesting we do that, don't get me wrong, but if we're going to talk about the UK and talk about all the good things, I think we need to get the fundamental down pat first of having a hybrid, getting that, and as NDP3 says, incremental change. That should be our priority of the hybrid parliament, and then look at adding all of these things. I think we're putting the cart before the horse, or again, we're being selective on what our friends in the UK are saying. I'll leave it at that, and I'll spare you the quotes.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you for that. That was a very enthusiastic exchange, Ms. Blaney.
As always, with the UK, when I talk UK politics.
Well, thank you, Mr. Duncan, for a lot of that information. I certainly appreciate it. I just have to say, though, I am a little bit frustrated by this conversation. I don't know how many witnesses said to us repeatedly that we simply have not have the amount of time in this committee to fully study what we are trying to do. So for me, when I look at some of these, I understand what I've agreed to. I understand, the first recommendation that we worked so hard on. But what I see there is a process that needs to unfold. And right now we are not in the place, in my opinion, of being able to say that we're going to be doing virtual voting. We haven't discussed a whole mess of factors here. And I'm sort of concerned that it feels to me like the committee is really, well, maybe it's more the governing side, is really just wanting to push this report through, get everything done and tied up in a bow, where I really hope that PROC continues this important work. This is for the benefit of our democracy. And I want to be clear, this is not about a report for me. This is about having a fundamental discussion about what democracy looks like in the middle of a pandemic. And this can't be taken lightly. And we can compare ourselves to UK. I understand why we do that. But I think it's also important that we remember that this is a Canadian context. There are realities here that we have to address. And when we look at this, I feel we have not done the amount of research that we should. We have not had the amount of witnesses that we should. I have read all of the material, Mr. Turnbull, just as well, with a great deal of interest. I think there's a lot there, but there are questions that are arising out of that that content for me that I don't have answered. So I just want to push this again. I don't think we're ready for this step. I think it has to be an incremental approach, and I believe that the work of PROC should not be finished tonight, but we should continue on to some next steps. Thank you.
Thank you for that, Ms. Blaney. Next up, we have Mr. Broussard and Mr. Turnbull and Madame Normandy.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I'm really encouraged and buoyed by Ms. Blaney's comments here because, you know, what we've seen today, Madam Chair, is by these various recommendations, again, it's worth repeating that it's way outside the scope of what this committee's mandate is throughout this COVID-19 crisis. And I'm glad to hear Ms. Blaney speak in the manner in which she is, because, you know, my concern is that, you know, the governing side is using this crisis, this study, as a way to completely transform Parliament as it exists today. And again, I repeat, we're heading down a dangerous slope. But I want to go back to what Mr. Turnbull was talking about, because Ryan, you can't just cherry pick things to suit your narrative. You got to look at everything in the context in which it was submitted. And when you go, and I've got the letter in front of me here, and it says that the existing level of assurance as to the identity of members participating in person cannot be fully replicated under the remote system, without development work, which could not be undertaken to the time scale demanded, which we're under. And Ms. Blaney spoke about this, that we haven't had the in-depth study that we should on the remote voting system or the virtual voting system, an expenditure, right, which cannot be justified by the temporary nature of the system, and the integrity of the remote system depends on the care taken by each individual member over authentication. So what that means, and I'll go on before I explain what that means. For this reason, the system can only be a temporary means to allow members to cast votes in divisions for as long as the extraordinary conditions which prevent many from coming to the chamber, period. And the issue over authentication is an important one, because what he's saying in that letter, at least my interpretation of what he's saying, is that there is no way to authenticate whether in fact there is a member that is voting, or perhaps it's a staff member. And until and unless those situations are resolved, which they're not at this point, any suggestion that we move forward with this, to Ms. Blaney's concerns and quite frankly my concerns, and I'm sure that there are others that share this, this is not the time to be looking at electronic voting in the manner in which it's being proposed. We have to push this off. It's not, again, to look at this in the context of what we're studying right now under the current pandemic, to suggest that somehow we move forward this is not the time, nor is it the place to do this. And I'm really, really pleased to see that there are others who are starting to realize what the hell is going on here.
I've got a long speaking list, so I'll let it be known who's on the list, since you can't, or I can't see the list. Maybe you guys can see a list. But so after Mr. Broussard, it's Mr. Turnbull, then Madame Normandy, then Mr. Gerritsen, and that is the end of my list right now. So perhaps we can get some comments there and see how we'd like to proceed.
Well, thank Mr. Broussard for his passionate remarks there. You know, I think this is precisely the time to be doing this. I completely disagree respectfully with yourself, Mr. Broussard, and Ms. Blaney. I think we're in a global pandemic. You know, we know that many opposition members have been calling for additional scrutiny. They've been calling for more fulsome proceedings of the House and for Parliament essentially to resume in its full functioning, more than just its deliberative aspects, but its decision-making aspects. What to me is, really telling is that other national governments around the world have implemented this very quickly. And it just seems to me like why are we resisting this? This is not to say that we have to do electronic voting forevermore. This is saying we're in a global pandemic. This is an exceptional circumstance, and we need this in order to continue to function, which opposition parties have been consistently calling for. So this is actually inconsistent with your own remarks from your parties over and over again. And I've seen these for weeks. So I don't understand why people keep pushing back so strongly on this. It's out of some irrational fear that electronic remote voting is somehow going to change the way we do everything forevermore. And it doesn't have to be looked at that way. This is one progressive
Point of
step.
order, irrational. I just want to encourage
irrational
the member
fear. That's what I said.
Not very
swear.
Respectful language.
That's not
okay.
That's not disrespectful language.
A member who opposes 12 members of a committee from voting on motions at committee. So you want to talk about irrational? Let's talk about committees and how the power of committees have been castrated
voting
as a result.
Order, Madam Chair.
Okay.
Who has the floor?
I wasn't actually finished what I was saying. I used the word irrational fear, and I don't think that's disrespectful. That's my perception. And I think part of my parliamentary privilege is actually to express myself, and that's exactly what I'm doing here. I want to continue with my point, which is that in our report, the Conservatives asked specifically for an account and overview of all of the provincial legislatures. And from my perspective, this, based on the briefing note we were given, there was all kinds of other information. So you talk about us cherry picking or saying that I'm cherry picking, but in fact, you were asking for information, but in the report itself, it's not reflected currently that New Zealand, the EU Parliament, Brazil, France, Spain, all of them have moved towards a remote or electronic voting of some kind. Some of them have also adopted proxy voting, but even I went and looked back at the Hansard late last night, and in the Blues for meeting number 13, Suwan Davies from the National Assembly of Wales talked about how they had moved to weighted voting, but also electronic voting. So I think, the vast majority of national legislatures have moved towards some form of remote or electronic voting. And I just think that we should be doing the same.
Okay. Next up is Madame Normandin and then Mr. Gerritsen.
Thank you. One point is we don't know how long this pandemic's going to last. We don't know how long there will be a compromise to our parliamentary privilege. And one of our privileges is voting. You can't always work by proxy. It is our privilege to be able to vote against our party's position if we wish to, or freely for certain issues. So the sooner we can get back to that privilege, and as far as I understand, according to the hybrid mode, only people who are on site would have that privilege, and the people who are remote would not benefit from the privilege. I'd like to recall that in the recommendation, it says that we'll need a secure electronic voting system. We wouldn't recommend that any old electronic voting method be used. And I think that it should also fall within NDP 3 to say that any new way of working would have to be approved by recognized parties. So changing the way we vote in the chamber, when we found a system to allow it, the parties would still have to approve. So it does seem that there is a a secure fashion of putting in place this voting system, and I don't know why we would forego the possibility of all of us exercising that parliamentary privilege.
Mr. Garretson, and then maybe we can vote.
I was just wanted to say hi, let you know I was here and that I was taking over for my substitute. I've arrived back from Ottawa. I see you guys have been going at it for a while. It's great to be back, and I'm looking forward to my first vote. Hopefully that can happen really soon.
Yeah, you joined us, I think, from the lobby of the House of Commons in Ottawa earlier. It looked like a lobby room or something.
We're halfway done.
Back. Yeah, almost there, halfway done. Mr. Genius, who are you? You were subbing in now for Mr. Broussard?
I'm not subbing in. I'm at the table unsubbed. Am I allowed to make a comment in that context? Or?
Oh my goodness, we've had so many comments. I'm very lenient. Now you're. Can you make a 30-second comment? And
I'm not capable of that, but I'll try to make it 60. How's that? Madam Chair, so Eric will correct me if I'm wrong on this, but my understanding is that in the British House of Commons, for instance, they do in-person voting, but they have an in-person voting system that doesn't require every member to be in the chamber at the same time. They have a process of in-person voting that involves kind of a rotation through the lobbies or something like that. So we could very much envision a voting system that addresses some of the very real security concerns that have been raised, involve in-person voting while still respecting public health guidelines, and that would go a bit of a different direction from this recommendation. I do think like in particular in Canada, our institutions are more vulnerable to to staff members voting, proxy voting when you move to the line. And I think that would be a bad thing in terms of the independence that we expect from members. And I think we have to be sensitive to that if we're concerned about the rights and privileges of members. So I would put that out there.
Okay, I think we've had a lot of debate on this issue. I think our support staff, everyone is exhausted. We're almost at the end. Because many of the recommendations that come after this, some have already been dealt with. So there's not much more. I hope that I can call a vote on this matter. Would you like a vote on this? Okay, a recorded vote. Mr. Clerk, yes, Andre?
Sorry, just super quick as a technical amendment to the recommendation. It should probably read House of Commons as opposed to Parliament, as Parliament includes both the Senate and the House.
Absolutely, good catch. We can only make rules or make recommendations for the House of Commons. Okay, so that change will be reflected, that the House of Commons set up a secure electronic voting system, and that this suggestion ends with "and communities," which has been an amendment proposed by Madame Petitpas-Taylor. So all in favor, or Justin, actually, I think he's going to go through a recorded vote for this.
Vote par appel nominal sur la
A recorded vote on BQ3.
Mr. Garretson.
Yes.
Ms. Duncan.
Yes.
Madame Petitpas-Taylor.
Oui.
Mr. Alghabra.
Oui.
Mr. Turnbull.
Yes.
Mr. Richards.
Opposed.
Mr. Broussard.
No.
Mr. Tucker. Mr. Duncan.
No.
Madame Normandin.
Oui.
Ms. Blaney.
No.
Suggestion BQ3 adoptée.
Adopted.
Thank you so much to the clerk. Next, we have question period. There's no recommendations for that. Moving forward to future work. Oh, Ms. Blaney.
I'm going to be a pain. I just wanted to propose maybe having a recommendation around the 5-minute component. As all of you have known, we've heard repeatedly that the 5-minute exchange seems to be a lot more effective, especially in a virtual placement. And I'm willing to not move that we have a recommendation there if everybody, I know we're all exhausted, but I just thought it was something to bring. So the 5-minute back and forth between the questioner and the.
Completely understood. Mr. Duncan?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I tweeted about that point exactly last week when I had my chance in the chamber. I loved the 5-minute format. I found the tone of the debate much improved, and the back and forth. It allowed you to build on your arguments. My comment may be, as I thought the same thing when I had the question period section and it was empty. But I would, as an individual member, like to talk about future work is to study and review how those question periods, those accountability sessions went post-pandemic, and is there a way we can improve on that? I've heard from a lot of colleagues within my caucus that is something. So if there's some way to add a line even in the future work to review and discuss with members, I think it'd be worthwhile. And from a bipartisan or a tone perspective of the chamber, I think would be fantastic to consider.
I think that might be possible. I've heard a lot of good things about it too. And personally, I like watching the exchange in 5 minutes. It's amazing that it's not until you try something, I feel like I have to say it, that we just don't know whether we like it or not until you try something. And I bet in Parliament, in the 42nd Parliament, we would have talked about that and never come to an agreement. But once you try it, you realize that, you know, there's some good points to it. So you guys it's up to you if you want to incorporate it somewhere. The first page of future work has already been dealt with. We dealt with that up front. And so all of that has been resolved on page 48 of the English version, with the first set of recommendations there. And then I believe we are moving on to Lib 13. Where the recommendation is a follow-up study on lessons learned from virtual parliament to consider improvements and modernization that can be implemented. This could include that 5-minute questioning round. It can include a lot of things. I don't know if anybody wants to limit it and make examples, but right now it's just open-ended, and it could include anything really for us to study, or for a special committee to study, whatever. Yes, Mr. Alghabra?
Can we perhaps add to that line, saying including question period, and maybe because there's been a lot of talk about voting and voting?
Okay. So including but not limited to question period and voting?
Yep.
Andre, can you add that language in? Okay, so this is amended Liberal 13.
Madam Chair?
Yes, Mr. Broussard?
I can't resist. Can we refer to it as non-answer period?
Not answer period?
Non-answer. I couldn't resist. Thank you.
How about rhetorical question period?
I think we can go on and on with these jabs, but they are entertaining. Okay, so it's quite witty for this time at night. So Liberal 13 as amended, with the inclusions but not limited to those suggestions. All in favor to adopt? Was there agreement to adopt? Okay. All right, passed. Liberal 14, I believe, was already moved up to the health section and has been adopted. Correct? Mr. Chair, Chair, we adopted that one, right? For some reason, I don't. Yeah, okay, looks like everyone is saying yes, yes, okay. CPC 2 has already been defeated, but CPC 1 is just showing up for the first time in this report, and that the House's deadline be extended and the committee authorized to continue its study to allow for further evidence to be taken and to permit a fuller, more thoughtful analysis of the issues. I guess it's in line with the first recommendation that we just, Liberal 13. Mr. Turnbull?
Just a really quick suggestion. I thought this one was very similar to So we're talking about CPC 1, right?
Correct.
It's very similar to BQ 13, which is a bit further down, and wondered if those could be combined just for expediency.
Yes. So I think, yeah, Liberal CPC 1 and BQ 13 are both asking that the procedure committee continue a study. So is
I'm
there agreement?
actually indifferent as to which one we choose. If anybody has any suggestion,
we could always go with the first one on the list, CPC 1, and then add something into it that you like of BQ 13. That always seems to be an easy way of going about it. Are you okay with CPC 1 as is, or would you like to include any element that you think is unique in BQ 13? Yes, Mr. Richards.
I might be able to make a suggestion to help on this. We could take as you said, start with CPC 1, the full text of that, and then include the last portion from BQ 13, which would say, in order to be ready to respond quickly to a new crisis.
Madame Normandy, is that okay?
Moi, je suis d'accord.
Yes, I agree with that. I think you can add the last part where we said, in order to be ready to respond quickly to a new crisis. I do have a question for the Conservatives. In French, we're speaking about an extension. The deadline will be extended, but by how much? What do you mean by a deadline being extended?
Yeah, we were given this May 15th deadline, and it was just simply to indicate that we wouldn't have to stop on May 15th. We could continue to look at this. That was the idea behind that.
So maybe since it looks like we might meet our deadline for an initial report, I'm really hoping, because we've got a few more, we're on the last page, that maybe it could be worded that do you want to keep that deadline language in there, or that the procedure committee just continue the study beyond this report? Mr. Alghabra?
Madam Chair, that was precisely what I was going to propose. I think the issue of the deadline is a moot issue, given that we are submitting a report. Just we could say that the committee continues its study.
Is that okay?
Sure.
Okay, so really we're taking the first few words from BQ 13, taking the middle of CPC 1, and then the ending of BQ 13. They essentially both say the same thing. Is everyone in agreement? Ms. Blaney, I think you want to say something?
Well, I'm just wondering, NDP 10 and 11 are talking about gender representation and around regional representation, and it's looking back. So I apologize, I'm a little bit tired and slow, although I give you guys all credit because it's 10:30 there and only 7:30 here. So you're probably more tired than I am. But just wondering if there's a place to add those if we're talking about a future study. I think those are important factors that should be looked at. So just throwing that out there, that regional representation and gender representation be added.
Just another a point that the clerk just, for accuracy, that the deadline wasn't the House's deadline, it was the committee's deadline that was imposed by the House. But it seems like we're rewording that language anyways, so it would have been inaccurate to state it that way. So Andre, do you have what the revised recommendation looks like? Okay, so Ms. Blaney, I think we can still get to your points. I think they're unique and different enough that we should consider them separately. Is that okay? So CPC 1 as amended. All in favor? This recommendation is adopted. CPC 1 as amended is adopted. CPC 2 has already has not been adopted. BQ 13 is stricken. And now we're on to NDP 9.
Madam Chair, I'm happy to remove that one at this point. We got the additions that I required in the first recommendation.
Okay, so this is removed. We're on to NDP 10. NDP 10, is everyone in favor of NDP 10? Mr. Turnbull?
Just a really quick suggestion again. I think NDP 10 and NDP 11 are similar enough that they could read review regional and gender, or review gender and regional representation. They're almost identical, other than their focus is different. So I would just say maybe they could be combined and we could vote on them both together. I personally would support both.
Ms.
I'm
Blaney?
okay with that, yep.
Okay, everyone in agreement to adopt revised, amended NDP 10 that will include regional representation? Yeah, adopted. So amended NDP 10 adopted. NDP 11 is removed and the regional representation is moved up. And the last one, can I say this? Is this really? Yep. Okay, the last recommendation. Mr. Duncan, you'd like to say something before we move to it?
Maybe I don't want to jinx it, but maybe ask Ms. Blaney, could that be removed as well and be discussed perhaps outside this report? I think when we take a take note debate, which we're required to do in the House, I think there could be some conversations around that about making permanent changes to the standing orders and what that process may look like. I know we're getting 7.5 hours in, but I think there may be, talking about that further as our House of Procedural Affairs, how we handle that take note debate, how we can make that worthwhile as PROC, and perhaps what mechanism there is to respond to that. So not opposed to that, but perhaps we can deal with that as PROC committee when we get back to some semblance of normalcy, perhaps.
After 7.5 hours, yes, I will agree to that.
There we go.
All right, so that suggestion no longer exists, and we have completed our report. Yes, and so there is a motion that we need to move in order to adopt this. Is that what you were going to say, Mr. Vabe?
Yes, Madam Chair. It was just to not forget the adoption motions
Yes.
at the very end. There are several. I think you have
Yes.
a document, so yeah.
Yes, I do.
Thank you.
Quite excited to get to this point, and really I have to, as I find this motion, it's right here. I have to say I'm really impressed by everyone's ability to hang in there for this long, but then still have passion and still make their points known. I admire it, I think, from all parties. I know I was in a hurry and I think Ms. Blaney kind of made reference to that too, to get through this. But of course I do at the same time want a quality report. And I know we're gonna get some supplementary and dissenting opinions that will have some really good points in them as well. But thank you. Thanks for continuing to advocate for your positions, raising them. I thought they were all really good points. I'm going to move that the draft report as amended be adopted, and that the draft report be entitled. I think this is where we may have some suggestions that you can make as to what the committee report should be called. Any suggestions?
Since we took Mr. Broussard's name out of the title, and the word maybe called the Broussard report or something, maybe make it up to him. I don't know. I have no suggestions.
I would go for that.
No.
Madam Chair, I had to break the news to my kids yesterday that their dad's name would not be in this report, and
I know.
they were really sad.
How that's too bad. I know how disappointing that is to our children. It means It's funny. My son always says, like, nobody cares that you're an MP, mom. Nobody cares my class. He's like grade 1. And I'm like, yeah, that's true. I know I need that dose of reality every now and then. He really doesn't care what we do. But okay, so any recommendations for report name? No recommendations? Are we going to leave this up to Andre?
Yes.
Andre, are you comfortable with coming up with a title?
Thanks, Madam Chair. I not to pass the buck, but I think Justin, the clerk, had a good title. It was basically the title of the study, parliamentary work and the COVID pandemic type idea.
Okay, good. If maybe we can hear from the clerk then.
Well, it's not my suggestion per se. It was just the name that the study was given, which was Parliamentary Duties and the COVID-19 Pandemic. That's really just as much an administrative identifier as anything, but you can choose whatever title you want, really.
Okay, Parliamentary Duties and the COVID-19 Pandemic? Or, yep, okay. Okay, so
si on veut être poétique, il y a un livre.
There's a book called Love During the Cholera, so we could talk about a love in the House of Commons during the COVID era.
Make it a little bit more enticing for people to want to read one day. But we may be, the book may not match, the cover may not match what's in the book. So never judge a book by the cover, by the title, but I think the blend one is probably okay. Is it okay with everyone? Okay, so I move that the draft report as amended be adopted and that the report be entitled Parliamentary Duties and the COVID-19 Pandemic. And that should I be reading this out? Clerk, I'm looking to you.
Madam Chair, technically they are motions. You can sort of let the committee know what the motions are and what they say, and then committee can agree to those. You can do them one at a time as well if you want.
Okay. So the first one is that the report be adopted as amended. Everyone in agreement to adopt the report as amended? Okay, and everyone was already in agreement to entitle it
we'll do that.
Duties?
We'll do the adoption of the report, not on division, but in the modified protocol that we're using instead of on division.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Richards. And then third, that I, as the chair, the clerk and the analyst be authorized to make such grammatical and editorial changes as may be necessary without changing the substance of the report. Everyone in agreement? And that pursuant to the Standing Order 109, the committee requests that the government table a comprehensive response to the report.
Madam Chair, it's Justin again. If I may intervene just before the committee makes a decision on that. I just wanted to point out the fact that when a committee pursuant to Standing Order 109 does request a government response, a report, once it's returned to the House, can't be concurred in until such time as the government response has been presented or been tabled in the House. So that is something that the committee should ponder before they make a decision on whether or not they want to ask for a government response.
We went over this before and I'm starting to forget. Yes, Ms. Richards.
I'm in favor of the response. I mean, I think that's should be expected of a government, and in terms of these kinds of major changes, there should be a response. We were given a short deadline to do this. They could certainly do so quickly if they chose to as well. We should have a government response. That's only reasonable.
Okay. Is the committee in agreement? that we request a response from the government? All in favor? Okay. Looks like there's agreement. All right. Thank you for pointing that out. That was important to know. Okay. That the dissenting or supplementary opinions of no more than 10 pages in length be submitted electronically in both official languages to the clerk of the committee no later than 5 p.m. on May 14th. I think there's a slight, yeah, May 14th, 2020. So that is tomorrow by 5 p.m. Everybody in agreement? Good. That pursuant to the House motion of April 11th, 2020, that I, as chair, deposit the report with the clerk of the House no later than May 15th, 2020. Okay. Congratulations, everyone. We're done for today. Just maybe one last thing before you go. I just wanted to give the clerk an opportunity in case you wanted to bring anything up that was missed or any comments, reminders for anyone.
Madam Chair, nothing in particular other than just to mention that in the next 2 days we'll finalize the report in terms of any last translations that need to be done, the production with the parliamentary publications team, and then the means by which the report would be transmitted to the clerk of the House on May 15th will be by way of an email from the committee inbox to the clerk of the House on May 15th.
Thank you. Dr. Duncan, did you have a comment or just saying bye?
I'm sorry to interrupt. I just want to say thank you to you, Madam Chair, to the clerk, to the analysts, to the interpreters. This was a marathon session, and to recognize all their work and to say good night to everyone.
Absolutely. The translators as well. I was feeling for the translators today. So thank you to all of the support staff. They're present on site today, and to all of you. Thank you. Good night. Good night. Congratulations.